The following program is intended for mature audiences.
Go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right. Only the strong survive. Grow some nuts, especially in the days that are upon us now. Good evening, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, and all you ETs out there in the byways of the internet and wherever you're at down through time monitoring this show. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian, and I would like to welcome you all to the Martian Revelation that is upon you all again now. And today is May 4th of 2019, or the 5th, depending upon your time zone as this airs through time. And you're listening to this broadcast through the Martian Revelation Show stream live at
www.thefacesofmars.com,
which everyone knows is your defense for the war which we all fight against the evil dark missioners, who are all leading you away from the light and manipulating you all instead to help you open your wallets and your pocketbooks to only join their dark side in special clubs that only allows them more power to continue to mislead you all and to steer you away from the truth that they themselves now wish to face or even admit to, let alone even talk about.
Yeah, UFO Diaries.
Faces on Mars.
Cover up controversy. Down
through time.
That's right. But the Martian Revelation is, however, 100% listener supported, with no special clubs to join or special subscriptions. So if you're a listener, please help support the Martian Revelation Show, again, which is your only defense for the war which we all fight against those evil dark missioners, with the goal to bring you the truth one show at a time. So please share the facesofmars.com link, and I also must ask you all to please donate to the show with anything that you could afford by clicking on the big red, white, and blue button at the top of the show page to allow it to continue being here for you down through time, as it is because of you, the listener, of which makes the Martian Revelation even possible to be brought to you all back through time. That's right. So your listenership and your donation support actually counts, and it helps us all not only to fight, but to win against those evil dark missioners, as well as to secure a future which we all can literally make the Martian Revelation our reality. By what? By making our fate. Just remember also that if you're listening to this Martian Revelation show, then know this, that you are the resistance down through time. So here's my email, marsrevealer@gmail.com. That's marsrevealer@gmail.com. And using this email address, you can send me messages, questions, music or artwork or guest requests or music request or anything else that you would like to speak to me about. Perhaps you would like to be a guest on the show. Just email me, marsrevealer@gmail.com. And especially email me at marsrevealer@gmail.com if you have any information about certain space imagery that has not been put in the public purview, especially in regards to Mars from any mission that you may like to come on or at least help guide us to see or to find and to help bring forth to the world to expose the truth of the things that we have not yet seen regards to Mars. So again, email me at marsrevealer@gmail.com. So we got an interesting show for you all tonight. We got a return guest, Jeffrey Boyd Jr., coming back of the Independent Research Society. So he's always full with fire and zest and zeal, so we will get into that later. But first, let's get into some news. And this article is from yesterday, April 3rd. Ready, take off. NASA's Mars helicopter has been okayed to fly to the Red Planet. By Kanak Sinj. NASA's Mars helicopter has successfully completed a series of tests and is ready to take flight over the Red Planet. NASA conducted 2 test flights where the drone reached an altitude of just 2 inches, but the team says that is all that they need. This could possibly prove that the helicopter works in Mars-like conditions. In January of this year, all the pieces making up the flight model, actual vehicle going to the planet, of NASA's Mars helicopter were put to the test. Weighing no more than 4 pounds, the helicopter was a technology demonstration project that had undergone a rigorous verification and certification process to be able to fly to Mars. Gearing up for that test flight on Mars, we have logged over 75 minutes of flying time with an engineering model, which was a close approximation of our helicopter, said Mimi Ong, project manager of the Mars helicopter at NASA's JPL in California. The test took place earlier this year in the Space Simulator, a 25-foot wide vacuum chamber at JPL. This project may also have helped prepare many robotic planetary explorers over the decades. Wong and her colleagues configured the chamber to mimic the wispy carbon dioxide-dominated Martian atmosphere, which is just 1% as thick as that of Earth. More than 1,500 individual pieces of carbon fiber, light-grade aluminum, silicone, copper, foil, and foam went into NASA's Mars helicopter, which will launch with the agency's next Red Planet rover in July of 2020. That's right, the Mars rover 2020. But the team also outfitted the helicopter with the gravity offload system, which is a motorized lanyard that can be pulled upward of the craft continuously so that it could experience Mars's gravity during the flight. Now, the gravitational pull on this planet's surface is just 40% as strong as the tug we feel here on Earth. The next time we fly on Mars, Wong said. Watching our helicopter go through its paces in the chamber, I couldn't help but think that the historic vehicles that have been there in the past. The chamber hosted missions from the Ranger moon probes to the Voyagers to Cassini, and every Mars rover ever flew. To see our helicopter in there reminded me we are on our way to making a little chunk of space history as well. The Mars helicopter will launch as a technology demonstrator with the Mars 2020 rover on the United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket in July of 2020. This event will occur from Space Launch Complex 41, located at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station in Florida. The helicopter is expected to reach Mars in February of 2021. The 2020 rover will conduct geological assessments of its landing site on Mars, determine the habitability of the environment. Yeah, right. Search for signs of ancient Martian life. See, listeners, this show can appreciate and not appreciate. There it is again. They're right in your face, like as if by law they have to let you know that they're bending you over and sticking it in. Why? It says search for signs of ancient Martian life, not to actually find it. I'm not getting into that tonight. But anyway, so it'll determine the habitability of the environment, search for signs of ancient Martian life, and assess natural resources and hazards for future human explorers. Scientists will use the instruments aboard the rover to identify and collect samples of rock and soil, encase them in sealed tubes, and leave them on the planet's surface for potential return to Earth on a future Mars mission. You see, with a guess, well, we may come back and pick it up or not. Never mind rendezvous with Roscosmos and ESA's joint mission to Phobos that's supposed to pick up organisms. Yes, organisms from Phobos to bring back to the probe orbiting Phobos around Mars and bringing it back to the Earth. We could have launched something to maybe rendezvous with that. But, that ain't the real deal. See, they're going to lay it right back on the dirt for a potential return to Earth on a future Mars mission, dragging out the timeline on a turtleneck pace speed agenda against we the people and against what we the people need to have for the Martian revelation to be ushered in. That's just the fact and the reality of this, which in time will become all the more relevant if it isn't to you already. So we'll see how that flies, pun intended. So let's move on to the next one. So this one might be interesting. Martian dust could help explain water loss, plus other learnings from Global Storm, by Lonnie Shechtem for GSSC News Greenbelt from May 3rd. Dust is not just a household nuisance, it's a planetary one, particularly on Mars. Before astronauts visit the red planet, we need to understand how the dust particles that often fill the atmosphere could impact them and their equipment. The global Martian dust storm of 2018, the one that blotted out sunlight for weeks and put NASA's beloved Opportunity rover out of business, offered an unprecedented learning opportunity. Oh, gee, what a pun. For the first time, humans had 8 spacecraft orbiting Mars or roving its surface, the largest cadre of robotic explorers ever to watch a global dust storm unfold. Scientists around the globe are still analyzing reams of data, but preliminary reports include insights on how massive dust storms could have affected ancient Martian water, winds, and climate, and how they could affect future weather and solar power. Martian dust storms are common, especially during southern hemisphere spring and summer. They tend to last to a couple of days and could cover regions of the planet the size of the United States. But planet-encircling ones are unpredictable, sometimes lingering for months. Why? We still don't know what drives the variability, but the 2018 storms gives another data point, said Scott Guzowick, an atmospheric scientist at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland, who's a lead in NASA's dust storm investigation. NASA first saw a global dust storm up close in 1971 when our Mariner 9 spacecraft, the first to orbit another planet, arrived at a dust-engulfed red planet. Since then, we've seen global storms in 1977 twice, 1982, 1994, 2001, 2007, and 2018. Here are a few things we saw from space and from the ground during the recent global dust storm that helped address some open questions and expose new ones. Could global dust storms have blown away the planet's water? Scientists have found loads of evidence that Mars had rivers, lakes, and maybe even oceans of water billions of years ago. It may not have been billions of years ago, according to many researchers and listeners this show could appreciate, and according to Dr. John Brandenburg as well. But dry riverbeds, ancient shorelines, and salty surface chemistry are all clues. But why did much of the water disappear, and how? The global dust storm may give us an explanation, says Geronimo Villanueva, a Martian water expert at NASA Goddard. Villanueva worked with colleagues at the European Space Agency and Russia's Roscosmos Space Agency to confirm that powerful global dust storms appear to loft water vapor from its typical altitude of 12 miles above the Martian surface to much higher elevations of at least 50 miles. NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter observed a similar phenomenon in 2007. By thrusting water into the upper atmosphere, global dust storms may interfere with the planet's water cycle, preventing H2O from condensing and falling back down to the surface. On Earth, H2O falls back down as rain or snow. What about dew? The same process could have existed on Mars billions of years ago. At higher altitudes, where the Martian atmosphere is especially tenuous, solar radiation can easily penetrate to break up the water molecules and blow their component elements into space, Villanueva and his colleagues speculate. Again, that's a good speculation. But when you bring water to higher parts of the atmosphere, it gets blown away so much easier, says Villanueva, who has spent his career piecing together the history of water on Mars. And I can't rule that out. That's very interesting, and it might be. But I would still like to see, us having not just little helicopters flying around, but, highly elevated aircraft going around to test these things. Not for looking for just signs of these hypotheses, but finding actual facts and proof of the hypothesis. See, there's a difference. It's called science. But Villanueva and his colleagues reported on April 10th in the journal Nature that they found evidence of receding water vapor by using the ExoMars Trace Gas Orbiter at Mars, a spacecraft managed by ESA and Roscosmos. The orbiter measured water molecules at different altitudes before and after the 2018 storm. Scientists saw for the first time that all types of water molecules, there are lighter and heavier ones, had reached the escape region of the upper atmosphere, which was an important insight in how water may be disappearing from Mars. Now, says Villanueva, scientists will have to take this new information into account in their predictions about how much water flowed on the ancient Mars and how long it took for it to disappear. And then there is the fact that global dust storms do not seem to significantly reshape the Martian sand dunes. Exactly, so the things that we're seeing on Mars, everything else, let alone the sand dunes, cannot be reasoned by, it's the wind or the dust storms. But let's get into this. For scientists who track sand dunes shift inches across the surface, the global dust storm offered critical evidence in their investigation of wind patterns on the red planet. Only the forceful winds during a global dust storm would be able to move the planet's extensive dunes, scientists once thought, given that Mars' super thin atmosphere makes a 100-mile-per-hour wind feel like a breeze. And we really still need to put that to the test, despite what Mars Insight has given us. But yet images from orbiters and landers throughout the decades have revealed that the Martian sand moves all the time, implying that it doesn't need strong gusts to do so. That was a surprise to researchers and should be to us all, because then what the hell's moving it? Could it be the vibrations coming from the subsurface illegals underneath? I don't know. But now that scientists finally got to watch a global dust storm from the ground through the eyes of NASA's Curiosity rover, they noticed another surprising characteristic of Martian wind. Strong gusts don't appear to move sand more than normal. So this is added to the overall mystery of how the wind behaves on Mars, says Mariah Baker, a PhD student at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, Maryland, who helps track changes in Martian sand ripples. You see, turtleneck snail pace speed agenda. That is worse than watching a snail, it sounds like. But ongoing analysis of the entire Martian globe will reveal whether Gale Crater, where Curiosity is roving, was unique. The heart of the storm was over Opportunity, after all, which was roving on the other side of the globe from Curiosity. Plus, wind may behave differently inside Gale Crater, scientists note. We were being sheltered, Guzwick says. That's possible. If it turns out sand dunes didn't shift much anywhere on Mars during the storm, there could be a good reason, Baker says. Winds swirling dust around in the atmosphere might not be the same thing as winds on the surface. Some scientists think that when the dust devils gets lifted into the atmosphere during a global storm, blocking sunlight from reaching the surface, it shuts down the wind generating process close to the ground that, under normal conditions, is induced by temperature fluctuations between the air and surface. But whatever the reason turns out to be, understanding the behavior of sand dunes today helps us reveal Mars's ancient climate, says Baker. We can look at wind-shaped sandstones on the surface and look at dunes that are moving now and say, okay, what does that say about the conditions that were here billions of years ago when these dunes were moving and now are cemented into the rock record? So is he saying that these dunes are actually cemented into place? They've been there so long that they cemented so no winds are going to move them? That would be an interesting theory to test as well, if that's what he's implicating. If not, well, it sounds like a good test to still check out, because something has to answer for it, doesn't it? But anyway, it also brings up dust storms make rover-cleansing dust devils disappear. Dust devils, which are rotating columns of air and dust, are common on Mars. They form when hot air from the surface rises, creating a current of air that forms a whirlwind. These devils are useful for clearing off dust from the panels of the solar-powered spacecraft like Mars Insight as they pass over them. Thus the importance to understand how often they occur. And I say this is bullshit. They could have raised the panels like bee wings and just vibrate them, jostle the dust off, or have compressed air to blow it off, or even better yet, have the panels also from these dust storms to be able to take in the charged particles and use that to help power the thing back up. And again, I would still say bring some compressed air, and then because you're going to need power to blow the dust off the panels. But I don't know why they didn't think of that. But anyway, Curiosity is powered by a nuclear battery, which allowed it to collect data while Opportunity hibernated, with minimal sunlight reaching its solar panels. Through Curiosity, we learned that dust devils disappear during a dust storm right when we need them most, and for most months afterwards. This happens because an interruption in the same wind-generating process that might affect the movement of sand dunes. I don't know about that. But Guzwick says that understanding a global storm's impact on dust devils is important in planning and how to power equipment during future Mars missions. You need to be prepared to go a while before your next dust devil passes over and cleans you off. You see, they're totally relating all their capabilities and hopes on whether or not a dust devil happens to go over the spot they're at. Why do I think this is a big pile of bullshit? Which now delving with these issues on Mars, let's go to this article from May 1st by Buzz Aldrin from the Washington Post. Buzz Aldrin, it's time to focus on the great migration of humankind to Mars. Last month, Vice President Mike Pence announced that we are headed back to the moon. I am with him in spirit and aspiration. Having been there, I can say it is high time we returned. When Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and I went to the moon 50 years ago, July, we did so with a mission. Apollo 11 aimed to prove America's can-do commitment to space exploration as well as its national security and technological superiority. We did all that. We also came in peace for all mankind. More of that is needed now. Today, many nations have their eyes for the moon, from China and Russia to friends in Europe and in the Middle East. That is all good. The United States should cooperate and offer itself as a willing team leader in exploring every aspect of the moon, from its geology and topography to its hydrology and cosmic history. In doing so, we can take low Earth orbit cooperation to the moon openly, eagerly, and collegially. Meanwhile, another looming orb, the red one, should become a serious focus of United States attention. Mars is waiting to be discovered, not by clever robots and rovers, though I support NASA's unmanned missions, but by living, breathing, walking, talking, caring, and daring men and women. That's right, grow some nuts! To make that happen, members of the Congress, the Trump administration, and the American public must care enough to make human exploration missions to Mars a national priority. Listeners to this show could appreciate that's what we strive here, one show at a time, with the goal of making, not just bringing you the truth, but to usher in the Martian revelation. And we certainly don't appreciate the work by the dark missionaries who are working to prevent this and the success, not only of this show and to try to make me look bad, but also to prevent this from becoming a reality for you and your lives. That's what we're up against. But Buzz continues, to be clear, I do not mean spending billions of taxpaying dollars on a few hijinks or joyrides, allowing those who return to write books, tweet photos, and talk of the novelty. Sounds like he's a little bitter of what they did to him. But he continues, I mean something very different, of which that I'm trying to add into this vision of the Martian revelation upon us all now. We have to make our fate. But Buzz continues, the United States' eyes and our unified commitment should focus on opening the door in our time to the great migration of humankind to Mars. Books aplenty have been written about how to do this, and they have inspired government and non-government leaders to make lofty plans. But plans without a detailed architecture and without that next step into the future are just fantasy. And he's right. But Americans are good at writing fantasy, as well as incomparable at making the fantastic a reality. We did it with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, and in thousands of other ways. It is time we get down to the blueprints, architecture, and implementation, and to take that next step, a sustainable international return to the moon, directly charting the pathway to Mars. I still say we should do both simultaneously. We don't need the moon to get to Mars. It can help with some things, but the race is on. The Trump administration and today's Congress, inspired by an American public impatient for space leadership, could start this engine. The next step will build on our early lunar landings and establish permanent settlements on the moon. In the meantime, preparations for permanent migration to the red planet can be made. All of this is within reach for humans alive now, but it starts with a unified next step in space. The nation best poised to make it happen is the United States. Just as President John F. Kennedy is remembered for starting our nation's drive to the moon, where Neil and I left footprints, the Trump administration and this Congress would be remembered decades forward for putting humans permanently on the moon and Americans on Mars, for making human footprints in red dust and subsequent migration possible. As a matter of orbital mechanics, missions from Earth to Mars for migration are very complex. That said, human nature and potentially the ultimate survival of our species demands humanity's continued outward reach into the universe. Call it curiosity or calculation, strategic planning or destiny. Put simply, we explore or we expire. That is why we must get on with it. You see, there seems to be a national base of importance, maybe from a threat coming from deep space. But anyway, in a world of division and distraction, this mission is unifying for all Americans and for all humankind. So I am personally glad we are heading back to the moon, and I thank President Donald Trump and the Vice President for their commitment. But anyway, my eyes will drift higher to the red orb that even now awaits an American flag and a plaque that reads, "We come in peace for all humankind." But yet listeners to this show could appreciate and remember, we focus on this on every show, the words of Vice President Mike Pence. Do we come in peace? As he says,
and here from this bridge to space, our nation will return to the moon and we will put American boots on the face of Mars.
So think about that one. And Buzz Aldrin is also a former astronaut as part of the Apollo 11 mission and was one of the first men to walk on the moon. So lots to think about there. But notice the importance and the implications. Just like Brookings, you'll be bringing out the national leaders and then the qualified heroes of the American nationalism. That is important to us and makes us who we are and what we are yet to do, what we the people's the Space Force. So it's time to wake up. We're in the space race. And it is demanded that we go out there to explore and set up our permanent presence in the solar system and as well as in the cosmos till kingdom come, eh? So let's go on to this next article as it's relevant. Many people are looking at this in various ways. So from May 2nd by Mike Brown from Inverse.com, Mars City, if you're rich enough to go, you'd probably want to stay on Earth. Space engineers want to entice wealthy explorers to spend six-figure sums on a round-trip ticket to Mars, laying the groundwork for cities that could someday forge a new path for humanity. But with the long journey required and in light of its harsh, unforgiving climate, will the prospect of a Mars vacation actually be alluring enough for the people who could feasibly afford it? Not everyone who's looked into it is convinced. SpaceX CEO Elon Musk, one such believer, is the most high-profile advocate for attempting to start humanity's first extraterrestrial city on the red planet. He's spoken about his goal to send 1 million people to Mars in 100 years, with the price of a return ticket at $200,000, the cost of around that of a median house in the United States. His firm is building the Starship, or otherwise the big effing rocket, and we're going to keep calling it on this show. A stainless steel behemoth capable of transporting 100 people at once. Pizzerias and bars on Mars are in Musk's vision. And mine too, but Musk is not alone. Another contender in the Mars race is the United Arab Emirates, which want to collectively spend $135 million to build a 1.9 million square foot city by 2117, complete with space-themed museum with 3D printed art. Theoretical physicist Michio Kaku previously told Inverse that such a colony could theoretically take shape as early as the 2060s. Günter Lang, an economics professor at Kuhne Logistics University in Germany, is one of the people who's carefully studied what it would cost to actually go to Mars. His prediction isn't as rosy. Lang believes that a few 100,000 people will want to take the plunge. However, without the right incentives, perhaps through subsidies to reduce the cost, the Mars city could end up a vanity project for 1% of the 1%. Mars trips will be no vacation. The main barrier to Mars trips is that people might not be tempted enough to give it a go. This leaves only the mega rich to take up space exploration. This then presents another problem. Once a few billionaires have already done it, what's in it ego-wise for trips 2, 3, and 4? After all, why would pampered billionaires risk their life to spend 3 to 6 months in a pokey spaceship only to wind up in an ancient red desert with no breathable atmosphere at a price far higher than most will ever spend on vacations in their whole life? Exclusivity-focused daredevils could make up the first Mars colonists, but its appeal could diminish after the first few share those survival-focused experiences. Lang is actually a believer in the benefits of space investment, having given lectures on topics like asteroid mining, but he's not convinced this space city will take shape anytime soon, let alone support a new class of extraterrestrial industries within our lifetimes. There will be some things like a trip to the moon, maybe to Mars, Lang tells Inverse, referring to the next few decades. I think that will just be a handful. That's perfectly fine. However, as a viable industry, I would be surprised, not in this century. As for the prospect of building a colony on Mars, Lang cites 3 not insurmountable barriers. 1. Going to Mars, the value of leaving the Earth. Lang looked at 3 kinds of data to estimate how many people may go to Mars. The first was how much the general population valued space travel, which he estimated using domestic spending by democratic governments. While voters rarely prioritize measures to solve the long-term problems like overpopulation or climate change, it still provides a rough guide to how average people value space exploration against other priorities. And it's these results which look especially grim. The domestic budget for space activities in the United Kingdom is around 516 million, in the region of $10 per person, about the same amount allocated to fixing potholes. In Germany, the spend equates to around $20 per person. The United States spends more, about $40 to $50 per capita on space. At the height of the space race, with the Soviet Union breathing down the neck of the highly committed leadership, the U.S. only spent around $200 per capita. Americans have alarmingly even expressed interest in cutting the program altogether. Which Americans? Only the commie un-American ones. But anyway, by comparison, the country spent around 10 times that peak figure on defense in 2018 alone, reaching nearly $2,000. If there's an untapped groundswell of support for going to space, it has gone almost completely unnoticed by elected representatives. So we can just forget about that, Gunther says. Then there's going to Mars. Self-funded space tourists go their own way. The second approach is to look at how many people have paid up to go to space. There's a surprising amount of people that have taken the plunge, and even more so that have pledged to pay later. American businessman Dennis Tito became the first space tourist when he paid $20 million in 2001. Game developer Richard Garriott became the sixth person to privately fund his trip to space when he paid $30 million in 2008. Guy Laliberte, founder of Cirque du Soleil, paid $35 million to go to the International Space Station in 2009. Yusaku Misawa, estimated to have a net worth of $3.6 billion, announced in September 2018 that he had paid SpaceX an undisclosed sum to send himself and 6 to 8 other artists on a trip around the moon in 2023. Others are somewhat cheaper. Virgin Galactic, the suborbital spaceflight firm founded by Richard Branson, declared in 2017 that it had sold 650 tickets for flights at $250,000 apiece. The problem with these trips is that they're incredibly limited, and their exclusivity enables firms to charge higher prices than their trips could otherwise command in the marketplace. It can make it harder to reach more consumers and continue funding trips. Space Adventures, the spaceflight team that enabled Garriott to experience the overview effect, posts that buyers will be one of the first 600 people to have ever flown to space. Economists call products like these Veblen goods. You see similar phenomena in Prada handbags and Rolls-Royce cars, where demand rises as the price and perceived exclusivity rises. Fortunately, Lang doesn't think that space travel followed this pattern exactly. Eventually, he expects demand to increase as prices fall, just like normal goods. What I meant was that the willingness to pay for space trips will drop very fast once the numbers will increase. He says in an email after our discussion. For example, we may be able to sell 2 seats for a moon travel, let's say for about 50 to 75 million per seat, but 20 seats only for 5 to 10 million. A very steep demand curve because of the exclusivity of the project, but not in a regular one. Unfortunately, the numbers around these trips don't reveal much about the potential for the market in the future. At the beginning, you could do cream skimming, Lang says. There are some persons willing to do that. However, if you are not the first or the second or the 10th, then this will soon go down. Going to Mars. Our survey said the third approach is to look at the survey data. Futron, a space forecasting firm, conducted a survey in 2002 with 450 rich Americans, defined as those earning $250,000 or more per annum or with a net worth of over $1 million. When given a realistic description of orbital space travel that covered the lengthy training involved, the possible sickness on return, and the tiny windows on the ship, 10% said that they were definitely likely to do it, while a further 15% said they were fairly likely to. In terms of pricing, 70% of all surveyed said that they were not willing to pay at least $1 million for this hypothetical trip. That remaining 30% could still be a huge market. A Credit Suisse report found in 2017 that there were 36 million millionaires in the world. If 30% of these are happy to pay more than $1 million to go to space, that's around 10 million willful respondents with the resources to pay. Lang expresses caution with reading too far into these results. Many millionaires prefer to conduct their finances privately, so there's a level of self-selection at play. The sort of people that respond to a questionnaire like this are already unique, so it's hard to say for sure that 30% of the rich population at large would say yes. The other issue, Lang notes, is that the survey asked respondents how they felt about spending that kind of money on a trip instead of asking to choose between other options like several once-in-a-lifetime experiences or other investments. For these reasons, Lang suspects that the real figure is somewhere around 1%. Considering Credit Suisse defines people with a net worth of over $871,320 as part of the global 1% richest, it's essentially 1% of the 1% that will choose to go to space. That's still around 360,000 people, but there's probably even fewer that will go to Mars. Boy, such pessimism. But anyway, going to Mars, taking a risk. Musk is hoping that a price equivalent to the median house in the United States will encourage buyers. After all, if it's a choice between staying on a crowded Earth or taking a risk on spaceflight, why not take out some sort of bank loan or sell your house to cover the ticket? Assuming Musk can reach this price, it's still asking buyers to take their investment in an asset like a house and spend it on a consumable. Your ticket to Mars also probably won't appreciate in value, nor is it something you can sell once used. Of course, these incentives would change if someone, a government or a space evangelist like Musk, for example, offered subsidies, and these subsidies could potentially be worth it. This is also positive for the whole economy, Lang says. As a nice side effect from private spaceships, very useful data will be generated for research purposes. This implies that governments could or should subsidize space tourism because of this positive externality. Even looking at the mega-rich tempted by a small buy, it's a big ask. Mars is barren, the spaceship will be cramped, and early settlers will be focused on survival. Again, but there are people that will grow their nuts, and it will happen. But anyway, Paul Woos, the principal Mars development engineer for SpaceX, said in September of 2018 that initial focus will be on developing life support systems before conducting research about the planet. Developing life support systems in a space desert millions of miles away sounds like hard work. For a pampered member of the elite living on Earth, it's going to take a specific kind of person to give up the luxuries they're accustomed to. But perhaps for carving out a bold new future for humanity, at least some deep-pocketed explorers will be tempted to take that risk. And I will ask, are you having the balls to be one of them? Or your children to be some of them? Because that's what's upon us now. And even our own American boots could actually be potential in our lifetime, have the chance to go there. So there's two sides to the coin, but I really don't like the pessimism that's out there and people's reactions regarding having to go to Mars and have a long presence stay there with a colony, basically becoming Martians. And that opens other subjects, but not for this night. And this brings us to an interesting article by Mike Wall from Space.com yesterday. Could life on Earth have come from another star system? We may all be aliens whose homeworld orbits a distant star. Life may have traveled to Earth from afar aboard an interstellar visitor like the weird cigar-shaped object Oumuamua, researchers say. Oumuamua, which zoomed through the inner solar system last fall, is the first confirmed interstellar object ever observed in our neck of the woods. But that doesn't mean it was the first to ever get here. Far from it, in fact. We think that something like an Oumuamua, there's always one within about 1 astronomical unit of the sun at any given time, planetary scientist Bill Bakke said last month during a panel discussion at the Breakthrough Discuss conference at the University of California, Berkeley. 1 astronomical unit, or 1 AU, is the average Earth-Sun distance, about 93 million miles. And that actually has some really interesting implications, added Bakke, who directs the Department of Space Studies at the Southwest Research Institute in Boulder, Colorado. One such implication centers on the role that Oumuamua-like objects could play in the transfer of life from world to world around the cosmos, which is an idea known as panspermia. Oumuamua's exact size is unknown, but the researchers think it spans less than 2,600 feet in its longest dimension. The object displayed non-gravitational acceleration as it cruised away from the sun, spurring speculation that Oumuamua could be an alien spacecraft of some kind. That's right, because how is it speeding up if it wasn't using the sun rays to do so, or any gravity? There seemed to be a mechanism which it was accelerating as it was leaving. But the consensus view is that the interloper is icy and its weird movements were caused by comet-like outgassing. And I say that's one big outgassing line of bullshit. They're trying to naturalize in order to keep these things down and away from us. Most definitely, it was an extraterrestrial, outer solar system, intelligently designed spacecraft. And that's what I'm saying here. But this tells us that ices can survive over these interstellar distances. Astrobiologist Karen Meach at the University of Hawaii's Institute for Astronomy said during the Breakthrough Discuss panel. Previous research on comets and other small bodies within our own solar system suggests that Oumuamua-like objects provide good thermal insulation and radiation shielding. She added, yeah, the radiation shielding would be its cover, its surface material, of which inside is the mechanism of which creates the propelling, not outgassing of ice. You see, that's what I mean. They're just trying to play all this down to make everything seem so natural and boring. Nothing to see here is possible. They're desperate to keep the secrets. Listeners of this show could appreciate we dare to try to reach those secrets. But that's good news for any microbes that may be hitching a ride on board any such a Oumuamua-like object. You're probably getting significant protection on the inside, and you're not getting any deeper with the radiation field or heating from the supernovae below 33 to 66 feet of death in the body, Meese said. So the idea that you could bring some living organism in some state, it could be preserved in a cold, deep freeze. So it would be no different than coming from outside our solar system. Astronomers have not yet identified Oumuamua's natal star system, so we don't know long ago the object was ejected into the dark and frigid waste. But it may have been traveling through interstellar space for 10 million years or more, Meade said. Or it might not have, I say. But it's unclear if any putative critters aboard Oumuamua could have survived an impact with Earth. The icy object barreled past us at about 134,000 miles per hour relative to our planet, Meade said. Yes, close proximity as it was. And again, it was accelerating as it started leaving. And the way that it came in and went out, it looks like it was a bypass to scope out the Earth, in my opinion. But that's a very high impact velocity, she said. And it could have been even higher. Oumuamua came from above the plane of our solar system. An interstellar body hitting us more head-on could have an impact velocity of around 225,000 miles per hour, Meese had stated. But Oumuamua and his kin are thought to be quite fluffy, so any that impact Earth are likely to land relatively gently and break open when they hit our atmosphere, Stein Sigurdsson, a professor in the Department of Astronomy and Astrophysics at Penn State University, said during a different talk at the Breakthrough Discuss meeting. Previous work by Harvard University astronomer Avi Loeb and others, along with Sigurdsson's own calculations, suggest that about 100 Oumuamua-like objects have slammed into Earth over our planet's nearly 4.6 billion year history, Sigurdsson said. This is assuming these bodies are on random trajectories, that they weren't sent on their way by intelligent aliens, an idea known as directed panspermia. Now, if any of them have any biota in them, we don't know, he said. Maybe we should go catch one and drill into it. That would be a good idea. But catching Oumuamua is not feasible, said Loeb, who chairs Harvard's astronomy department and recently co-authored a paper speculating that Oumuamua might be an alien sailcraft. We don't know exactly where the object is now, so any chase probe would have to be equipped with a powerful and heavy and expensive telescope, he said, and gaining enough speed to catch up to Oumuamua would require sling shooting around the sun at a dangerously close distance. It makes much more sense to search for the next interstellar object, Loeb said, during the question and answer option of the Breakthrough Discuss panel. He was in the audience, not on the dais. Yeah, of course not, because it seems that the mainstream spin wants to put their spin on this, to put researchers and tenured individuals like Dr. Avi Loeb to be sitting out there in the audience and not on the dais, right? But anyway, the powerful Large Synoptic Survey Telescope, which is scheduled to start observing the heavens from Chile next year, will probably spot about one interstellar object per month when it is fully up and running, Loeb said. So just wait a few years and have one per month and just go after those with much less cost, he said. If you detect them on their approach to us, you can actually meet them halfway at relatively low speeds. It's also possible, of course, that life took a relatively short leap to Earth long ago. The terrestrial planets in our solar system swap rocks fairly regularly, as the ever-growing collection of Mars meteorites here on Earth attest. Indeed, some researchers think life probably started on the red planet and made its way to Earth aboard a rock lofted into space by a powerful impact. All of this being said, panspermia, interstellar or local, directed or natural, is not the canonical explanation for life's emergence on Earth. There's no evidence for it after all, so most researchers go with Occam's razor and presume that we're native to our blue marble. So that's pretty interesting. But again, doesn't that seem, or is it only me? I see more of a mainstream public policy to put a spin on this. Again, the slam down theories, that's very important to consider, especially from tenured individuals, that Oumuamua was indeed an intelligently controlled spacecraft, a cigar-shaped object. Remember, the images you see of it is not the actual image. Those are artists' impressions, and they try to make it look as natural as possible. But again, if you were to look at the path and the orbit of this thing on how it came in and out, you could tell it looked like it was scoping the Earth and then took right off, accelerating, leaving. That is weird, and that is not normal. And there was no outgassing from at least what has been said of what was seen. Though plenty of artists' impressions showing that it was. That's artists' impressions is not facts, and that's not science. It's an opinion. Life is universal, according to Dr. Gillivan, and I believe him. And what all this entails means that, hey, if there is such a thing as a threat coming to us from deep space, as President Trump alluded to, then certainly Oumuamua should be considered as being potential a scout of that possible threat coming from deep space. But anyway, I think that's enough news to get into for right now. I think we should go to a break and then come back and introduce our guest, Mr. Jeffrey Boyd Jr. So as listeners to this show could appreciate, we have a motto here: pack 'em and smoke 'em, because you're definitely going to need 'em.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in the decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far, far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Pass, the collapse of the UFO cover-up, a fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up, the secret government that supports it, and the world of the aliens themselves, and then how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morning Star Pass, a book that pulls no punches and does not sheath the sword unblooded. Morning Star Pass, plunging boldly where no other book has ventured, captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become, from bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees to horrifying mutilations, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth in the real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up, in a climax of violence and desperation, to leave the human race facing the multi-hued stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. The sands of time have run out for the cover-up, for against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? Haha, you'll have to read it to find out. Morning Star Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Mars Revealer, Gary Leggiere, also known as the Mad Martian. And you're back listening to the Martian Revelation that is upon you all again now. So let's get into introducing our guest. But first, I would like you all to please
go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right, and please scroll on down the page, see the information for tonight's guest, as well as the link to his pages, and also to check out the images he has there to show us all tonight. And you could also scroll down the page and check out Dr. Mark Carlotto's new article for his BeforeAtlantis.com website that's titled An Analysis of Certain Alignments at Shimalakatlan. And to be honest, I don't know how to say that word, but it's really interesting. Go check it out. And also, there's other images there that you can see. We still left up the Pyramid Find by Keith Laney, as well as his Mars Express Cydonia image composite. Please scroll on down. Later on, you can watch the movie Red Planet Mars from 1952. You know, that's why I say Brookings was created much earlier than 1958. But anyway, it was embodied in a movie in 1952. Scroll on down a little more and definitely watch the infamous UFO Diaries, Cydonia, Discover the Earth-Mars Connection. And under that, you can see some screen grabs of some interesting imagery that caused quite a conspiracy and controversy down through time, which the Dark Missioners are not wanting to even talk about.
Yeah, UFO Diaries.
Faces on Mars.
Cover-up controversy. Down
through time.
And there's other things there to see on the rest of the page as well after the show. So let's introduce our guest tonight, Mr. Jeffrey Boyd Jr., a return guest to the show. And Jeffrey Boyd Jr. is an independent scientific researcher, educator, investigative journalist, freelance writer, radio talk personality, as well as an author. He is the founder of the Independent Research Society that now has members in over 105 countries and in every field. Jeffrey's professional background is that he's a chemical metallurgist as well as a materials expert. Jeffrey is blowing people's minds in the U.S. and abroad with his recent discoveries. And Jeffrey's been mentored by people like Klaus Dorner, Dr. Carl Johan Kalaman, Janet and Dr. Sasha Alex Lessin. And Jeffrey was asked by Bruce Cunningham to write for an advanced archaeology review, and Jeffrey was a guest on Advanced Archaeology Review as well, which I guess is part of Ancient Mysteries International. But from solving the beam mystery at the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun to how Giza and other megalithic sites were manufactured. After being interviewed on more than 50 radio talk shows, Jeffrey now turns his interest in the use of satellites and other methods to determine if something is manufactured or carved using LiDAR or other new technologies. Jeffrey has discovered massive underground landscape and structures previously thought to only be part of a mythical underworld. His mentors encouraged him to press on in this direction, and since then, Jeffrey has been changing the history books, uniting researchers worldwide, and through scientific methods discovered what these megaliths even are. Using the as above, so below maxim as a guiding principle, Jeffrey found huge caverns under Chichen Itza and many sites across the world. These discoveries are telescoping our history, indicating a much greater age for ancient sites, the purpose of which is just now starting to come into focus, however. But whether using LiDAR, helioviewer, microscope, or telescope, Jeffrey is becoming known as a researcher who is sticking to science and sharing his tools and findings. History was written by the victors of wars, but it is being rewritten by we, the insurgents. Or also the you listeners to this show can appreciate we, the resistance, down through time. So it's really cool to have him back here. It's been a while, and I believe we have you on with us, Jeffrey. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm here, and I'm back for it's been 7 months since the Mars conference. I think we talked right before I went. Yeah, I think the weekend before I went. Yeah, so much has changed, and there's been this acceleration lately that most 99.99% of the people, I'd say there's a few people in the world that are seeing like what's actually going on right now, but we'll get into all that.
Exactly, man.
It depends on how you look at it, man. I showed you that one image, and there's just no doubt. And I mean, you can't replicate that thing if you tried. You know.
But we got a long way to go though before we get there.
Yeah.
So again, it's been many months since you've been on. I know you've been going through some shit, but at the same time, you also been putting out a lot of stuff and a lot of research. And I'm still fascinated with these LiDAR issues. I mean, I can imagine, and I bet they already have them on the probes above Mars, if not Americans and someone else. Now, how hard would it be, or could it be, to actually put one on board of these modern, things to Mars?
That, just like I said in the chat just a minute ago, or I think I told Mean Green or somebody or you before the show, we're having launches. I've been putting them live on the Independent Research Society. They used to be every few months, and now we're landing. We're landing 3 rockets from a Falcon Heavy or 2 from a Falcon 9. I mean, we're doing that every day now. I mean, yesterday the blue thing went up, which whenever it took off, I have serious doubts on the way it's projecting itself, because it had fire behind it and it's red. When it gets above us, it turned blue. And I was like, okay, that looks like an ion drive, but an ion drive only puts out a little bit. It's almost like just pushing a little bit of air behind you, and it slowly speeds you up over time. But it turned blue after it got up and had no flame coming out of it. And I have a few stills of that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But it only shows, though, that one thing: the reality. The space race is upon us. Shit's getting real.
Well, the things that we don't know, I mean, think about the things they're telling us already. With the Navy coming out with their new thing, and with pilots, and I've been around aviation my entire life. You just don't talk about UFOs. Right. Now we have a way to tell them about it. The Navy does.
That's the thing, because that was the thing, because in a way that's an official disclosure that they acknowledge UFOs and that they're making the Navy people were really the ones, but it's also the public, I'm sure, too, to be able to take in these reports about UFOs more seriously or in different ways. Because why? We have to be told.
Yeah, well, number one, I think something happened that forced them into this. I think something out at sea happened or something like that. Because just like in 1997, we're just about on the anniversary of it right now. We just passed it, but the Phoenix Lights, when the night the Phoenix Lights happened, the CONUS GOES satellite, the NASA system, the satellite that sits over the top of New Mexico and Arizona and the Pacific and Baja California, it went blank. And so
sunspot, right?
Yeah, either they turned it off or something. But and like Sunspot, whenever I was in New Mexico at the time of the Sunspot New Mexico thing, evacuation, and we heard nothing about it, and we were just right there. And when I was there, I unplugged. I didn't turn a TV on the whole time I was there. It was awesome. And but I did get a spook. I was like, hey, that's pretty cool. Once you're with the same people for 3 days at the conference, and then some guy, 250 pounds comes in and sits next to you, and you're getting looks from the military guys that are at the conference, going, hey, but it's kind of like being, there's like 20 people sitting down front of the movie theater, and there's one guy sitting in the back, and then you go sit next to him.
You're telling us all that there... Are you telling us all that there was some spooks shadowing the conference?
Well, remember, when I went, I didn't know that I was going to be able to go until the day before, and so I had somebody come pick me up and drive me out there, so I had to write my presentation and build my slideshow and put my images together and my LiDAR and all that stuff together while I was there. So the third day, the couple speakers before me, me and Trent Bowl, he lives in, I didn't know he lived in Silver City, and my thing says Trent Bowl is like 90 feet behind you, and he's like actually worked there. So we drove around and we came back, and I sat down and started putting little finishing touches on there, which the last ones I put on. I had to go to my room and get my computer because I have two of them. I have one that never goes online, so nobody can take the images off of it or ever get into that computer. And so I went to my room and I got that. But from the time I went to the room and got that computer and plugged it up to my ThinkPad that I was going to do the show from, I'm sitting here looking at my screen, and I turned it black, and I can see this guy looking at my screen, and and there's nobody sitting in the 10 chairs on the other side of him, and at the other 3 tables just past him, and it's just like the only person that nobody knew came and sat right next to him, and I look up at Brett Shepard, and he's like going, kind of giving me the, we don't know that guy, he's not one of us. And we've been there for 4 days, and we all kind of went everywhere together. We ate together and drank together and did everything together. And so, that's one good thing about the conferences, is like no presentation ever ends. You always end up continuing it after all the way into the night, and then sitting on Carla's roof watching. And that was during the sunspot thing. And there were things that looked like Aurora Borealis on one of the nights. I went up on top of the hotel, and then there was like, usually when you get like the tourist media stream, or when you get like a meteor shower, that means we're coming into a cloud from a certain direction. And so you tend to get them coming from low over the horizon, or coming from the same direction, or they'll zip past. But I was looking up at this one, and I was like, this is not normal, guys. I was like, we have them coming from right to left, from left to right, from behind us. We have multiple directions that would, you have to think about us going into a cloud of something, or a cloud of something coming toward us. You would generally at least get most of them coming from the same general direction, and most meteor showers, if you see them, they look like that. But then when I got back, I heard that, and so what I did is I went on to the Helio viewer, because from the Helio viewer you can click on, you can look through the Solar Dynamics Observatory, or you can look through SOHO or whatever. So I rolled the clock back, and that's where I found that picture with the sun. It looks like it's got a crack straight down the middle. And there's actually an image of that on a wall in a glyph in Egypt. And I was sitting there watching it, and then
is that picture one of the ones I have on the facesofmars.com?
Yeah, and then I rolled it back because I saw a little blink during the thing. It moved really fast. And so I rolled it back, and just a little segment, because you can click make a movie or take a snapshot.
Right.
So I clicked make a movie. Well, I rolled just what I had backward, and when I got to the very first second of it, there's this object that is absolutely 100% spherical. You could put a laser spectrometer on it, and it would be completely spherical. Well, it was coming from, which I don't know if that lens was backward, but it was going from the bottom right to the top left, and it was moving fast. But either way, it buzzed. There's not supposed to be anything in between there other than Mercury and Venus, and those are very tiny and move slow.
And it wouldn't be moving up. In a way, I know what you're talking about. There's on the
it wouldn't be hauling ass either.
Right, on the facesofmars.com, everyone. Well, those were grabs, so that could have been who knows how long of a time, because there was also another shot or two where you would see it actually going, and you would see the ass end of the spear as well.
Yeah.
And I wish I could have found that one and put that here, but it is remarkable because it's a big old spherical body. And I wonder if that's why they really closed down that sunspot, and all the military converged. I mean, it wasn't just from some Chester the molester playing on a computer with porn.
No, and they were saying that it was because it had a good view of White Sands missile range and all that stuff.
That's bullshit too.
But this is what I want to put to everybody. Now, you have satellites. I know satellites very well, but this is kind of an obvious thing right here. Now, you have satellites that just went up yesterday. You have some that are 4 months old. You have some that are 40 years old. You have
It ain't
some,
big
you
enough
have
to
some that
block
are,
out the sun.
yeah, you have some that are 400 million miles away, and you have some that are in orbit, and you have some that are on the surface of the moon or Mars. Now, what would make multiples of those blink off, turn off, completely die instantly? And because the only thing they said was, well, we got more life out of it than we were supposed to. Well, they were looking at it, they were telling the public as individual little things, and I was like, why did they all go off the same day? And I'm like, it seems like somebody's trying to blind us, because somebody's trying to not let us see, just like they did on Phoenix, you know, but it seems like more at a global scale now.
Well, if this image is accurate, okay, and it captured some type of global body between the Earth and the Sun, and it ain't Mercury or Venus, and it's moving from south to north, basically, not,
yeah, it was moving like southwest to northeast, like up at a 45-degree angle. So it wasn't going with orbit; it was going kind of up and down. It was going exactly the 45-degree angle and against the orbit of the sun, but you can't see through it. So it's not a drop of water. So it's not just in space, you know, and a really fast ball of moving water or ice or anything like that. But it came really close to the camera. And but there's other oddities, like you see that huge sphere, and they always, and I call it political sleight of hand. They say there's a object that looks like the shape of a butterfly that's 100 times the size of the Earth that came out of the sun. Well, they cut it off right there. They didn't show you that it almost instantly landed on the sun-sized object right next to the sun. And there's no way to judge size and distance unless you have something to help you do that. But when that thing came out and it was just about to land, a flame came out. You know, when you see ejections come out, you know when there's something right there. You won't be able to tell if it's far off, but the second that thing came out, it wrapped around the planet thing.
Right. But Jeffrey, now people may be confused where you're going. Now on the facesofmars.com, you can scroll down and see images there. And it would help if you had access to that, Jeff, but I don't think you do.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you do? Then go to the facesofmars.com, because I laid out the images there. You can see a picture of the sun. The sun is going black and going down in a zigzag line with something right at the knuckle at the off center of the planet. Now, that feature looks real interesting. And then the next one down, you see that orb, well, we'll call it a planetary body, a spherical body that's about to cut across a diagonal like you're describing. Now, then there's the image under that.
Okay. Let's see. I just now got that.
Yeah.
All right. The orange ones at the bottom, the rectangular, the four bottom rectangular ones are the ones we're talking about, and that's the ones that are right near the sun. That shiny looking object in 2, 3, and 4. I just reversed the colors in the first one so you can see
that shiny object. Is that shiny object coming out of the sun? And just to the bottom left, you could, I guess that would be that spherical body that could hardly be seen.
Well, no, because
tell us what that image is. Tell us why it's yellow. Tell us why it's red and pink.
Well, I think that's just because the temperature of it, or you know, and the luminosity of it. Because you see in the third frame, that's without me adjusting it at all. But I noticed that sphere sitting down there, and I was like, I wonder how far it was. But right then, that blast in picture number 1 that's reversed just like you see it coming out of the sides of the sun. A blast came out, and it was like 1/1000, boom, and it wrapped around the sun. So it was right there. But that also shows the size, relative size of the sun too.
Wait, Jeffrey. All right. Are you saying that spherical body, not the sun, that the spherical body shot something out in that flare into the sun, or did that flare come out of the sun and hit the top of that spherical body?
No, that thing that shaped it's like a butterfly came out of the sun, and a flare came behind it. The sun is at the top right. The bottom left is kind of something they've tried to make invisible over there, but it's a sphere that's sitting next to the sun, and maybe that's the nemesis that's been talked about, or the Order of the Black Sun, and a million other things.
Or one of Nemesis's worlds, as it was, as last week we had Marshall Masters on, and he was talking about something exactly alluding to this, that we will experience a spherical body between Earth and the sun.
It's there.
So all right, so the sun is shooting it out, and then obviously the spherical body must be there if anyone's confused, because this thing hits the top of it
and lands on it.
Right now, that's
it stops.
Yeah, I mean, you can't beat that. I mean, go scroll down a couple of those. All right, yeah. All right,
well,
that is.
It's in order. So the second, third, and fourth one are in order. So you see it come out of the sun. It's flying toward the sphere, and then it lands right on top of it and stops and doesn't go.
That's amazing. Now, it would have been nice to get any clips after the fact to see what happened to that flare.
Yeah, it sat there for a little while, and then the feed went to the thing they do where they freeze it. You know, where I put those blue things up there. I'll explain in a minute. But see, if you look at the two objects that were around the time of the sunspot, New Mexico, and there is an image in Egypt where it looks like the sun has a crack down the middle of it, and exactly on that same spot. And even Damon T. Barry in Knowledge of Forever Time talks about this exact. He talks about this exact image.
Yeah. And, now, when was this? When was this in compared to the sunspot event? When was these frames taken? How long after or before?
Oh, you mean the ones that I took of the image zooming by the Solar Dynamics Observatory?
No, what I'm asking is that this picture
the butterfly.
Of the flare, oh yeah, with the butterfly, the flare, and then landing on top of the planetary body, or whatever you call it.
That was before I left for New Mexico.
So it was before sunspot event.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, there have been videos that we have seen. I wish I could put it here. But of spherical-like objects not really being able to be seen till it got near the sun, though I think it was smaller than this circular object. But once it got near the sun, the sun's cosmic energy would wrap around it, allowing you to see it, and you could see it like on a tendril, like a straw sucking up energy or something from the sun and then taking off.
Yeah, it blew the flare out, and it showed that not only is it fighting the gravity and staying in the same place, but the flare kind of went past the butterfly-shaped thing and completely wrapped around and kept going. You know, it's like if a flare hit the Earth without the magnetosphere, it would just show the shape of it and like keep going.
Shielded, right, like it was shielded, and it was like sucking up energy or something, and then took off like a bat out of hell. And that thing was a sizable object too.
Well, see, I don't think that thing might not have gone anywhere. But even if it didn't, that still it doesn't even matter. It just matters that the fact that there is something the size. If that butterfly thing they were saying was 150 times the size of the Earth, they said over 150 times the size of the Earth.
Wow.
That sphere, if you look at frame 3 and 4,
it's much bigger than the butterfly.
Well, frame 3 and 4 are the actual images, and without me raising the contrast or flipping it into the negative. But that's sitting next to the sun. And then this other thing that buzzed past the Solar Dynamics Observatory, it had to be close and moving fast, or it had to be huge and moving multitudes of that faster. So those other two, the other two that happened, the two that look like the sun's cracked with the sphere on it, that's a different one. But we've got things flying around all over the place, and even in New Mexico, private people reporting that they were seeing stuff. There was orbs coming over the top of ridges and stuff. So I went out and climbed up on the rocks and watched the sun come up. And I'd stay out watching the sun at night, so I was half dead in the morning until I went and got my coffee. But I started after that. I started watching the sun closely, and then I was like, just a couple of days ago, I looked at the sun, and that's the first image of the sun below the Independent Research Society symbol. But that shape is so unique, and it is so complex that there's no, it's even sitting at the same pitch. It's even sitting in the same spot on the sun. It's, it's sitting exactly on all three axes. It's sitting in the same spot. But if you look at it and you zoom in on it close, it's got these radiating things that look like they're solid, that have light coming from behind them, like something that's backlit. But it's just too complex to be two objects that look the same over years apart. Those things are almost 2 years apart, those two images. And one of them is taken April 27th.
Now you're talking about on the facesofmars.com under the Independent Research Society link that you got two pictures. One of the sun, I put it together. All right, you see a blue sun. Now that shiny spot in the middle, or just center there, that looks like around the same area if you go down to those regular sun images with the crack and where the knuckle is, that bright spot at the knuckle. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, that's whenever I flip it over. That's the difference in SOHO and the Solar Dynamics Observatory. I'm flipping between the two.
All right,
so
all right.
That's why one's blue.
I'm comparing the regular sun picture now to the blue one.
The blue is the SDO. That's the Solar Dynamics Observatory, and below that, the blue one is the SDO, and the orange ones, the red ones, are SOHO.
But that's that's the same image, with like basically taken the same day. Because in the orange one, we got a black area on top with like a crack going down to the center. With the center knuckle, we have a bright spot.
Yeah. Well, I just went back and I looked, and I was, and this was just the other day, the 27th, and I looked, and when I saw it, even though it's a 2-year-old picture or something, I was like, I saw that, there's no forgetting that picture, because see, I zoomed in on it. I said, how can there be this complex? And I even put in the post, how can there be this complex of a structure on the sun unless there is something solid on the sun?
So what you're saying is that these blue images under the full sun image, all right, is the same feature a year apart, showing the same flow of fire, showing the same details.
It's got 3 dots behind it. It's got the same number coming out of the right side.
It's got 4 layers. Everything's the same. The wisp, everything is the same. The wisp and everything, the shininess. So you're saying that they must have used the same image on another date and saying it's from that date?
It's a cover image that they're blinding us right now. That's why I'm telling you, we can't see what's going on up there. And people ask me, hey, take a look, or usually I'm looking anyway. But nobody's going to get that image past me twice. But it just happens to... put an image up there that doesn't have something so complex on it, but you're not going to have the same image from 2017 and 2019.
So that that must mean that they're using cover imagery, pretending it is real for other dates on the actual program site where anyone could grab these images?
Absolutely, on helioviewer.org, on the official site. Yeah, on HelioViewer, and on the side it says it has a tab that folds over. It's really easy, and it says input, and you click the down arrow, and it says SDO for Solar Dynamics Observatory, SOHO. Right. Then it says probe A and probe B, which are on the other side of the sun.
Right.
And but these cover images were on there, and right now the orange ones, the SOHO images are, like I said, if you were going to fake an image, put something really plain. But we've had this time of like solar minimum, jumping to spikes, and going to a maximum and back down to a minimum.
Well, this solar explosion is the same thing. That's like lightning striking in the same place twice, even better, because this has the same explosion, same height, the same wisp, the same everything.
Well, it's like the lightning being shaped the same way, and it's 100 times. It's 100 times more complex than that. And
they use another image from a different time, and pretending that it's at the time of when someone grabbed it.
I'm thinking maybe there's somebody like me over there that says, I'll follow your orders, but I'm going to do it in the worst way possible.
Right, yeah.
And there's got to be somebody noticing.
Well, that's what I'm saying, for somebody to notice, because there are people that study that thing. And I used to play around with it a lot, actually, around the Elenin time, believe it or not. And it is a very interesting program. It has a lot of different filters and stuff and buttons, like you're saying. And, yeah, it's very, very awesome, actually. If you have some time, pack it, smoke it, and play with it.
Yeah, it's just HELIO viewer.org and no spaces. And some of the features still work on there because you can switch to other satellites. But I've gone and looked, and before where the sun looked active and moving and all that, it's not there. Now you have still features, but when you add that to the fact that there's 40-year-old satellites millions of miles away that have gone down at the same time that these still images have been, these cover images have been put up, and before I could go on NASA CONUS GO satellite, I could go on Pacific, Atlantic, whatever, and look right then about, because like Google will cover something up, and I'll just go on the NASA site, on the NASA CONUS GO site, and look at what's under it, because that's the only thing I'm looking for. I'm like, if you cover something up, like, if you go on jeffboydjr.blogspot.com, you'll see where Google cut out a section of sky, and it was a sphere, like the one in the picture, coming toward us that had other spheres around it. And they cut it out from 2007, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Finally, in 2013.
Yeah, they were saying that was the Nibiru system.
Yeah, they stopped covering.
And then the other area that was blocked out for a few years, controversial, is the winged, what looked like a winged planet.
No, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It eventually got so close that the cutout section of sky, they didn't want to move it because it would have been too obvious. Because they couldn't have just claimed, oh, well, that piece of data didn't come through whenever we were imaging the sky because it's millions of images. Well, they can't say that if they move it. And so about 2011, 2012, you started being able to see the image on both sides of the cutout piece of sky. So that means it was like 50,000 times closer to us. Well, if something's 50,000 times closer to us, that means it's coming this direction. And like Oumuamua, I was listening to you talk about that. But, if you think about it, just think about orbital dynamics. When things come in from the outer atmosphere, asteroids and stuff are hitting the sun almost every second. And that's gravity. You have a gravity well right there, and things are going to hit the sun unless they're planned on.
Right, but Oumuamua did not follow that precept, and what we know, in fact, it
slingshot.
It not only slingshot, it came down obviously, specifically, when it started budding away as it came during its closest approach to Earth, then it accelerated.
On the galactic plane too. I mean, on the solar plane too. But
right,
then when it hit Jupiter, it did it again.
That's incredible. That shows, to me, that shows intelligence and intent. And to me, that matches President Trump's words of why we must be told to create this Space Force, not to protect us for obvious reasons and our satellites from threats here from Earth, but from threats. But
we can't even do what the Flying Blunt did and all the little jokes they made about it, But that's not what it looked like. The very first image that it came out, the thing was like painted red and had, it was like it was different. The image changed.
They were all artist impressions. Now, on that note, I think we should go to a break if you're cool. Yeah. With that, we'll come back. We'll jump back onto Oumuamua because that raises a lot of questions and issues about these works. So pack up and smoke them, everybody, because you're still definitely going to lead them when we come back and talk with Jeffrey Boyd Jr. Jeffrey, mute mic.
Right on.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
I listened to the End of Day Tonight, the show, and I gotta tell you, I thought it was pretty good, but I gotta tell you, I would like to hear more about Mr. Hoagland. You talked about a lot of stuff, but I didn't hear much about Mr. Hoagland. Maybe next time, you do a good job. I just want to say thank you to the End of Days, but next time, let's talk about Mr. Hoagland a little more.
What's up, boys and girls? I'm Michael Deacon, just here to remind you, if you enjoy shows like the one you are hearing now, The Martian Revelation, I'm opening Pandora's Box live every Saturday night at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That's 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Go to michaeldeacon.com for your preferred platform. Don't forget, the end of days are upon us. Make sure you are on the right side when the end is here.
apparently we ought to expect the fall. Indeed, maybe that's what Trump was alluding to again. Not from the threats here on Earth, but to protect us from the threats coming from deep space. And we are with our guest, Jeffrey Boyd Jr., and listening to the Martian Revelation. And why not give out the timeline number? You never know. All right, who might want to chime on in? Ask Jeffrey a question or have a comment. Well, speaking of the fall, of end of days, the days of the fall, the days upon the Martian Revelation. Are we going to fall or are we going to rise like the phoenix? Well, let me give out the number there. 940-600-4740. 940-600-4740. And again, speaking of end of days, it's kind of funny because yesterday, in these end of days, I was on with the show at Mike Deacon, the end of days show, talking about the fall of John B. Wells as he slipped into that Wells well to hell. Listeners to this show can appreciate and not appreciate those evil dark missioners and how he was able to be sucked in, blowing away people of like totally out of character of how people thought they knew him. And look what he held in a bet and tried to play off a different scenario in a different scene. Evil. Why? Well, because they have a problem with me. You don't like me. I'm too wild. I'm too Alex Jones. And I take that as a compliment, but I know where he was coming from. He was alluding to that Alex Jones should not be heard on the air. That's what I'm thinking and believing, because obviously he has a problem with Alex Jones and he has a problem with me, and especially since he had to give in to the dark missioners to not only harm me and try to make me look bad and try to deflate the relevance of this show. He did it by fucking you all. Yes, it was done to fuck you all. How does it all feel that you all been fucked? That's the point of the show of End of Days yesterday. And that's what shocks Mike Deacon, because of the fact of the matter, Dr. Gil Levin I'm sure is not as happy as he potentially was that morning when all this began for an interview with John B. Wells, where he turned it all around and obviously was contacted, in my opinion, by that big dick Hoagland to put the kibosh on it, because he just couldn't have this show relevance or have my name out there, because this man's so egotistical, sociopathical, and it's kind of irritating because it carries on of all the dirty deeds done to me and mine over the years from years ago. He's trying to still influence, but the thing is, it hurt the effect of what this show and you, the listener, was wanting to help Dr. Gil Levin with to do. Okay? With to change history, to make history right. To bring the truth out, other than the falsities and the cover-ups. And no one else had the balls but Mike Deacon, End of Days. He was concerned with it. And hopefully, everyone got to see why. Those of you who don't want to continue to pay him your money, well, that's your problem. But you pay these people to join their special clubs and special subscriptions to bring you the truth. And therefore, instead be encouraged to lie to your listeners and to show that they lie to theirs. But yet they want your money. This ain't like that. We need your donations, no special subscriptions, no special clubs here to join. You could become part of the Martian militia by default. Help donate to the show to help us all grow, because it desperately needs it. I'm not going to lie, and it's not an embarrassing thing. My life was pushed into this situation where I am, and I am pissed off that people think they have the audacity and the capability to keep screwing me over, to keep trying to affect it when it's they themselves that are running from secrets they not wish to talk about. I'm doing my job, and Jeffrey Boyd Jr. is doing his job. And we're back with Jeffrey Boyd Jr. It's kind of funny because I just seen an image talking about a phoenix.
Yeah.
That he had put up in chat. Another sun image, it looks like, He'll tell us from what and what it is. But I could swear, and many have seen this before over the years, but I never really got into it and what it's about. Apparently, Jeffrey has, because it looks like a big winged craft, a big winged bird, as it was, coming around the sun. Tell us about this image.
Well, what it makes me think of is if you look up, and anybody who hasn't heard of this needs to, because it'll give you I'm a realist. I'm one of the people, I do not ever want it to be aliens or to not be aliens. I just want it to be the truth no matter what it is. I do not care either way. I just want it to be what it is, and I want people to know that that's the only thing they'll ever get from me.
It's waking time in me.
But when I'm looking at the sun, that's what I see. That's what I show. But this thing just it looked like it was coming out of the sun, and it had this tail behind it, like it was leaving a plasma trail behind it. And then it changed. It came around with the orbit of the sun, but fighting against the gravity. So it was coming toward the camera. So as it was coming around the sun, maybe it was doing a slingshot thing. But every time I see the sun go black, it's
on the screen at thefacesofmars.com on the YouTube stream link, and so we could see it like coming around there. From our left of the sun, looking straight at the image, which is its right. And then look at that thing. It looks like a craft spewing out.
Yeah.
It's
it has a plasma trail. And there are other items like these jellyfish-looking things. And when I was on Ground Zero, it was cool because Clyde knew exactly what I was talking about. He had seen them. There's these jellyfish-type creatures you see that like hover in the around the sun. You see them. They light up whenever they get close to the sun, and he had seen them before too. And but if you look up the Soyuz 7, I think it was the Soyuz mission. Just type in Russian cosmonauts and Angel event. But they were, and it reminds me of this because they said they were in the space station Mir, and then the next Soyuz rocket was coming up to relieve them. So there's like 7 of them on board or something. Well, they said that a couple of days before their relief crew came, an orange cloud engulfed the space station. And remember, these are Russian cosmonauts in the USSR. This was back during the 80s, maybe early I think it was during the 80s. Yeah, but a cloud engulfed the station, and they said they could see these things with almost like faces, which makes me think of like a manta ray type thing. But they said they were winged beings that were like the size of a 747 and were just right outside the window, and you never hear any more past that. And they said, the commander just said, okay, the next day it happened again. Well, then the next day after that, the relief crew was coming. They said, nobody tell the relief crew what we saw. We want to stay astronauts, cosmonauts. Don't tell them anything. Well, when the relief crew was on board, now you have 2 crews on there. One hasn't told the other one, and the thing got engulfed with a cloud. And
just tell him to pack it and smoke it. He'll see it.
Yeah, and it happened again. But looking at and see, that's what's led me back to studying archaeology. I started going back looking for answers back there. But in the Temple of Dendera at Abydos and the goddess of Hathor, those are the temples that are like older than Egypt, like Zahi Hawass Day Egypt, anything in the last 12,000 years. But these images are up there, and they're on the wall. And I don't think, just like it shows their little sun boat going into the sun, and it even shows if you go in at this angle, it has an ankh on it. And another angle,
I see you gave another image. Sorry, Jeffrey. I see you gave another image of the sun. It looks black and white, except for that's what I was talking about. The orb with the tendril connected to the sun. That's what I was talking about. Well, and it looks like it's sucking energy out, and then it takes off.
Yeah.
And Mean Green, if Mean Green sees that, he might be able to put that up so people can see what the hell we're talking about.
Yeah, well, see, and those things came around, and what I'm trying to show is there was actually 2 or 3 of them connected at the same time, and then 2 years later, on July 12th, they came back. So they can't be what NASA said, a plasma bubble or anything like that, because when a plasma bubble releases from the atmosphere, it does not kick up a wake on the surface of the sun 1,500 miles tall.
Right, as it's taken off, and it doesn't lose its spherical clarity either.
It acted like an animal more than a nuts and bolts craft, like
coming to suck up some water, as it was.
Yeah, that's what it seems. And I mean, I don't think the sun is what we think it is. I used to think John Lear was like, I was like, there's no way, but you go look in archaeology, you see the people before the Egyptians, which I think they were like 50,000 years before, 25 to 50,000 years before. That's what that's what the Sphinx tells us. But it shows them traveling through the stars, but they were going, every time they traveled anywhere, they were going through the sun, the star gate, and every time when I see a big black spot form, and just a while back,
the forever time comes to your mind. It's hard for it to.
Yeah, no doubt. But when you look into it, you're seeing other stars. That blows.
What's on the other side of that? How could you see other stars unless it's a window or an opening?
Yeah. Well, that makes sense with the angles, that they showed on that. There's you can look it up just going through glyphs. I think it's the temple or the one in Ur, the oldest temple. That it's the one that has the actual story of Atlantis, and there's never any word Atlantis there, but I think that's the temple it's in. But it shows the sun in the corner, and it has beams coming out like straight lines, and it showed like at different angles it would have an Ankh symbol on it, like don't go in this way, go in this way or go in this way. And they're in their sunboat, and the sunboat is shaped exactly like an Einstein-Rosen bridge, theoretically. It has the sunboat has the wormhole on each end of it, and they're standing in the boat. But that's the sunboat. Even if you see stars in the background, that's the sunboat. So that's the Stargate. That's how they were getting other places. And we find out over and over again, and especially since I've been doing the LiDAR, one story after another falls. And I'm not trying to make it be that way, but it's just mythology keeps on getting proved true. And it's not a coincidence that as our technology gets better, we understand the magic of the past. It's just technology we didn't understand. And I just think that we're not at that level. Mm-hmm.
The technology of the stars of what also encompassed our solar system. And again, Mars. And you mentioned Babylon there, or, Sumeria, basically. The Anunnaki, they claim a lot of similar things, except minus the Stargate aspect. Like Damon T. Berry there, knowledge of forever time. But it alludes to higher forms of technology that was available to these people. They set up shop even in the solar system. Something happened. So maybe people, for the lack of a better term, came through these stargates. Obviously, you hinted that the Egyptians got to have motifs or hieroglyphs showing similar things and knowledge of the forever time. Again, that's why it's hard not to think about it, as crazy as it is.
But just look for the people who are dealing with truth. Because, did you hear, and people just need to know this, just because it's truth, because I don't care if it affects something of my future in radio or doing whatever. I'm just trying to get the truth out there. But Linda Howe had interviewed these guys, Sparta 1 and Sparta 2, back in July or something. And so she's had these guys in silhouette, this Marine and this Navy SEAL, in their silhouette and recorded and set up and ready to do, but still waited this long, and it was just until last week But while she was gone, after having it recorded that long, while she was gone to the Conscious Life Expo, well, David Wilcock and Corey Good jump in and broadcast it the day before her while she's gone. And I'm like, that's some freaking low stuff right there. She's
Again,
like,
there's
her
a lot of
and George
douchebags.
Nuri.
There's a lot of douchebags out there.
George Knapp, her and George Knapp they're the top investigative journalists, and they're getting truth out there. I don't believe Linda's one of them people who wants it to be aliens or who doesn't. I think, but that's the people you have to look for, the ones who don't care, who only want the truth.
You go where the data leads. It's not far-fetched.
Exactly.
Consider aliens, especially now jumping back to Oumuamua, because again, every picture that they have shown us of this object is an artist's rendition. They showed us no images, none of what this thing really looks like from what I have got to see, and I did some research on it. Have you found any true images of the object?
No, the only thing I could ever see was once it entered the solar system, I could see the tracking thing, but you couldn't get close up to it. For one, it's moving 100,000 miles an hour, but it wouldn't zoom in that close.
Exactly, but it was cigar-shaped. It kind of reminds you of the Galactica, so for people to get a concept of what we have been acclimated to over the years, that's how they do it. We're coming to the time now when we must be told why there's a lot more showing up.
I'm sort of freaked out that everything is about the end game, Infinity War, and Apocalypse, and Holocaust, and everybody being turned on Taco Bell to the Geico Gecko has the gauntlet on.
All I know is that it would then come down to the scriptures of where kingdom come then. But, I don't think, there's some things here on this earth before that takes place. And the way things are shaping up, it's possible, but Trump... Again, we're on a new timeline. Things aren't going to go down.
Well, you know what? I'm very empathic, and I think from being in martial arts too, you learn how to read the person across from you, especially when you do it every day for decades. And you're around people that you're always trying to read. You eventually get tuned into it, but. Trump's not so hard to read, especially when he's trying not to be, but he got up there and he put his hands on the thing and he goes, Space Force. It just makes sense. And he says it's going to be a success because it's already up there.
Right. He says we may have a Space Force. We'll develop another one. Right there, how much bigger of a disclosure in code can you get? Coming from the presidents, people would call that a soft disclosure. So these threats are coming out there from deep space and everything. And now, regards to Oumuamua, again, it's not far-fetched because the way this thing came in and was leaving, it was directly, the way it looks, and then changed position and then accelerate away, wasn't too far from the Earth at all. What, less than 1 astronomical unit? So that's pretty interesting. And like you said, it did another maneuver up at Saturn, right? So, and that, I believe, also is not gravitationally modeled.
It's almost not even possible because you would be drugged into it. We would have to have some opposing force to slingshot. But yeah, when it hit Jupiter, it came in from above us. It slingshot around the around the bottom side of the sun and came out exactly on the plane to be aimed right at Jupiter, and not right at Jupiter's center, where it was gonna be in that amount of time. That is some calculation.
Right, and I believe that could have been used as a potential slingshot effect, but I don't think so because of the way. At the same time, because the way that when it was close to Earth as it was, and boom, it looked strategically purposed, strategically pathed for that purpose, and then heading back outward. You know what? Going back from whence it came, hauling ass. So it's what's on board? What was viewing us? And I'm thinking President Trump, the threats coming from deep space. I'm thinking Trump telling General Dunford when he signed it, the Space Force, about, to create it in the Congress there when he told General Dunford, "Good luck, General. Now go get it." And I keep thinking, go get what?
I go back and I look at things like this, like Bill HR 1503. It was passed. It was put on the floor by Ted Cruz. It's House of Representatives 1503, and it was for mining rights for all the stuff until the year 2020. That's next year, and we still haven't
gone. Now space is on.
Yeah, and also there was a purchase of the company that made aircraft carriers in the Carolinas somewhere. They purchased it to refurbish it to make other things that we keep hearing, and then you see what you would think in your head that they would make in things like the Avengers. You see airborne aircraft carriers, and then you hear rumors and whistleblowers talk about we have weapons platforms in orbit that have what's called kinetic kill vehicles, which imagine just a 6-pack of tungsten telephone poles. If one just slides out, you have a nuclear explosion with no radiation.
That's amazing. And not only that, in space, it's feasible. It reminds me of Gary McKinnon, the off-world,
non-terrestrial officers.
Non-terrestrial officers, non-terrestrial craft names, all this shit. And also seeing a picture, which was as it would be fully downloaded before he could save it. I remember this loading up back in the day.
Transfers.
Right, and then but he got to see a cigar-shaped object with the dome and on top and underneath. Now, but cigar-shaped. Now, we do know that they would model them like submarines in space. And now, but the thing is, getting up there and building all this shit. That's the thing, and that's where Gary McKinnon and a lot of this starts making sense of the type of crafts that we may have out there. Because remember, Trump said, everybody, we may have a space force.
And see, right down the street from here is U.S. Cyber Command, and I used to think that was part of the NSA. That's U.S. Space Command, and right next door is General Dynamics. That's DARPA, and that they're on the same parking lot as Bossier Parish Community College, but they had some weird CRVA. Well, I'm not one of those guys who's going to drive by a building and see initials I don't know and not look it up. Well, I went and looked it up, and it was General Dynamics. Now it says General Dynamics out there, but that's DARPA. But ever since then, and even with speaking to Linda Howe, the person that reported seeing, if you know what the Dragonfly drone it was, that thing that kind of had an acorn-looking shape of like antennas on the top of it, but it had this weird like T shape, and pictures were taken of it all over the place. But it was here at Barksdale Air Force Base that someone reported it on the ground in a hangar. They said during an air show somebody went off somewhere they shouldn't have and saw one of them sitting on the ground, whether it be ours or something that we knocked down or whatever. But right now, just stepping back and taking a look at our solar system and taking a look at the planet, for one, I'm trying to do other work, on the moon when people ask me to, or on Mars, like they asked me to do the LiDAR thing and apply it to Mars and see what I could see underground there. And, what the situation was then, because then it would be livable if we've had people living here, because I'm telling you, we're standing on top of an ant bed that the extent of the underground now I've seen even further. I've got an image that goes down all the way to the outer core, and just like Credo Mutwa that Michael Tellinger interviewed in Africa about the Chittahoochee. And there is a place around a hard shell around the inner core, but there's a place where that hard shell comes to the surface right under Africa, where they said, and then another place on the planet, but I can't tell where it is on the other side because it's kind of wireframe. But that now all the information is coming back, and places like the Getty, like Catalina Island, that those things are just, they put a museum on top of just a huge underground structure. But things like when you can't get LiDAR, you can't get underground images of New Mexico. That's data all by itself, you know. And when you can't look underground in California, the places that they would most likely use it, and that
we need to use it on these crafts going to Mars and orbiting Mars, and maybe that would be something to put a petition for, as well as the land at Cydonia. That's going to be an issue that's going to be brought up on this show as well, because damn it, this Martian revelation is relevant.
It's full of lava tubes, and you can go. Everybody can go look at this yourself. If you look across Mars, where you see one side speckled and one side's almost totally smooth. But if you look around the volcano, because they were saying it was a dead planet and everything, but if you go look, the further out you get away from volcanic activity or away from Olympic Mons, the biggest volcano in the solar system, if you get further away from that, you have more impacts per square mile or per square 100 miles than you do close to it, which means sometime in the recent past it has let out magma, covered those up, and now you have 4 or 5 impacts where 100 miles over you've got 1,000 of them in that same size area. So you have these areas where you can see it's been smoothed over, and it like almost have a bubble over the top of where a crater used to be. So you can see where new material has come up on the surface. There's so much stuff we found on Mars. It's just because I was in the Mars Anomaly Research Society before I was in the Independent Research Society, and I just started writing about different subjects. But I found out they were using us to wipe away Google Earth and Google Mars, and they were using us to take images as we found stuff. They were taking stuff out of the archives.
Right.
So
That's why I don't give out a lot of my finds. But regarding of the Olympus Mons, they call that the Tharsis Bulge. Now, that is very geometrical, and I don't think what we're seeing there is natural by any means, a natural volcano per se. Because you could say that Olympus Mons would be the top of a pyramid if you consider the other Tharsis so-called volcanoes, the way they're lined up like the Orion's Belt or like the Giza Pyramid, some like to claim. It looks similar. And with the Olympus Mons being at the top of that pyramid as it was if you were to connect the dots, and the bulge it sits on, it's very interesting. All I know is one thing, we need to get our boots on the ground, and the Mars Insight is there looking for those subsurface illegals. And also, they detected, all right, we talked about this last week a little, supposedly a Mars quake. Now, how do they know it's a Mars quake? I don't know, but one thing's for sure, it's reverberations coming from beneath the surface. That's, they want to push the natural model, but we know this thing launched from Vandenberg. All things launched from Vandenberg, according to Dr. Brandenburg, is classified or mostly classified.
And I was talking to Ken Johnston last week.
Looking for the subsurface illegals.
And I was talking to him on April 13th, and it's on YouTube. It's Jeff Boyd Jr. But he couldn't believe that I had seen that. He said, that's highly classified. I can't believe you saw that. He said, I was 5 miles out in a boat with the other countries, but with 38 nations media there, and then the rest of the world out there in 100 ships watching. I mean, our show of force is the last thing we want to fail, because mutually assured destruction is only a deterrent is if you can deliver, And so your show of force is the last thing you want to fail. But I think
Trump was right. Peace through strength. That's why we had to rebuild our military. Peace through strength. He's right. And it's not like anyone wants to build it. Well, at least Trump don't want to really build them up to have it to enforce the world, but through strength to create peace, especially as now we must be told to build the infrastructure for We the People Space Force to be the infrastructure for the rest of the world to then come up on the board to protect us from the threats coming from deep space, in his exact words, to protect the homeland, where the homeland is going to have a whole new meaning than what we think of it as just a nation. It's not just a nation at that point.
It changes warfare, but it also changes us with other countries. But just like the Cold War, I think a lot of the Cold War was just excuses for them to do things behind the scene and for so much money to go into the black budget programs and nobody asked about it. But they, now if you control space, you control you change things, because now intercontinental ballistic missiles, if they leave the atmosphere, are going to be shot down, and now they have the electric space fence thing, and even on their patch it says full spectrum dominance.
And the hypersonic missiles that the Chinese have another word for them.
And the Russians.
I mean the government. But and the Russians are working on the hypersonics. And, again, we may have a space force. We'll develop another one.
I think we already do. I think that's why it's so sure of the success. I think we already have one, and it's been up there a while. And Mike Barrett, you've had him on, but that was a document that came out with all this disclosure, this dump disclosure they did. And you can go on the Independent Research Society page, and I have over 13 million files in the CREST CIA database you can access from my page right there. But that it says that the U.S. base on the moon was destroyed by U.R. But I do not. They think that's United Russia, but I think that's somebody else, and it's not Uruguay.
Was it right? Yeah, Uruguay. Now, wasn't that also in WikiLeaks?
Yeah, and that was part of the Julian Assange dump, I believe. But I mean, that could be anything from the rumors you've heard to reptilian to whatever. But that's why you go look for facts.
I heard it was our base. I heard it was our base, though, and it was destroyed supposedly by the Russians. But I don't know.
Well, remember they were in the competition. We've laughed about it before. Like, hey, let's nuke the moon. Like, now let's nuke it with the biggest. Because the Russians said they want to make a nuclear explosion that you can see from Earth, and which was kind of funny. But when they did it, they were actually doing it to a U.S. base that was on there. But the Rand Corporation and Boeing both had finishing date designs that they turned in. Different defense corporations and aerospace places build designs, and then they accept one or the other. But they both had finishing dates of like 1963 and 1965, and
it kind of matches up with Colonel Corso's, where it's the Project Horizon timeline a little, don't it?
Yeah, exactly. The Horizon base was the Army base, and I think that was by the Rand Corporation. And its finishing date was 1963. And so I think we've had a military, I think that's why they designated it NASA, the Civilian Space Corps, and sometimes the information they give you is for the information they're not giving you, and sometimes like lack of data is data in itself.
Right, just like the Mars we now know is not the Mars they now know.
And well, I mean, and I know you know about it. I call it the rotunda. I just name stuff, but there's a round thing on Mars, right? It's in Cydonia, below the face, like southeast of it, and it has a freaking road going to the top of it and a door in the side of it. I'm like, this thing looks like a castle. You know what I'm talking about?
I think so, but it would be nice.
It's round, and it looks like it has a wall on the side. It has a wall on the side of it, and then it kind of has this like swirl shape to the top of it. But it totally looks like a building you would see in Russia or somewhere.
Are you talking about the Tholis? If you have a picture, maybe pass it to Mean Green. He could throw it up on the screen. But
I don't have one handy, but it looks so much like a building that there's so many other places that it's kind of like they direct you over there, try to get attention there. But if you notice, they said
there's only a big face staring up at you and pyramids.
But they said we're gonna put boots on the face of Mars. They didn't say we're gonna put boots on Mars and see if there's a face there.
No, right. He was very implicating on that. And coming from the president, again, that fits Brookings, because that was all in terms of the Space Force. Notice he didn't say we were going to put the Chinese and American and Russian boots there. We're going to put American boots there. Which American boots? Not astronauts, not people bringing flags.
Marines.
They're bringing M60s.
Yeah, and they, but I think it's funny because if you go back and you watch the little talk he gave. He puts his hands down there and he just goes, Space Force. He's like, it just, just makes sense, right? And he's like, and it's going to be a success. And I mean, he's just like so sure about it.
You know why though, Jeffrey?
It's already a success.
Yeah, but well, not only that. Now, why? Because we're coming to a time when we have to be told of things, and they're telling us they need many more boots.
Yeah, and now you got
with however vast or not vast it may be, they need many more boots. It's time to up the ante now. That's the thing he's saying. That's what it means, and that is incredible. Why? Because there's a threat coming from deep space. What's that threat?
Yeah.
What did he tell General Dunford to go get?
Be on our doorstep. I mean, right now, people ask me, they're like, there's been this go on, or I always stream P&K space imaging that looks at the moon. They broadcast out of Miami, and so they're shooting out over the ocean, so they get really good shots of the moon, and it's interactive in the chat, so you can type zone 1, 2, 3, like, on the phone, and it will zoom into that area of the moon. And they haven't been on lately, and then I go look, and I have cover images on things that I've been using for over a decade. I've got satellites that are 4 decades apart, and they both went down the same day, and they won't address those facts, and you can't get our media to ask them questions like, how can 5 different things that are out there getting reconnaissance for us and looking at planets, and one of them's 1 million miles away and made in the 60s, and one of them's made yesterday, and they both go down at the same time, and then there's ones that are on the ground and some that are looking at the sun, and it's like they poked all our eyes out, and right now there could be something half the size of the moon sitting above the earth and we wouldn't know it.
That's incredible, especially if it has any cloaking abilities. But let's go to our last break, bro, if you're cool with that. And then we'll come back. And if you have any other images, just shoot them in the message there at Mean Green, bro. And let's get into something still. And because we still have a little bit of time left, but I'm glad that you were on tonight. It's definitely been a long time.
Yeah.
Hopefully, show pick, man. You're slaying those who will keep the secrets from us. Those are the past. Those are the dead. The ones that are dead. Dark mission is. That's going to be them on the pikes along with them that steered us to learn false truths. Now it's time to reveal the truth. Where? On the Martian Revelation.
Watching you always, it keeps me alive.
play the part so well, my camera takes your soul. I watch you walk alone, it makes me feel alright. Oh yeah. You won't see me coming on it, only goes to show. I see you are the young eyes, I need you. Watching you always, it keeps me alive. I need you, all the young eyes, I need you. Watching you closely with evil eyes. Everywhere I go, her faces I see. You are my obsession, you are fantasy.
That's right. Someone may be looking at us with evil eyes, but I'll tell you what, if you go to facesofmars.com, you might have some evil eyes there, as we appreciate our dancing space hoes. I love my space hoes, I got to tell you. And we'll be getting even better ones soon, especially in the future as the Martian revelation unfolds. Maybe a couple real ones there for us, huh? That's right. Why? Because I got the balls to do so. Why not? I mean, look at all the things we have to come to understand. Look at what we're going over tonight with. Who, according to Jeffrey Boyd Jr., who may be watching us? Who has those evil eyes on us? Is that the threat coming from deep space? Or are they here to help? But definitely something and someone is probing us. And who knows, one astronomical unit, not even, what's that, 93 million miles? They have such telescopic means, they have such things, they could probably pick up all our broadcasts, zoom down into every city for the spans of viewability, line of sight as it was, or as the Earth rotates, even coming in, they could have grabbed all that at high res. So by the time they made the the ricochet, when it's on its closest approach, it would have had all that it needed to go away and seeing who and what we are, what we're doing, what we're about. Maybe they're coming back to check up on us. Either way, because they were seeing what we're doing, what we're about, what's going on. The threat from deep space. We may have a space force. We'll develop another one. No big deal, you know. Nonchalantly. Again, I'm Gary Leggiere, your host of Mars Revealer. You're listening to the Martian revelation that's upon you all again now. I thank the co-producer, Mean Green, for allowing these space hoes to entertain us all. Hopefully you all like that and get a kick out of it. All right, but we're back with Jeffrey Boyd Jr. So Jeffrey, again, what do you think, though? I mean, we could hypothetically, we freely speculate on this show. of intense. If it was intelligence, what do you think the intent is? Malevolent or benevolent? Hypothetically speaking.
I don't know, because I'm one of them people who, like, you see me with the picture with the gold mask over my face. Well, that Elvex, my little Darth Vader shield, that thing was only like, it's a quarter of a millimeter thin, and I would have clear metal alloy like hit my face. It was as clear and as thin as water, and it would just roll off of my face mask and just fall off of me. And I'm sitting here thinking, if you had even part of this in your DNA strand, what says that you can't live on the sun? What says that you can't live anywhere? Because I was standing where it was 4,000 degrees that would melt a human being, and I think looking for water out there is actually looking for us, and I think that's all there is to it. I think it's the same as us standing on, you and I standing on the side of a volcanic vent. We're extremophiles, and we're looking across this ocean where every little speck, every millimeter, there's another little microscopic little shrimp or a little something, and it's like us standing there looking and going, somewhere across that ocean, there's another place with that life-giving sulfur that's 500 degrees. I think the possibilities and things have been framed up in our mind where it's just, they play these little games with the media and with movies for years, but you notice even that's changed. Now it's kind of become more of a preparation and not a joking around Mars alive thing where they're like, I come in peace, and they keep shooting everybody. It's become more serious now. And but
the people.
Yeah, exactly. But I sent you the thing, and it has those three spears, and that's like the same symbol for those kinetic kill vehicles. But if you look at time, it's got a net. It's either a net.
I see the picture. Mean Green. If he sees it, hopefully he'll throw them up. It says Cyber U.S. Army Cyber Command. Three spears, and it's in the shape of a pentagon.
And
green
outline,
light bolts at the top.
And like space time is warped around it, and you see that glowing field around there.
I noticed that. Could that be an allusion to time technology?
Yeah, they did that on purpose. And that field around, that blue glow around it, is what I said with the Bosnian beam. The pyramids aren't shooting beams up; they're pulling that positively charged ionosphere down, and that's how they powered the Earth. And I sent you a couple other images, a couple below that were, underground in Antarctica, and the other one that looks like Tron is underneath Angkor Wat. But if you pull electricity down on it and then listen to what the story was of him traveling through space and through time, they had the energy to do it, and when you look underground, they had the technology to do it. But if you look at the second to bottom one, that ancient Egypt one of them sitting inside the craft is just too much, And above that, it shows them sitting there in a sea of stars in their little sun boat. But as of above that, those are the pictures. Don't put the green one in there. That's one of my images from Point Doom that one of those spooks was trying to get at the conference, because I actually showed the images inside Point Doom that like Jimmy Church and everybody was trying to get for like 5 years, and I got images inside of it. And below that is some type of technology or something with language written on it that is unknown.
You might want to hold on a minute, Jeffrey. You might want to hold on a minute, because from what I see, I don't see it on the screen. Mean Green might be adding these images. So sometimes it's good to follow along with the screen, but there's like 11 images in there. If he ain't. I
saw your picture drop. Let me see if I can forward it over to you. Well, you saw the one with the.
Yeah, but I can't put it in the feed. Mean Green is
Oh,
on
yeah.
that.
Oh,
They're handling
yeah.
that.
Just
So
don't put the third one in there. But that bridge going across there proves that Point Doom was above ground whenever the ice cap melted, because they had to build a bridge over Malibu Canyon that was formed around it. And you can see where there's an entrance that goes right underneath California, and right across from that doorway, the doorway is kind of facing Catalina Island. There's and obviously the tree thing from under El Castillo, but there's more underground than there is on the surface. We don't know 5% of the surface of this planet.
right now, you're talking about that
underneath.
Earth image. You talking about that Google Earth image?
Yeah, the Google Earth image is trying to show. Yeah.
All right, yeah, and it looks like, and that's been contested, like those are pillars and ships go in and out of there, whatnot, or
yeah,
even
that's Mugu Naval Base, Mugu Point. But just like, okay, the green image, the one I did at Chichen Itza, just that little spike on top of the whole tree-looking thing, that's the pyramid. So that's how tiny it is. So
that's the pyramid itself. Like, wow.
Yeah. So what's below is 1,000 times more than what's above. And that's everywhere I find.
It's got pyramids below it, steps and everything, and that are huge.
There's rooms. There's rooms all over. If you look over to the right and below the overhang thing, you see little rooms and everything. But now, if you look the closest to you, you see sets of stairs. That's miles away from the structure and about 2,100 feet deep, somewhere in there. But
that was LiDAR.
And that's the same depth as Point Doom, and also off the Yucatan, that city that they found, and back in the 60s during the Cuban Missile Crisis they found one, but at the 2,100 feet deep level, we're finding civilizations all over the place. So there was that time we're looking for with the high civilizations because right now, think about it, Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, San Diego, New York, Miami, 70 to 80% of our population is on the coast, and 10 feet of water, 20 feet of water would put it on the continental shelf. They like to call it around the world, but it's not a continental shelf. It's the old shorelines why it's there.
Right.
And so we've got a lot to discover there, but what's underground has totally changed what I was thinking, because I used to hear people talk about reptilians, and then the movie, the one with the girls that go down in the cave and all that, and then I'm like, but then I do the LiDAR stuff, and everywhere that I look, it's 10 times, 15 times the surface area of what's on top. The ledges in these caves are big enough to put New York City on, and it just continues on. And we've discovered oceans under our oceans and underneath our continents, fresh water. They drug a net through the Marianas Trench out by the Philippines, and they pulled up a bunch of blind freshwater creatures. And that's an oddity to find in the deepest part of the ocean. You're going to pull up something freshwater from down there.
And there's also fishes with luminance. Instead of eyes, they have luminancy.
Bioluminescence. Yeah.
It's amazing. And that is the deepest point on the planet to crack. They say also by those Sumerian tales that the Earth was the chunk of the planet between Mars and Jupiter, of Tiamat, that blew up. Now that could make sense of why that crack is there, because and tectonics, as it continues to suck in and heal, and it makes sense that it wouldn't be perfectly round, but as it's supposedly spinning, I'm not getting in that debate of flat Earth or not. All right, this ain't that. But I am saying that
thing.
but it makes sense that if we are the top chunk and things were heated, we'd still have materials. It would be, as it spun around, over time, it's still healing as it was. It's still, but at that point is a major
It never
point.
stops, and the Ring of Fire and the Atlantic Ridge just keep us growing.
The gaping wound of the chunk that broke up, that's its sealing point, where it was sealing. That's the scar, the pit, as it was.
And Antarctica used to be part of Africa, and it broke off, but that explains, and I've shown you that LiDAR that I shot through there, and you can see where the ground is and where the ice is over water. And so you can see where the hollow places are underneath there, and under one side of, and it's weird, Jules Verne called it Volcania or something, and 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Well, it just turns out that there's like 100 volcanoes. It's the most volcanic active place. The most volcanoes in the world are under the one side of Antarctica, which if any of them were going off or any of them had any heat coming up, that would cause a huge dome underneath it. Because people forget it's 2 and 3 miles thick. We're talking about 15,000, 20,000 feet of ice. And so you could have a 5,000-foot ceiling. You could fly airplanes underneath it, and it...
You said at Chichen Itza, look at the small pyramid in that LiDAR images showing right now on the screen, and all that underneath is so much far larger and deeper. Now,
and somebody built stairs.
Right. Well, they look like stairs, but it's a stepped pyramids. That's what I see. But anyway, I believe we got a caller on the line. And if so, on the timeline, thanks for listening. Thanks for joining us. What's your name? Where you calling from? And what do you think about this madness?
Somebody calling from the 406. Might be on mute.
I don't know. Someone, I was told we have a caller.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. It's Mike
there we
Montana.
go.
Hey, Mike, how you doing,
bro? Hey, I just wanted to point out that one of those images I've been seeing going through the series here is a picture of a LiDAR image taken from Antarctica. It was one of the first images that NASA released. 2 NASA scientists reported that there was a settlement.
Yeah, you talking about the squares?
Kilometers. Yeah. The 2 squares that are 45 to one another. What do you know about that? Because I've been trying to find out more about that, and I just don't see anything.
I started finding other ones, and actually in different places. Like there'd be one right up next to the transatlantic, the transantarctic mountains, and so you have kind of like a little city right there. And then a little further away, you would have one. But then, I start thinking, is this the same type of people or whatever? But I've got another image I can throw up there. They have the square, and they have that thing in the middle, and it's almost like it's a support column, maybe. But
throw it up the screen.
Yeah, but the smaller ones, it's more round, and there's like squares connected to squares. But then I started looking later, and the thing that's around it, I was thinking, maybe these are just, at first I thought maybe pyramids just under ice, but then I realized that these are connecting tunnels. You see the line that goes around it, and you see it leading off out of the screen, that there's tunnels that lead to other places. But I didn't know that till years later when the imaging got better and I could shoot through it with something else and look at other people's images that they had already shot. But they have definitely the same structure. So I think that there is like a pre-Adamite, antediluvian civilization type level there, just like we have in Europe and in the Americas and in Africa, and we have our technological age. And you see evidence of both of them down there. And but a lot of the pyramids are under ice. So you don't even see those, which really, if you think about the movie AVP, that's the best way to think about it. And that's what Sparta 1 and Sparta 2 said about the things they said that was that the carvings were in black basalt, and that was one of the materials I was looking for too. And from something Bruce Cunningham asked me, and they said that the glyphs were not Aztec or Mayan, and they weren't Egyptian either, but they said that they were carved 6 or 7 inches deep into it, and some of the doors were up to 18 feet thick, and that's why we can actually see them from, because you wouldn't recognize something that was thin as a door from from so high above if it wasn't that thick, which makes me think that it was built to handle the pressures of ice moving around on top of it. Yeah.
I did a little kind of research on Antarctica. That area where that LiDAR image was taken, that usually averages 1 inch of snow per year. And that is 2.3 kilometers thick. That's 7,600 and some feet. Now, if you add or multiply, by 12 breaking down to inches, that's 91,200 years.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
how did civilization get here 91,200 years ago?
Well, the Anunnaki said they were here for 450,000 years before man showed up.
The level that the basalt, the black basalt place was, like we did the LiDAR thing, and there's you can see through the whole thing. It's like blue, and then the inside gets kind of green where there's land, and then there's these black spots that you just cannot see through, and you can tell those are the structures or whatever. Just information being told from me, all I can do is pass that on. I can't prove that unless I'm there myself. It was either built down that low, or it's down at the 33 to 34 million year level, they say. But I'm one of those people that I don't think that it was that long ago that Antarctica was covered in ice. And I think that an advanced civilization could have easily done it on purpose, or added on to it to hide themselves. Because the way the tunnel systems and everything that I've found, it's so extensive, It would not surprise me if I found a tunnel that went straight from Antarctica all the way to Canada. It's that extensive. Wow. And there is a mountain ridge that goes straight all the way to Alaska. But it wouldn't surprise me any to find that now.
I was just going to say, 90,000 years ago, Antarctica was a tropical environment. They found that evidence, right?
Yeah.
But it would be the perfect place for them to take Homo sapiens and alter us to what we are today.
Exactly. Yeah, and the ground that it was part of, like I said, broke off of Africa, but it's like you have different times and different places. In some places you have where they thaw it out and they've got a woolly mammoth. Well, over here, what they don't tell you, they always tell you one side, that Antarctica is losing the Ross Ice Shelf and they're losing these 1,000,000 miles a day or whatever, but they're not telling you that the other side of the planet, it's gaining hundreds of feet of ice a day. And so I think it's kind of the thing. Yeah, I mean, the way that our things have come up, and now I see that everything that we're taught was not concrete truth, that they were guessing at the stuff that they weren't using for agenda. But that same action where you have it growing on one side and melting on one side is the same exact way that an iceberg does, because you always see them flip. So over time that happens to it. But I forgot, in the eastern hemisphere it's melting, and in the western it's growing thicker. But you never hear that because they want to push the climate change, which, when have we not been in climate change? But when the Russians broke through to Lake Vostok, they found that the air down there, the first air sample, they found it had 10 to 20 times the carbon dioxide as now, but it also had 10 to 20 times the oxygen too.
That's
would
right.
explain the size of the creature. So when you increase carbon dioxide, you're going to have plant growth like crazy, but they don't want to. They want people to not know things like that.
And Mars is dominated by carbon dioxide too. That could become advantages.
And algae is the way that we get about 80% of our oxygen, and so it would be easy to terraform. It would be fairly easy to terraform Mars. They're doing what I forgot what it's called, a magneto tail or something. They're trying to build a tail to where, which we just now found out, the moon is actually inside of part of our atmosphere. We just figured out. At first, they said, well, 5 days a year it gets.
Flat Earthers go nuts.
It gets oxygen. It gets oxygen from the Earth, but then we found out that when it's on that side of us, because see our just like a ball of fire that's like a meteor that's going across, the tail's going behind it. Whenever the solar wind is blowing our magnetosphere and our atmosphere that way, and the sun is in the position like in the new moon position, when it's behind the Earth, it's receiving some of the oxygen. So things aren't what we told, but there's nothing about for one, I've flown airplanes my whole life. I've climbed mountains. I've got pictures from the rockets the other day. There's no way that it's flat. None of the navigation works. Nothing works when it's flat or has a dome or anything like that. But if I'm shooting LiDAR, I'm going to be shooting through glass, and I'm going to be able to detect those things. But I think right now just because I'm not just going to put some story out there, I'm still leaving a big question mark.
I was hoping you put up that other image. I was hoping you put up that other image that you were talking about there with Mike. The squares and all that.
The one of Antarctica.
Yeah, and also it's funny you mentioned Antarctica as being part of Africa, because the Anunnaki, EA, or is that what they call him? Or Enki, claimed that he helped, let us make man in our image in Africa.
Yeah.
It could have been Africa that broke off.
And that's where the Atom Stone is. That's where the Atom Stone is too.
Mike, still on with us.
And here we go. I got one coming through.
Thanks for the call, Mike. I don't hear you on now.
I was waiting for him to finish. I have one last question for you.
Oh, no problem.
It relates to the current events with Elon Musk. He had a failure with the test they ran when the capsule eject system or something. They caught the capsule.
Yeah, I still say it was
probably sabotage. They had to hold them back, competitors, and wait the way they are.
Yeah, because anyway, Blue had an advantage not too much time later, remember? But go ahead, Mike, sorry.
I just wanted to ask, do you think this is going to hold us back from getting to Mars on Elon's schedule rather than if we wait?
I think Elon knows. I think he knows more about what's going on. It would be a pretty hard life living on Mars, and for him to have his time schedule set up, and he's firing these rockets, all spending his money daily, but making it at the same time. But he's stepped up his time frame, it looks like, because things are really, really moving now.
But why?
And I think he's trying to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, but I think also because the Mars we now know is not the Mars they now know. That's all I'm going to say. And I'm telling you, it's a giant sculpture. Go ahead.
I appreciate it.
Here come those images right here. Let's see.
All right. Well, if Mean Green sees them, and if he can.
Here they come.
I know it takes him a minute. It'd be nice. It would have been cool, but we didn't know. We could have shot all these images earlier.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's even more cool.
Yeah, you can see where it has paths to the other things. At first, I was looking at it and I was like,
Mike,
what's
don't
the blank
yet.
place in the middle? Then I was like, oh, there's a roof over the top of it. You got support columns inside, but now you can see that it has tunnels leading every direction.
Those are buildings for sure. There's no way, and that's in that's not from Egypt. That's Antarctica.
Yeah, that's under 2 miles of ice.
That's incredible.
That's
All right,
near. That's near
on the
Lake
screen
Bosa.
now. On the screen now is the colored one of Antarctica as a whole. So I guess he's loading them up.
But see, the one that you can see where the land is, and the rest of the blue part, any of that part, you could go under in a submarine. So you could pretty much navigate anywhere on there, even if on the other side, on the east side, you could even, yeah. And look where New Swabia is, where the German base is supposed to be. That's the one big bay, that cuts deep underneath all of the continent. New Swabenland.
Swabby. I wonder if that's what. Come here, Swabby. Swipe the dick.
Yeah, swab the dick.
All right, there it is on the screen now, Mike. If you see it, check that out. Is that what you were talking about?
That's the image of the LiDAR image from Antarctica. This is the blow up is a little more detailed. When I first saw that image, I thought, what are these pathways leading from the building structure?
Yeah, this was the original one, but yeah, that's what I was talking about. They those pathways with the new one, you can see, and what you're doing is you're shooting to a certain depth. Certain particles go through certain materials, and some don't, and some you can shoot to certain depths. And there's one that's called geoscanning, and then there's LiDAR, and there's a couple of different types. But it's almost like having X-ray and having LiDAR. Radar is radar detection and ranging. LiDAR is light detection and ranging. So you're using light to do the same thing kind of radar does. So sonar's in the same family with it too. Bluefin sonar is one of the things we use too.
But it penetrates the surface.
Yes.
How is the light going? How is the light penetrating, or to detect the light bouncing off these objects under the surface?
Like muon radiography. Muon radiography takes, like when you break your leg and you go get an X-ray, and they put a white tile under your leg and they shoot X-rays through your leg. It's the same thing, but they use cosmic rays. As cosmic rays, they put white tiles down at the deepest depth. They lower it down to the lowest depth, or put it at the lowest depth of a pyramid, and overnight, they have a tile floor laid out, but with X-ray tiles.
That's
and it hits from different angles. But that's kind of how the other one works too. It's just with a different type of particle.
Okay, so they're not using muon technology to penetrate, let's say, like they did in South America.
It's more like range finding. You're telling distance. It's like shooting distance with when you take a laser beam and you shoot, and it tells you exactly how far. Well, there's different particles that go through different materials. Like you can program it to look for wood, bone, gold, all different materials, and it'll stop all those materials.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and we found, like in the labyrinth that people were standing on top of in Egypt, the Swara that they, I think it's called, and it's a 3,000 room, 2-story labyrinth, 1,500 rooms per story, and there's bones and precious stones and gold and everything else in there, but you get like 80 cubic acres of sand in the way.
Right. So,
but we found it, but again, there's more underground than there is above, but it doesn't look like a labyrinth. They call it that. It looks more like apartments or something. And if you want to go look at something, look up Norsen Tepe. And the big argument with Graham Hancock from Mark Shermer or whatever from Skeptic magazine, it said there's no living quarters, which I don't live at my work or or any place I've ever worked, but right next to Göbekli Tepe in Turkey is Norsen Tepe, and they've been covering these things up for years, because in 1963, I think, they uncovered the top and realized that this hill was dug out of the ground, and however
It's
deep they
giant
dug,
structure.
it's
Yeah,
an apartment
giant
complex. It's an apartment
It's amazing.
complex.
Yep.
It's
And
a
how old
multi-level
is it?
apartment.
That's the thing. How old is it? That's the thing too. Mike, did you say you had another question, bro?
Over 12,000.
I was just he answered my question actually, and I wanted to thank you all for taking my call, and it's been a great show.
Man.
I hope you come back again, Jeffrey. Thank you.
Hey, drop by the Independent Research Society or join. You can come look at the images. We got a huge database. I'll show it all to you.
Yeah, the link is right there on the facesofmars.com too. Thanks for your call, Mike, and keep rocking,
Thank
bro.
you.
And thanks for your support, bro. This is amazing because, again, one show at a time is how we're going to bring in the Martian revelation, and all we need is 2% with balls. You got balls, my friend.
Thank you. I hope I still have them. Hope I have them tomorrow. I'm gonna keep telling the truth though but I don't get spooked very easily.
All right, exactly.
So
And
no reason to. You only live once, and if they kill you, it won't matter anyway. I'll travel the universe, and I'll know all the answers.
Well, we're coming down to the close though. So Jeffrey, what you got coming up? What you got going on? And take away.
Well, if you look on YouTube, the Watchers Talk is now turned into the Watchers Network and the Independent Research Society, and so I'm going to be doing a show from there with a lot of the LiDAR stuff and all that, and then we're gonna have everything from webinars and all that on there, and possibly like a simulcast with you, like from the Mars conference this year. And then also you can look on YouTube under Jeff Boyd, JEFFBOYD Jr. and you can find my channel.
It's linked on the Faces of Mars. But tell us some more about the conference. When is it and who's going?
Well, the only thing I know right now, because I haven't got the list of speakers yet, is they told me that I'm speaking again this year, and they want me to speak on the same thing, but instead of above, so below, they want me to go deeper, like with the technology, and actually that's the direction it was going to go anyway, so I guess it's meant to be. But I love it. It's awesome out there. Anybody who has a chance to go to the conference, go. It's totally worth it.
You guys should call it digging in.
We are, but I want to know who's under there.
Well, me too. Maybe those subsurface illegals we may be looking for on Mars even. I mean, there's a lot of connections to all this. So any final thoughts, bro? Anything you want to get out?
And on Facebook, it's easy to find Independent Research Society. You type in the word independent, it'll instantly come up. And from there, I'm easy to talk to, so I can lead you anywhere you need to from there.
Yeah, definitely. It's been awesome, bro. And what do you think of that show pick, man? I think it's fitting.
And man, every time I look forward to it. I was like, I'm gonna see which picture. I just said free use of any picture. Just pick whichever one you want. The first one he picked was a monkey on my head, and now I have lightning coming out of the pyramids behind me. And then the next one was with me with two lightsabers, and I was like, let me see what he does this time. And this time he gets me with a machete and an axe. And you didn't even have to put the axe there; it was already there.
Yeah, but this one was badass. It's more fitting.
Louisiana life.
Indeed.
Mowing your yard down here.
All right, bro. Yeah, right. So, definitely keep in tune with us and updated everyone again through the facesofmars.com. You should click on the links to Independent Research Society, like he said, as well as to his YouTube channel. And, subscribe to them. Free subscriptions, no special subscriptions, no special clubs. And in that being the sense, I guess I should say, again, thanks for being on, Jeffrey. And it's always
thanks for having me on.
Thought-provoking, and I know next time will be even better, and maybe before the conference.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And there's the picture on the screen, with Mars getting attacked, What a theme, bro. All right, man. You have a good night, brother, and spread the word. And we're going to keep rocking. We're going to bring in the Martian revelation one show at a time to the masses as we hang them on those pikes. Peace, brother. So, all right, people, other than that, Very interesting show. Very interesting, I got to say. He's always thought-provoking, imagineering, very fast and fiery, passionate, so it's pretty wild of all the many aspects of where he could go and where we could go. We are getting better at this video process, so it takes time, but we also need your support, people, to help it grow. Dare to have the balls to raise your fist and say, I dare, I stay, I stand with us. And that being said, remember, the threat's coming from deep space. We may have a space force. We'll develop another one. So until next week, keep in mind, the Martian revelation is upon you now. Welcome to the universe.
And so the time has come, it's here. The silence ends, the change is me.
The following program is intended for mature audiences.
A bike path. It's in my old class.
Attention. This is a voice speaking to you from thousands of miles beyond your planet. And you're listening to the Martian Revelation. Strap inside.
Good job you're doing. Boy, what a good reputation. Thank you very much, Gary.
Go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
According to a new report in the New York Times, the U.S. government may have physical evidence of, and we're quoting, off-world vehicles not made on this Earth.
And as I say, in the words of the world's greatest detective, how often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Surely the days of the great Martian revelation are upon us.
Which nobody has ever seen before. When China looks at woke and they see the biggest problem we have is Dr. Seuss. In the meantime, they're building factories and trying to kill us in so many different ways. They laugh at us. They think we're so... Frankly, they think our country is stupid. I want to do what's right, and they are destroying our country.
Those motherfuckers! You're not. You look into the world and you see what you've got. There's nothing there but brains and guts. Finally open the door, then it shuts. Look to the center, and I think you'll find people that are getting. You change the channel, and there's nothing there. You are more pretty, and it isn't fair. Because it makes you feel because I think we're beautiful. Because I think we're beautiful. Because I think we're beautiful. No matter what anyone says, I think we're beautiful. The most beautiful in the world. Try for jobs, but they say are strange. You're sporting the style that they call. So you get in trouble, and your brain is gone. You're crying out, man, but the words are wrong. As soon as you die, you just think of you die. in the world. I know you're tired of being put down and all the crap that set you down. You're the person that matters most. I'll raise my glass and make a joke as to the loser. Cause I think we're beautiful. Cause I think we're beautiful. Cause I think we're beautiful. No matter what anyone says, I think we're beautiful.
Yes, here's to the losers, to the rejects, all the imperfect, because I think we're beautiful, no matter what anyone says. I raise my glass and make a toast to you all. We the people are a beautiful thing that must be the most beautiful hope in the world. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all you ETs out there on the bytewaves of the internet, and wherever you're at, down through time, monitoring this show. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian, and I would like to welcome you all to the Martian Revelation that is upon you all again now. Welcome to the Bazaar. And today is August 28th of 2021. Happy birthday, Eric Drescher, or the 29th, depending upon your time zone as this airs through time. And you're listening to this broadcast through Global Enlightenment Radio Network stream, and also now through the public streaming network stream, as well as through the Martian Revelation Show YouTube stream live at
thefacesofmars.com.
That's
thefacesofmars.com.
That's right, which everyone knows is your defense for the war which we all fight against evil dark missionaries, who are all leading you away from the light and the truth and manipulating you all instead to help you open your wallets and your pocketbooks to only join their dark side of special clubs and their special subscriptions that only allows them more power to continue to mislead you all and to steer you all away from the truth that they themselves now wish to face or even admit to. Hell, let alone even talk about.
Yeah, UFO diaries.
Faces on Mars.
Cover up controversy. Down
through time.
Huge conspiracy.
It is a conspiracy.
Okay.
But the Martian Revelation is, however, 100% listener supported, with no special clubs or any special subscriptions to join. So if you're a listener, please help support the Martian Revelation Show again, which is your only defense for that war which we all fight against evil dark missioners. And we're trying to work with the goal each week to bring you the bizarre truth one show at a time. But that's been a little bit hard lately, hasn't it? That's why I need your help. So please share the facesofmars.com link. And I must also ask you, although, that you please donate to the show with anything that you could afford by clicking on that big red, white, and blue American donate button at the top of the show page to allow it to continue being here for you down through time. Or if you don't want to do it that way, please email me at marsrevealer@gmail.com. That's marsrevealer@gmail.com. And there you can send me your questions, comments, whatnot, especially any means or ideas of how you could possibly donate to help keep the show continuing going. There's issues going on. I desperately need your help because without you, there will be no hope to allow it to continue being here for you down through time. As it is because of you, the listener, which makes the Martian Revelation possible to be brought to you all back through time. So your listenership and your donation support actually counts, and it helps us all to not only fight, but to win against those evil dark missioners, as well as to secure a future which we all could literally make the Martian Revelation our reality. By what you say, by making our fate. Just remember also that if you're listening to this Martian Revelation show, then know this, that you are the resistance down through time. So that being said, we got a cool show for everyone tonight. We're going to have return guest Jeffrey Boyd Jr. on with us. And it's always a machine gun ride when we have him on. Lots of data, lots of information, lots of discussion, and lots of interesting things to ponder about on Earth as well as on Mars. But until then, let's get into some news. And this one's from August 27th. As NASA's Perseverance Forever rover plans its next sample attempt. Because the first one went all so well. Not. And that's part of the irony of it all. And again, to allude back to Dr. Ron Levin, honoring his father, Dr. Gil Levin. Like I said, you know, in a way I could hear Dr. Gil chuckling through the ethers of space and time at the Perseverance Forever's so expensive attempts to not detect life. But in its search for signs of ancient microbial life on Mars, you see, right in the opening sentence, like a team of lawyers, make sure you tell them you're always looking for signs of possible past life. So in the opening line, in its search for signs of ancient microbial life on Mars, NASA's Perseverance Forever rover is once again preparing to collect the first of many rock core samples that could eventually be brought to Earth for further study. Oh, what could go wrong? But this week, a tool on the rover's 7-foot-long robotic arm will abrade the surface of a rock named Roquette, or Rocher, allowing scientists to look inside and determine whether they want to capture a sample with the rover's coring bit. Slightly thicker than a pencil, the sample would be sealed in one of the 42 remaining titanium tubes aboard the rover. Should the team decide to acquire a core from this rock, the sampling process would be initiated next week. The mission attempted to capture their first record of the crater floor on August 6th from a rock that ultimately proved too crumbly, breaking into powder and fragments of material too small to be retained in the sample tube before it was sealed and stored within the rover. The Perseverance Forever has since trucked 1,493 feet to a ridge nicknamed Citadel, French for castle, a reference to how this craggy spot overlooks Jezero crater's floor. The ridge is caged with a layer of rock that appears to resist wind erosion, a sign that it's more likely to hold up during drilling. There are potentially older rocks in the South Sierra region ahead of us, so having this younger sample can help us reconstruct the whole timeline of Jezero. Right, said Vivian Sun, one of the mission scientists at NASA's JPL. The team has added a step to the sampling process for this coming attempt. After using its Mastcam Z camera system to peer inside the sample tube, the rover will pause the sampling sequence so the team can review the image to ensure rock core is present. Once the sample is confirmed, they will command Perseverance Forever to seal the tube. Although the pulverized rock eluded capture in the initial sample acquisition effort, the first sample tube still contains a sample of Martian atmosphere, which the mission had originally planned to acquire at a later time. Oh, well, that's special. By returning samples to Earth, we hope to answer a number of scientific questions, including the composition of Mars's atmosphere, said Ken Farley. Yes, as a means as a cover-up to use the loss instead of an embarrassment that you captured some air. That sounds like a lot of hot air to me. And Ken Farley is Perseverance Forever's project scientist at Caltech in Pasadena, California. That's why we're interested in an atmospheric sample along with rock samples. Of course. But there's no way to detect and study the air sample that you grab from there at that moment. And is it enough air samples? Will it still even be relevant by the time at the turtleneck snail pace feed policy agenda that exists for it to get back to the Earth to determine if it's still in the tube? The test should be acquired scientifically that in fact it could study it as it gets captured, analysis of it, composition of it, and then send it back to the Earth to see if it still exists by the time it gets back there and match those findings to what you originally captured in the tube. I don't know, I'm crazy. But while at top Citadel, Perseverance Forever will use its subsurface radar, called RIMFAX, short for Radar Imager for Mars Subsurface Experiment, to peer at rock layers below it. The top of the ridge will also provide a great vantage point for Mastcam Z to look for other potential rock targets in the area. Again, as great as all this sounds, it's not doing what it should have been performed to do, to actually go look and detect for life. Not just looking for possible signs of possible past life. This is a waste of time and money. We the people demand that the experiments be put on board to answer real science and real questions instead of stalling. But that's my opinion and my right to it, crazy or not. So this brings us now to the Ingenuity from August 26 as Mars helicopter sees potential rover road ahead. Okay. Ask any space explorer and they'll have a favorite photograph or two from their mission. For Ken Farley, the project scientist for NASA's Perseverance Forever rover, one of his current favorites is a color image of South Sieta, an area the mission science team had considered potentially worthy of a rover visit. But yet, places like Cydonia, Ganges, Chasma, and some places in Valles Marineris wouldn't be also very beneficially worthy, right? But anyway, the agency's Ingenuity Mars helicopter took the image during the 12th and most recent flight on August 16th. But prior to Ingenuity's latest flight, the majority of what the Perseverance Forever science team knew of the southern portion of the Sieta feature came from orbiter images. See, orbiter images are very important and very valuable. Based on that data, they believe the site could possibly be a treasure trove of complex geology, providing information that could play a valuable role as the rover team searches for signs of ancient microbial life. See, signs of ancient microbial life, and attempts to characterize the geology of the area and to understand the area's history. Well, how if you're not even willing to actually have the experiment to detect life, but yet you want to understand the area's history by ignoring the historical reality of life found on Mars in 76, let alone willing to bet it's also here. Again, who you bullshitting? But they used the rotorcraft images to look for signs of layered sedimentary rock that could have been deposited in water, intriguing rocky outcrops accessible to the rover, and safe routes the rover could take into and back out of the area. From a science perspective, these images of South Sieta are the most valuable Ingenuity has taken to date, said Farley, who's based at Caltech. And part of their value may be in what they are not showing. Oh boy, what an understatement. But sedimentary layers and rocks are not readily apparent in the image, and there may be areas that could be difficult to negotiate with the rover. There is work to do by our science and rover driving teams to understand better how to respond to the new data. Well, according to our guest tonight, I think he would strongly agree with me when I said, well, should also put LiDAR on those orbiter images as well as even on the ground surface imaging systems. That could help also with a lot of things. But as you seem to prove over and over again, it seems you just want to go out looking for signs of things instead of getting to the heart of the meat of the matter by using the actual scientific data that's at hand to use at our disposals to get all these questions answered, at least the great majority of them, before simply waiting forever to send a cache system back to Earth, never mind its cislunar orbit or low Earth orbit. No, send it directed back to the Earth. Oh, what could go wrong? Again, the Outer Limits, the Sand Kings. Interesting show, interesting episode. The Outer Limits, I think, from the late 90s or early 2000s. the Sand Kings. Enough said. But Ingenuity obtained 10 images of the area as it flew into and then back out of South Sieta at an altitude of 33 feet. The flight was one of the most complicated the helicopter team has executed so far. The longest duration flight to date, 169.5 seconds, with multiple waypoints as it flew from relatively nondescript terrain outside South Sieta and the much more varied terrain inside and then back out again. What this image may be saying is that we don't need to drive further west to obtain the best geologic variety of this first science campaign, said Farley. If we decide to make the trip to South Sieta, we've got some valuable intel on what we'll encounter, and if the decision is to stick around Artubi Ridge, which is the rover's current location, we'll have saved valuable time. It's a win-win. But speaking of winning, the race is on, and also many Nazis get this. Those who not see the troubling pattern here and what's going on. So again, that opening song kind of rings here. We are the losers, the rejects. It must not be. From August 25th, as China's rover travels over 1 kilometer on Mars. China's Mars rover, Zhurong, had traveled more than 1,000 meters on the surface of the red planet as of Monday. The Lunar Exploration and Space Program Center of the China National Space Administration, otherwise known as the Communist National Space Administration. China's Tianwen-1 mission, consisting of an orbiter, lander, and rover, was launched on July 23rd of 2020. The lander, carrying the rover with an expected lifespan of at least 90 Martian days, or about 3 months on Earth, touched down on May 15th in the southern part of the Utopia Planitia, a vast plain in the northern hemisphere of Mars. Starting its exploration, Zhurong drove down from its landing platform on the Martian surface on May 22nd. As of August 15th of 2021, Zhurong had accomplished planned exploration and detection tasks. Planned exploration and detection tasks. I wonder, did they use Dr. Gil Levin's labeled release experiment ideas? One must wonder. Because notice how they put as a poke in the chest, detection tasks, where we are, the Perseverance Forever, is only looking for possible signs of possible past life. We're being told that Zhurong had accomplished planned exploration and detection tasks. Isn't that interesting? Why do I see a code there? Zhurong also looks like you're wrong. Saying what? Poking NASA and America in the chest, that they're wrong about what they're doing and that they're actually detecting that life. And one must make you wonder. But the Communist National Space Administration added that the rover will continue to move to the boundary zone between the ancient sea and land in the southern part of the Utopia Planitia to carry out tasks. Which from 8 days ago, China's Mars rover Zhurong completes its primary mission, gets life extension. The rover will continue exploring a potential ancient floor on the red planet. Again, I wish it would fall down, fall into a cliff. I wish the orbiter would just blow up. Everything is blowing up in our faces. Again, we're the ones they don't care about. And notice from the imagery, even their imagery is showing the red-induced sky and land. Where's the blue sky? So China's Zhurong rover has completed its primary 3-month-long expedition on Mars and is set to continue exploring the red planet. Zhurong completed its 90-sol mission in Mars's Utopia Planitia on August 15th, according to the China Communist National Space Administration. 1 sol or Mars day lasts about 24 hours and 40 minutes. So 90 sols is about 92 Earth days. Wow. Since landing on May 14th, the rover has taken selfies with its landing platform and driven 2,917 feet across the surface, visiting its own discarded landing equipment and analyzing different rocks and other features as it went. New images from the rover show the terrain that it most recently reached. Zhurong will continue to cross this area, which is thought to be below the shoreline of an ancient ocean in southern Utopia Planitia. Communist National Space Administration says Zhurong's 6 scientific instruments are working well, and that the rover has, with the help of the Tianwen-1 orbiter, actually as a relay, sent back 10 gigabytes of raw science data. That information could help scientists better understand Mars and its history. Right. Liu Tianwen, chief designer of the Tianwen-1 ground application system, had told the commie Chinese TV. Hopefully, by providing these data to us scientists, we can get a deeper understanding of the geology of Mars, and then even see if we can find evidence of an existence of an ancient ocean in Utopia Planitia, Liu said. The Tianwen-1 orbiter has been passing over Zhurong's position once a day to relay data back home. Both spacecraft will go into safe mode from mid-September through late October, however, because of a solar conjunction preventing communications between Earth and Mars. You figure they would have had that already dealt with by maybe having CubeSats positioned in various places in various orbits of space between here and there. But with Mars on the far side of the sun from Earth, our view of the red planet is obscured by the sun. Charged particles given off by the star interfere with radio communications between the planets, meaning Zhurong will need to operate autonomously and in a limited capacity for safety reasons. NASA's Curiosity and Perseverance Forever rovers will also be operating on their own between October 2nd and October 14th for the same reason. When fully active again, Zhurong will continue toward the feature described as a groove just over 1 mile away from the rover's position now. If it is possible for us to see from the top to the bottom of the groove, or if there are disparities of rock types and compositions, we can learn about what has happened in its geological history. So this is what we're going to focus on in the near future, Liu said. Yeah, I bet. Tianwen-1, meanwhile, will sometime after the conjunction switch its orbit to allow it to begin a global survey of Mars with its own 7 science payloads. Teams are devising an orbit that will allow the orbiter to begin its own detections while still assisting Zhurong, which has only limited data transmission capabilities. Tianwen-1 launched in July of 2020 and is China's first independent interplanetary mission. The spacecraft entered Mars' orbit in February of this year, and Zhurong separated from the orbiter and made its successful landing in May. Again, I wish it crashed and burned. Wish it blew up. They're not there for the continued mutual benefit of the sharing of the knowledge of data gathered. They're not out for the benefit of science and humanity, just of the CCP themselves. And the sooner you all wake up to that fact, the more you will not be wooing and cooing these commies. And their endeavors mission is just to show us up as they help take us down. They're an existential threat to our nation and to all nations. They're not going to allow you to participate once they get the dominance of space. It's time to wake up, especially with the importance of this next article as it deals with us, we the people, the proposed losers and the so-called rejects. Because the future of we the people and making America great, let alone saving America, is with SpaceX and Elon Musk, in my opinion. And this one article's from 10 days ago, as SpaceX's Starship, big effing rocket, could be ready for first orbital test flight in a few weeks, Elon Musk says. But don't expect it to actually launch so soon. The biggest rocket ever built may be ready to fly surprisingly soon. The first full-size prototype of SpaceX's Starship big effing rocket vehicle should be ready to launch on an orbital test flight in a few weeks, company founder and CEO Elon Musk said on August 14th. That target seems very soon, given that SpaceX is yet to run the 395-foot-tall rocket through its usual battery of pre-flight tests, and there's a big logistical hurdle to overcome as well. The U.S. Federal Aviation Administration is conducting an environmental assessment of SpaceX's South Texas orbital launch site where Starship will lift off. Why does that sound like coded bullshit for trying to make his efforts stop? Someone wants his efforts to stop, putting pressure on him to slow down Elon Musk or to prevent him from succeeding because of what they know what it'll mean for this nation as the space race becomes all the more too real for all of us. The FAA has not yet released this draft review, and the agency will accept public comments about the report for 30 days after it comes out. So Starship's orbital jaunt cannot feasibly happen just a few weeks from now, a reality that Musk acknowledged, which ended the words pending regulatory approval. In fact, Elon Musk's tweet may have been designed to put a little pressure on the FAA to pick up the pace. Indeed, after all, he has expressed frustration with FAA regulations in the past, stressing that such rules need to be streamlined if humanity is ever going to achieve game-changing launch frequencies. And he's damn right on that. They're trying to prevent him. Therefore, to prevent our future destiny, in which will save this nation and take us in the lead in this space race and spreading humanity throughout the solar system. But anyway, and SpaceX intends Starship to be a game changer. Indeed, the vehicle, which consists of a huge first-stage booster known as Super Heavy and a spacecraft called Starship, is designed to take people and cargo to the moon, Mars, and other distant destinations. SpaceX has conducted test flights on previous Starship prototypes, sending the spacecraft 6.2 miles into the sky from the South Texas site, which is near the Gulf Coast village of Boca Chica. But the upcoming test flight will mark the first time a fully stacked Starship, a Super Heavy topped with the Starship spacecraft, takes flight, and the first time the system reaches orbit. So who would be willing and wanting to slow Elon Musk down in his efforts, trying to usher in the Martian revelation unto us? But if all goes according to plan, Super Heavy will splash down in the Gulf of Mexico shortly after liftoff. Starship, meanwhile, will power its way to orbit, loop around our planet once, and come down in the Pacific Ocean near the Hawaiian island of Kauai. SpaceX has already taken some steps toward this landing flight. On August 6th, for example, the company stacked the two Starship components, a 29-engine Super Heavy called Booster 4 and the 6-engine Starship prototype known as SN-20, atop of the South Texas orbital launch mount for the first time ever. But the duo was destacked later that day so technicians could perform some more work on each element. So things are coming together. But the problem is pressure's being put on Elon Musk and the big effing rockets program because he's putting things together. And someone does not want us doing that. Who would that be? Again, the commie Chinese. And an article from 4 days ago states that Elon Musk says SpaceX could launch a Starship to the moon probably sooner than 2024, states report. This comment came after NASA's implementation of the contract was delayed again this month. SpaceX CEO Elon Musk says he may be able to launch the company's massive new Starship to the moon for NASA probably sooner than the space agency's 2024 target, even in the face of contract and other delays. The Starship was selected as NASA's lander of choice for the Artemis human landing system, the HLS, in April, but two situations held up the contract in the months since. Yeah. And again, who would be those behind that do not want him to succeed? The commie Chinese? Yeah. But also, first there were protests by competitors like Blue Origin and Dynetics, in part expressing concern about NASA's decision to select one provider instead of two. Again, Bezos acting like a whiny little bitch. And he takes it more to the extreme. Am I confused? Am I wrong in what my statement is? But the company cited lesser budgetary funds available for the HLS as a probable cause. SpaceX won. Bezos is pissed that he wasn't amongst them. But after the Government Accountability Office confirmed NASA's choice of SpaceX in a detailed decision published earlier this month, listeners to this show could appreciate, Blue Origin filed a lawsuit since then. See? Tell me he's not being a whiny little bitch. He's butthurt. It goes against their agenda and plans. But anyway, this means that the work is again paused on the HLS until at least November. That's right. Trying to slow us down more and more to the benefit of who? The commie Chinese. But NASA Administrator Bill Nelson told Space News Monday on August 23rd that he anticipates further delay to the agency's plans for Artemis, which since 2019, before Nelson's tenure, has targeted a 2024 moon landing. Musk, who is known for his optimistic timelines, made the earlier than 2024 comment on Twitter in response to a question from the Everything Artemis unofficial Twitter account, asking if he could make the 2024 deadline. Musk's response says probably sooner. The account also cited an August 14th report from CNBC space reporter Michael Sheets that SpaceX received $300 million from NASA on July 30th after the GAO denied the protest to its competitors. And why not? He won fair and square. And he was only looking for what? Elon Musk was half the budgetary compared to what Bezos was wanting. He's being a whiny little bitch. It's going against their agenda and plans, and he doesn't have the balls out vision or thinking out of the box type of thinking and to think in a big way to get things done of what has to be regards of getting our presence out there in space for this nation. But that's not the only timing obstacle SpaceX faces. Earlier this month, the Office of the Inspector General cited a 20-month delay to Artemis lunar surface spacesuit development that, according to the office, made a 2024 moon landing not feasible. Space News has also asked Nelson about whether the 2024 human return to the moon was off the table, to which Nelson responded, "I can't answer your question whether or not, because of delays on the spacesuit or what I just went through about the appropriations and with regard to the legal postures. I don't know." And SpaceX has its own development timeline to consider too. Starship is a prototype that has not yet flown an orbital mission. While SpaceX wanted to get that done in July and the system has been stacked on the pad once already as part of a test, the company has been awaiting the outcome of a program environmental assessment from the Federal Aviation Administration. Again, we went over that. A typical timeline on that is months, according to media reports. Other considerations for the 2024 deadline include congressional funding for HLS, the heavy lift system, which has so far not been to the agency's request. That the launch of the untested Space Launch System moon rocket, that could be in late 2021, and the ongoing pandemic, here we go, and spread of the common Chinese virus, Delta variant, which could induce fresh U.S. slowdowns in the coming weeks. Of course, that's what happens with pandemics. And when you have foreign enemies infiltrated from within to steer what will or will not happen, they're trying to prevent us from gaining any ground in space as fast as possible. So all this stalling tactics is only benefiting the commie Chinese while they're working full speed ahead of what they're doing now in various projects and plans for space. And we must not let that happen. And lo and behold, here we go again, another benefit to the commie Chinese and others. SpaceX faces possible liquid oxygen shortage for rocket fuel for amid the pandemic. And this is an article from yesterday. Liquid oxygen is in high demand. Out of Colorado Springs, liquid oxygen, LOX, is in short supply as demand rises with the commie Chinese virus cases in the United States. But as hospitals struggle to figure out how to treat patients, SpaceX worries the shortage could also jeopardize upcoming launches. Yeah, you're still not seeing a manipulated sequence of events preventing us and preventing Elon Musk? But with the rapid spread with the commie Chinese virus, Delta variant, yeah, right, cases are on the rise. Where's all the mass deaths, except for those with the commie shots, as we push through the second year of the pandemic? Hospitals treating the commie Chinese virus patients rely on LOX, LOX for ventilator treatments, and with rising numbers, LOX is becoming hard to find. However, as SpaceX President and COO Gwynne Shotwell pointed out during the 36th Annual Space Symposium here on Tuesday of August 24th, this shortage could impact upcoming launches as many launch providers rely on LOX, a commonly used propellant. We're actually going to be impacted this year with the lack of liquid oxygen for the launch, Shotwell said. We certainly are going to make sure hospitals have liquid oxygen that we need, Shotwell added, but for anybody that has liquid oxygen to spare, you can send me an email. SpaceX's next generation Raptor engine, which will power the company's huge new Starship deep space transportation system, employs supercooled liquid methane and liquid oxygen as propellants. The company's previous engines, Merlin and Kestrel, have also used liquid oxygen, though with refined kerosene rather than methane. The reaction between propellants in a rocket engine creates heat and exhaust gases that are accelerated through a nozzle, creating thrust that pushes against Earth and propels the rocket up to space. Shotwell did not specify the impacts of the liquid oxygen shortage might have on SpaceX's upcoming launch schedule. The company has already put Starlink internet satellite launches on hold since the last Starlink launch of June 30th. The company paused launches to add laser tech to its satellites. In discussing the pause to upgrade the Starlink satellites during the same panel, Shotwell shared that she expects the next Starlink launch to happen in roughly 3 weeks. See? Turtleneck sale pays fee policy agenda, infiltration from within, both from enemies foreign and domestic. We must get behind Elon Musk and his efforts as a nation, because it is what will save this nation and build it up and help build the infrastructure in space as we the people, all those losers, to all us rejects, all the imperfect, because I think we're beautiful, no matter what anyone says. And again, I raise my glass to make a toast to you all. We the people are a beautiful thing that must be the most beautiful hope in the world. And Elon Musk has given us a ticket to secure that hope for America. And America first. So this next article from 8 days ago, NASA halts human moon lander work with SpaceX amid Blue Origin lawsuit. NASA and SpaceX will stand down until November 1st. NASA must again stop work on its human moon lander partnership with SpaceX due to a lawsuit from Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin, further risking the agency's tight timeline to return astronauts to the moon. See? Whining like a little bitch Bezos is, while at the same time with the agenda to try to stop Elon Musk and to stop our march to space, naming the moon and Mars. But in mid-April, NASA announced that SpaceX would build the Human Lander System, the HLS, which will ferry astronauts from lunar orbit to the surface for the Artemis 3 mission due to fly in 2024. But since the decision, NASA has spent just weeks actually working on a partnership due to repeated objections from Blue Origin, which has also competed for the contract. After an independent government agency rejected Blue Origin's first complaint about the contract, the company sued NASA in the Court of Federal Claims, which exclusively hears cases against the U.S. government, on August 13th. The agency has now agreed to pause the project for 2.5 months in exchange for resolving the lawsuit by the end of that window. Again, Bezos is a little bitch. NASA has voluntarily paused work with SpaceX for the human landing system option, a contract effective on August 19th through November 1st. NASA officials wrote in a statement emailed to space.com. In exchange for this temporary stay of work, all parties agreed to an expedited schedule that concludes on November 1st. NASA officials are continuing to work with the Department of Justice to review the details of the case and look forward to a timely resolution of the matter. What? What's the resolution? You already came up with one. Jeff Bezos lost. Get over it. NASA's Artemis program to return astronauts to the moon is built on partnerships with American businesses as the agency continues the model it established with its commercial cargo and crew programs affiliated with the International Space Station. While astronauts will launch on the agency's own space launch system, Mega Rocket, and the Orion spacecraft, NASA wanted to use a commercial partner to ferry them to the lunar surface. And again, they should be all following Elon Musk. Great for entrepreneurs to get in the fray, but their visions is not as bold. But 3 groups submitted proposals to fill that role: SpaceX, Dynetics, and the so-called national team led by Blue Origin. Many expected NASA would select 2, as it did for the space station contracts. Meanwhile, Congress allotted significantly less money for the program than NASA had requested, $850 million compared to more than $3 billion. So NASA only awarded 1 contract, and only to SpaceX, which had made the smallest bid and planned to adapt its already in the works Starship vehicle and Super Heavy booster for the job. But Blue Origin and Dynetics promptly asked the Government Accountability Office to review NASA's decision, forcing a pause on the project. That office on July 30th announced that it would let the selection stand. 2 weeks later, Blue Origin brought the issue to the Court of Federal Claims. The suit marks another delay in a process that NASA presumably had hoped would unfold smoothly. The agency's Artemis schedule is always ambitious. Less than a year after its announcement, the Chinese virus swept the globe, forcing the government and companies alike to halt on-site work. Of course, the pandemic with the plan and an agenda to halt on-site work. But other vital pieces of the program have also faced delays. NASA's SLS rocket's crucial Green Run test series ran slow, and the final installment required 2 attempts. Meanwhile, NASA's Office of Inspector General released a report arguing that NASA's lunar spacesuits could not be ready before April of 2025. President Donald Trump's administration established the 2024 deadline, and when Potato Joe Biden had stolen office, many wondered whether the new administration would delay the program, which they have, really. But throughout the presidential transition and the confirmation of Biden's selection for NASA administrator, former Florida Senator Bill Nelson, the agency has continued to say that it would attempt to meet the ambitious date provided Congress funded the program sufficiently. NASA is committed to Artemis and maintaining the nation's global leadership in space exploration. Bullshit! There's a race on, and they're gaining. With our partners, we will go to the moon and stay to enable science investigations, develop new technology, and create high-paying jobs for the greater good, and in preparation to send astronauts to Mars. Turtleneck snail pay speed policy agenda. They're only slowing us down, and the commie Chinese are working hard, and they're forging ahead, aiming to get the dominance of space to prevent us and anyone else from gaining a ground up there. Which brings us to this next article, Elon Musk. Jeff Bezos retired for full-time job filing lawsuits against SpaceX. To be fair, Musk has a point. Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are trading barbs once again, in the form of Bezos doing whatever he can to stand in SpaceX's way, and Elon Musk, well, taking shots on Twitter. Turns out that Bezos, that's Spanish for kisses, a dig Musk has used against Bezos before, retired in order to pursue a full-time job filing lawsuits against SpaceX. Elon Musk tweeted early last Friday morning. In this case, Musk was responding to the news that the Amazon-owned broadband satellite company Cupia Systems was trying to get the FCC to prevent SpaceX from launching a second generation of Starlink satellites. You see, I told you, wouldn't Bezos, that whiny bitch, be trying to force the government's hand to prevent him? But Musk is only partially wrong. This doesn't seem to be a formal lawsuit, according to The Verge notes. But the fact remains that Bezos and his various companies seem particularly keen on taking a if we can't have it, no one can approach to space exploration by repeatedly targeting its most prominent competitor with legal obstacles. Still think Bezos ain't a whiny bitch? But Bezos has already become a sizable thorn in Musk's side. Earlier this month, Bezos' space company Blue Origin sued NASA after it awarded SpaceX a moonlander contract, a move that NASA administrators Bill Nelson later confirmed will definitely delay the entire moon program. In the words of Bo Burnham, Jeff Bezos, you did it. Yeah, he sure did. Now Cupia Systems has filed a letter of protest with the FCC arguing that SpaceX is taking unfair liberties with its planned launch of about 30,000 second-generation Starlink satellites. SpaceX is legally required to tell the FCC exactly where each of those satellites will be, but the company filed 2 possible configurations instead, according to The Verge. Cupia Systems corporate counsel Mariah Dotson-Schumann wrote in a letter that asking every other satellite operator to plan ahead for 2 configurations for tens of thousands of satellites puts an unnecessary and unfair burden on the rest of the industry. SpaceX's novel approach of applying for 2 mutually exclusive configurations is at odds with both the Commission's rules and public policy, and we urge the Commission to dismiss this amendment, Schumann wrote. So, of course, this is all stall tactics by butthurt entrepreneurs with agendas, the connections to those infiltrated from within in our government, preventing us from gaining any high ground in space and going on a turtleneck snail pace policy of speed agenda to allow our existential enemies, the commie Chinese, to gain the high ground. Again, wake up, Nazis. Therefore, is it a surprise? In this next article, that Russian space chief issues cryptic invitation to Elon Musk. Come, we are waiting for you. Of course they are. Dmitry Rogozin, the head of Russia's space agency Roscosmos, just reached out to SpaceX CEO Elon Musk on Twitter with a cryptic invitation. Good afternoon, Mr. Elon Musk, Rogozin wrote. On October 5th, a new expedition will leave for the International Space Station. We are planning to send a cinematographic group of the leading television channel as part of it. According to Rogozin, the goal is to tell the truth about manned flights, about the constant risk and tremendous emotional impact of all spaceflight organizers, presumably through the magic of television. Rogozin told Musk he'd be glad to meet him personally at the Baiknur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. The personal invitation ended in a strangely haunting way. "Come, we are waiting for you." Rogozin reached out on the same day Russian state news agency TASS reported that the general director was also formally inviting NASA Administrator Bill Nelson for a chat. Administrator Nelson is looking forward to meeting with Director General Rogozin as soon as the commie Chinese virus will allow, NASA Press Secretary Jackie McGinnis told TASS. The invitation was equally shrouded in cryptic messaging. "Some matters should be discussed personally," Rogozin wrote on his Telegram channel, as quoted by TASS, revealing that Nelson and his wife were also invited to his home. It's unclear if Rogozin is simply asking for Musk to swing by for a television interview or if something greater is at play. Of course it is, but it's an especially strange invitation as very little love has been lost between Rogozin and Musk. Rogozin has repeatedly voiced his discontent with Musk and SpaceX. In a fiery op-ed published last June, for instance, a bitter Rogozin accused SpaceX of undercutting the competition by playing against the rules and mocking Russia's space efforts. You see, a lot of butthurt, whiny little bitches out there, both from foreign and domestic enemies. But Rogozin may be now starting to change his tune. He congratulated Virgin Galactic on his successful flight to 50 miles in July, calling it a landmark achievement in space travel on Twitter. He even went on as far as decrying Russia's billionaire oligarchs in a follow-up tweet, saying that they'd rather spend money on yachts than developing spacecraft, a sentiment that garnered a hand-clapping emoji response from Musk. But Musk has maintained a mocking and sometimes derisive tone when discussing Russia and its space efforts, as well as occasionally partaken in some lighthearted and long-running jokes. Russia's space agency has also turned a cold shoulder to NASA as of late and is, more broadly speaking, starting to distance itself from the international space community. Occam's razor would suggest Russia's space agency simply wants to get a soundbite from Musk about how difficult it is to send humans into space. Right. But whether Musk will end up accepting the offer is impossible to predict. The billionaire has been outrageously busy juggling his time between Tesla, SpaceX, and the troubled Neuralink. That leaves very little time for an interview with a man he's butted heads with on multiple occasions and in an extremely remote region of Kazakhstan, no less. So there's obviously a lot of things going on and a lot of tricks being played to try to stall Elon Musk, as well as our position in this space race. It's quite clear Bezos is a whiny little bitch with an agenda who's trying to force the government's hand into dealing with them and not anyone else, or Elon Musk, SpaceX, secondary compared to Blue Origin. Tough shit. But anyway, that being said, I guess that's enough news. There's a whole lot of it out there, but it's enough to ponder on for the moment. So everyone, I would like you all to please
go to www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right, and scroll down the page and see the information about tonight's guest, Jeffrey Boyd Jr., and you can click on the link there for his Facebook group, the Independent Research Society, as well as click on the link for Jeffrey's YouTube channel. And under that, you can check out Dr. Mark Carlotta's latest Before Atlantis article, New Evidence of Prehistoric Civilizations in the Holy Land and Surrounding Regions of the Levant. And of course, you can click on the link there for Dr. Mark Carlotta's Before Atlantis, New Evidence Suggesting the Existence of a Previous Technological Civilization on Earth. And for those who love packing them, smoking them on this show, for those tasty treats, use my buddy Larry Bowen's recipe for homemade nacho. He's in the process of making a couple more new pack 'em and smoke 'em treats, so that's pretty cool. And we definitely appreciate his efforts in enticing our taste buds, especially while we smoke on this show. And of course, there's many other things to do and see on thefacesofmars.com. So that being said, listeners to this show could appreciate that we got a motto here: pack 'em and smoke 'em, because you're definitely going to need them when we come back on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in a decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far, far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Pass. The collapse of the UFO cover-up. A fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up. The secret government that supports it and the world of the aliens themselves. And then, how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morning Star Pass. A book that pulls no punches and does not sheath the sword unblooded. Morning Star Pass. Plunging boldly where no other book has ventured. Captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become. From bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees, to horrifying mutilations, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth in a real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up, and a climax of violence and desperation to leave the human race facing the multi-hued stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. The sands of time have run out for the cover-up, for against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? You'll have to read it to find out. Morning Star Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Gary Leggiere, your host of Mars Reveal, known also as the Mad Martian. And of course, you're still listening to the Martian Revelation that is upon you all again now. And now that you've packed them and smoked them, let's introduce our guest, Mr. Jeffrey Boyd Jr. And Jeffrey Boyd Jr. is an independent scientific researcher, educator, investigative journalist, freelance writer, radio talk show personality, and author. He is the founder of the Independent Research Society that now has members in over 105 countries and in every field. Jeffrey's professional background is that he is a chemical metallurgist and materials expert. Jeffrey is blowing people's minds in the U.S. and abroad with his recent discoveries. Jeffrey's been mentored by people like Klaus Dorner, previous guest of this show, Dr. Carl Joanne Kallerman, Janet and Dr. Sasha Alex Lesson. And Jeffrey was asked by Bruce Cunningham to write for the Advanced Archaeology Review, and Jeffrey was a guest on Advanced Archaeology Review, Ancient Mysteries International, from solving the beam mystery at the Bosnian Pyramid of the Sun to how Giza and other megalithic sites were manufactured. After being interviewed on more than 50 radio talk shows, Jeffrey now turns to his interest in the use of satellites and other methods to determine if something is manufactured or carved using LiDAR and other new technologies. Jeffrey has discovered massive underground landscape and structures previously thought to only be part of a mythical underworld. His mentors encouraged him to press on in this direction, and since then, Jeffrey has been changing the history books, uniting researchers worldwide, and through the scientific method discovered what these megaliths even are. Using the as above, so below maxim as a guiding principle, Jeffrey found huge caverns under Chichen Itza and many sites across the world. These discoveries are telescoping our history, indicating a much greater age for sites, the purpose of which is just now starting to come into focus. Whether using LiDAR, helio viewer, microscope, or telescope, Jeffrey is becoming known as a researcher who is sticking to science and sharing his tools and findings. History was written by the victors of wars, but is being rewritten by we, the insurgents. So, Jeffrey, it's great to have you back on again. It's been a while, my friend. I know a lot has been going on in your life, and especially all of ours, but it's great that you're getting back to the grind in this, because these issues continue needing to be focused on when there are so many damn distractions in this world. These subjects are a pleasure and a necessity to break away from all of that crap and focus on other things that are truly important, and it's mysteries which entice us and boggle the mind. So again, thanks for being on, and how are you, brother?
I'm doing all right. Can you hear me okay?
At the moment, a little staticky at first. So yeah, man. So it's been a couple years since you've been on.
Yeah, I took a couple-year break, and well, I call it a break, but during that time, I was literally working with biomedical research and like the Center for Molecular Imaging, and so I actually kept up with the work being done around me. I'm not one of those people that can carry a case full of a certain anything that's labeled radioactive or otherwise and not research what it is or whatever. But I've also kept up with the COVID thing, which is much different than people think it is. And I can't even share it on Facebook because it will instantly get the rest of my research blocked out. And we're talking about all of entire history. Like, everything's about to change. Like, I'm doing archaeology from space, not only looking down from here to Mars, but looking down on the Earth. And it's weird that you'd say the as above, so below thing, because at the Mars conference in New Mexico, the name of my presentation was As Above, So Below. But now, if you don't know what LiDAR is, just to catch some people up, now you're starting to see it on lots of shows, and now there's a bigger audience because of COVID and the people being locked down in their houses. And so now the people that are listening to us are growing, and with the events of the UAPs and UFOs and things happening in our audience, and people who are being, before that, and it takes the New York Times and the Washington Post, things that
aren't even, you can't even use them as a data source in science, because if you know that someone has lied to you before and purposely put up false data, you can never use that source of data for any type of research or anything in the future, because you know that it's been screwed with in the past, so it can't be trusted. But for some reason,
Right,
people.
like our government.
What's that?
Exactly, just like our government now, the same analogy applies.
I put on, you know, I'm not going to say who, I'm not going to embarrass anybody, but it really made me hurt in my heart to hear somebody say this and be so programmed. But I said those, and most people don't know this, but recently, just imagine a battleship. Like our battleships now don't even have guns sticking out of them or anything, but just imagine the most high-tech Navy vessel that doesn't have guns on it, but has every recording device that DARPA and General Dynamics and MIT and everybody has out in the ocean. Yeah, and they were parked right above the exact spot that our last two shows were on Point Doom. And so I did LiDAR of the ocean floor because they said they were coming out of the water, and I literally have found where they're coming out of the sea floor, from under the sea floor. And now you have, you know, and I put on there, this is the disclosure. Like we have our own pictures now. Now we have, I mean, evidence to the hilt. And even the Federal Aviation Administration, which means they are the federal branch of the government in control of what's in the air. And I posted something on the Independent Research Society wall that said the FAA has admitted. Now they're not just admitting, but they're promoting that they have a quote-unquote robust system of collecting information for UAPs and UFOs and just things in the air. I mean, they control every single flight. I've been flying my whole life. If you want to fly from here to the next city over, you've got to file a flight plan unless you're going to stay below like 500 feet. But they control what's in the air, so they are the tip top of the government when it comes to that. You know, like the White House and people would actually have to refer to them. But I posted that and said, you know, they're admitting that they have, you know, this isn't Project Blue Book. They have their own collection system, and we're not talking about MUFON or anything else. The Federal Aviation Administration and the Navy and everyone else. But it was literally from FAA.gov. So it's a government site. And they're saying, hey, we have a collection service, because they wanted to get more data of what's in the air and when, and start tracking things like they do every single flight of everything in the air. And somebody instantly wrote that they said that there hasn't been an agreed bipartisan agreement for disclosure. I'm going to have to research what this FAA is. And I had to kind of laugh. I was like, this has nothing to do with bipartisan or Republicans or Democrats. The Federal Aviation Administration put on their site, hey, we have a collection service now. And people are so programmed with the government thing that they need a politician to tell them the truth when they constantly lie.
Now, since being that's the case, the public should have access and have rights to have access to that database as well. That means videos and everything else, like you're saying. For all these years, this technology has been growing and used before it becomes known for who knows how long. But you know what I'm saying, of the UFO, UAP issue is becoming more to the point, again, you know, not just Hoagland over the years regards to Brookings, but the obvious outcome where it leads us to a time where we must be told. And that's what's going on. And look what's going on at the same time when things we must be told about is not being really talked about. It does get on the mainstream news, however. It's an important factor, but it's not being addressed. It's not really being confronted because, well, at the same time, we got certain people trying to kill us all on this planet. At the amazing timing that these things are now out in the public. This is weird.
Well, we've got the U.S. Carrier Group, which is the most powerful entity in our recorded history. Like the U.S. naval fleet in the Pacific Ocean is the most powerful force that we've ever known on Earth. And you got to remember, around one aircraft carrier, you got to remember that there's going to be about 4 or 5 submarines. And they've got LiDAR now and sonar, bluefin sonar and side scan sonar. They've got every type of thing, Geiger counters, everything. So they're measuring underwater. They know where these things are coming from. But they just parked a ship out there right on top of where we were talking about on the last couple of shows. The first time I just found it, the Point Doom thing, when people were still calling it the deep underwater UFO base or whatever back then.
Before you get into this, because you're going to be sharing a screen to show us pictures of these things too, and I believe you have images of that area. Now, what I also want to know is, Jeffrey, lower the camera some. What's on your necklace? At first, from the top, it looked like a dolphin, but what is it? It's like a fish.
Deanna makes we got descendants of every type of crystal, minerals, all kinds of things. I've got a big chunk of quartz that's on one of them.
Raise it up.
Like her logo for her. Yeah, that's like her logo.
Raise it up. Someone wants to see it.
On Crystal Design.
He don't hear me, does he? Jeffrey, your voice is out. Your voice is out. And lift it up. People want to see it. The charm, whatever you want to call it. It's all staticky. I don't even know. You gotta lift it up more, higher. Higher.
Oh, it's not. Right. My cameras must be off center.
It must be.
But yeah, but they. Can you hear me okay?
I can't hear your voice. I'm hearing static. It's that damn wire, man. The phone jack, rather.
Switching headphones and microphones here. There we go. There's a little pit stop. All right. A little pit stop. Is that better?
That's a big guitar pick, man. Yeah, at the moment. So, all right, so if you want, you can start switching screen, show us that area, because again, and they're parking right on top of it, which obviously they're letting that intelligence know that they're aware of them and their presence, but obviously they don't give a shit.
No, they know. They know what. I mean, they know what it is and where it is. They have what's called a cap point, and if you remember when Fravor was, every time he talks about it, they said that the UFO things would go back to their cap. It instantly, when they thought about returning to their cap point,
right,
which was like 60 miles away, those things, the Tic Tac things, instantly disappeared and reappeared at that cap point, that meeting point. And let me see. I think I can take the YouTube thing off of here. Okay. Yeah, I just got I had to get a new Skype today. Hang on one second.
So it would be going ahead to the cap point before the ships can even get the ships even.
Like right when they thought about it.
Right when they.
Yeah, right when they thought about it. What the hell?
Yeah.
Can you still see me on camera?
At the moment. Well,
for some reason I've lost all my buttons down here. This new version of Skype is really excellent.
Angel, do you got ears on? Maybe you could help guide him.
Hang on.
You helped him hang up earlier, so you know how to use the phone. I don't use Skype on my
Together
phone.
mode is enabled. Does together mode is enabled?
Oh, I guess not. He must be busy.
Hang on. There we go. Okay. Now, got my camera back on. I'm trying to find the sharing thing. The sharing.
So this is for a span of how many miles? 50, 60 miles to the cap point?
Yeah, and then they like instantly, yeah, it was somewhere in that area, but they instantly appeared at that point on radar. They disappeared from right in front of them where they were in like a constant circle, and they reappeared on the radar at the meeting point where all the F-18s were supposed to meet up.
Right. That's interesting. And while we're talking, hopefully, you're getting how to share the screen.
I'm trying to find the share thing on here. It's not the same place that it used to. People and it acts like I'm just a viewer.
Only on the Martian Revelation, folks. Of course.
Yeah, I'll find it. Every time there's a new version of great Microsoft software, it seems to be like that. I can actually send you pictures if you can share them up on there. I don't know if you can do that. Share screen.
Not to me. You're going to have to ask my co-producer, Mean Green, there. He handles the Skype aspects. I don't know. What do you think, Mean Green, if you got yours on?
Share screens, is that where it's supposed to be?
Yeah, you got to share screen. Whatever you just did just made it zoom in on half your face. So this is incredible. I really want to see some of these pictures. So it would be really interesting in order to follow along.
And I've got pictures of. Yeah, here's one. Can you see that right now?
No, I see you. That's just your mustache upward of your face.
Yeah, that's weird because that's not what it's showing on my camera. It's weird because I'm not. I hit share screen usually like on.
Mean Green says, I wish you'd just jump in and tell him, brother.
Start recording without subtitles.
He said you may have to bring up the pics in another and switch to that, whatever the hell that means. Feel free to chime in, man. I mean, I don't know.
If I send it to you on Messenger, can you share it?
You see, I would say send it again. I need Mean Green.
If I can send it to Mean Green.
I guess that would be the best bet. App, whatever the hell that. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll blow you away. I mean, people need to see this. They literally parked right over the top of this thing, and I saw it on LiDAR looking at the ocean floor, and then and this is where they recently had a 23-minute contact event, and they've been real tight-lipped about it. So they've got private companies in there doing it too, General Dynamics, I'm sure, and people like that, which is actually right across the street from me, DARPA and U.S. Cyber Command. But they basically parked themselves right over the top of this, and you start seeing it above your head. I just sent it to Mean Green in Messenger. I don't see anywhere on Skype where I can share anything. It says share screen, and all it ever does is make my picture smaller.
He says to switch, you have to the pic opened in another app and switch to that app. I just wish you'd come on, guys, because I don't really know, man. And fuck.
I've used Skype forever, but I just re-downloaded a version. See, it says share screen, and I don't know. Usually, that's where you share your info.
Wait, click that. Does it give a list of options of what to share, like file or some type of file somewhere, something that you could click to where the pictures are?
When I hit share screen, it just makes my picture smaller, like I'm trying to share the screen with somebody else. Like it just makes my. I just sent the pictures to Mean Green. If he can put them up there on there, but it says raise hand and stuff like that. It acts like I'm just like a viewer or something, or like in a chat. There we go. What the hell? It's just flipping my camera back and forth. Allow incoming video, subtitles, add people, take snapshots, share screen, raise hand. It's the only options I even see.
Can anyone hear me?
There we go. Now I can hear you.
What the hell happened?
I have no idea, man. It just disappeared. Now I have a background of a nice looking jungle. Looks like Mexico behind me.
I seen that, but what's wait a minute. Was I even being heard? Because it says I wasn't even connected on any calls. Are we still streaming or what?
I could hear you. It says
I just had to press join call.
It just tells me Mean is using a device that could record or broadcast this call.
Well, then that should be connected, but I don't know. I'm not hearing anything. Guys, you got to speak up, man. Don't fucking be shy of your voice. Damn. But anyway, I don't know. I don't know if they're hearing us. I don't see any.
Reveler and Jeffrey Boyd, but I don't see Mean Green on there. What is going on here?
All right.
There we go. Now I got my picture back.
I
see if I can.
I
share it now.
I see the rocks behind you. So if we could see the pictures that you want to point to, that was a bunch of hearts.
Yeah.
So I don't know
what useful that is. It says allowing incoming video subtitles. It even when I hit share screen, it file recording or gosh, on Skype.
Odin, do you know how to solve this problem, fam? Do you have your ears on?
Yeah, what's up, D? Yeah, I see no option to when I hit share screen. See now I just stop sharing. Let me see. Did things just change when I minimized?
I feel like going to a long damn song while this problem gets solved. Hey, wait a minute. I see something. It says gallery and a bunch of pictures. So I think I think you're starting
That's actually area 51 right there that has
let's focus.
has a pyramid at it.
Right, but Jeffrey, let's focus on the subject at hand. What the ships were above. Let's start there.
Can you see the hole just off the shore of California right there? The hole in the ocean floor.
All I see is a list of. Now I see that. Yes. All right.
Yeah.
Now I think everyone else too at this moment.
Malibu, California, like Thousand Oaks is right above that. But when you zoom in on it, see Point Doom that we were talking about is just below that. But when you zoom in on it, you can see the metal support structures and then another structure down inside of it. But this is about 6.5 miles off the coast of California, where the U.S. carriers.
Sure. It does look artificial there, like they're structuring. And so the ships were basically above that point?
Yeah, that's like 6.5 miles offshore. But that's huge. That's like bigger than any NFL stadium. Basically, what you see right above that is like Malibu, California, and like Thousand Oaks and Movie Point Naval Station.
6 miles huge, yeah.
And that's right behind what it's actually connected to, and you can see right below it right here there's something under the sand that reflects back as metal and it looks like a square. But Point Doom that we talked about on the last show is below that. I've got an image I'll show you. So it's here it is. Before we were looking at the door, looking in the front door, that's the image that everybody was trying to get. You know, the images I got in the front door of Point Doom, they were calling it the deep underwater base. They just showed that oval, but I didn't ever see this point.
And look at those pillars on it too. That's what's wild about it.
And they're not just round. They're flat, like an air conditioning vent or something would have metal vents, and you see something down there running perpendicular, reflecting back metal, and it's completely different from the sand and the ocean floor. It's almost like somebody covered, if there was like an air conditioning vent or something on the floor of the ocean, and you covered sand around the outsides of it. But you can see artificial structures underneath there, and I've got other pictures that shows these pillars on this. That's Point Doom right there. But I was so busy trying to get a picture inside to look at that, because this point right here is like 3 miles wide by 1.5 miles, and I was trying to look inside of it. And then I did a scan of the ocean floor, and Malibu Canyon runs behind it, and there's literally bridges in here that go over the canyons and stuff. And then I saw this, I was like, how did I miss that for so much time? But I just did a scan of the ocean floor of where the carrier group is sitting off the point and where their cap point was, where they were going to meet back up, where the Tic Tac event was. And it's basically like they're parking their ships over the top of a hive. It's like, and if you see something directly above your head, is it more? And here's what that looks like looking in the front door. There's the oval part over on this side, and you can see how the pillars go back and back and back. And on the other side, there's another structure, and all the pillars are symmetrical. They're all straight up and down. And even looks like statues in there, but that's two different structures that are coming together with the bridge right across the top of it.
There should be some
better right there. That's what it looks like when you're looking at it from underwater.
Right. There should be some private expedition for a documentary to take mini subs down there and with some cameras and shit. And I think that.
Jimmy Church talked about doing it for a long time, and nobody could get any images. And see, I got these images in the door that show pillars going back and back and back. They're spaced evenly. They're all the same size, and it's like looking into a parking structure. That you can see the pillars disappearing, the support pillars disappearing in the distance.
Right.
And and this is two structures, and there's actually a bridge connecting these two. Like this is a round structure, and this is a round structure, but you're not gonna that the academia or quackademia calls it sycamore knoll, but nature is not going to make hundreds of pillars symmetrical. And like these two pillars are just as far apart as these two pillars are. They're all the same exact size. They're vertical. But when you go look at it on Google Earth, they've edited it and laid it down to where it looks like they're flat on the ground. But
Right.
I've looked at it with a bunch of filters, and you can see back, a mile deep into it. And just like this just happens to be there. Norsen Tepe, now they call it 12 Tepe. They found Göbekli Tepe, but just like the honeycomb mound, when they found this, which was
I
Mark
want to
Sherman's
see
biggest.
that excavated. I want to see that totally uncovered of its
Well,
dirt and
think
rocks.
about it. It goes underground and it's above ground, and it's squared off into apartments. And Mark Sherman, of Skeptic Magazine or whatever, his biggest argument was there was no living quarters at Göbekli Tepe. But I haven't ever lived at my job before. But Norsen Tepe, these are just living quarters, and now we found 10 other structures. So now it's not like 80 acres. Now it's 60 miles. So now it's the size of Dallas, and it's called 12 Tepe. And this is the information I'm trying to get out there. And underneath the pyramid, there's not just a little vault or, one little thing under the paw. Some people call it the Hall of Sphinxes, and the LiDAR information brings back structures that look like this and water that runs from underneath it and under the pyramids, but it's the same. And here is what it looks like from above. You see, there is where that vent is. So that gives you a view of how big it is. Each one of those labels up top is an entire city. But what they did is right here is Point Mugu State Park, and right there is Point Mugu Naval Station. But see, right there's a bridge built between the two structures, and I got it on LiDAR, and then went and looked it up on Google Earth, and they had skewed these pillars. These are actually two round structures next to each other, and here's where that vent is. So these things are massive. They're like the size of they're the size of a city. And you saw how exactly perfect the pillars were on the other one. And see, the bridge is right there, but literally that was so long ago. Like you were talking about in the beginning of the show, in the monologue like Michael Cremo says, extreme human antiquity, which it might not even be human. It's just extreme Earth antiquity. But these structures had to be above ground because that's Malibu Canyon right here. And just where they built this bridge and all this stuff had to be above the water. Otherwise, it wouldn't have cut these massive. That's Malibu Canyon. Imagine the Grand Canyon being cut. It's not going to be cut in the ocean floor where there's a river dumping into an ocean. This was when it was above ground. So that puts it back many, many thousands of years beyond beyond the time frame that they like to put in the box.
Right.
And the UAPs, it's like this was taken by Marisol Smiley in Sarasota, Florida, and then this was taken by me here in Stonewall, Louisiana. It's pretty much it's the same exact thing. I've got like 20 pictures of it from different angles, but these things are the same. They're like the same thing. So we don't know if it's life. Phenomenon's the best thing to call. And I don't know if a lot of people have seen, but this is under the pyramid at Chichen Itza, and you can clearly see like this spike up at the top, that's the pit shaft in the pyramid. But if you look at the deepest point, there are clearly sets of stairs and built sidewalks under the pyramids and under it, from Mexico to Egypt.
Yeah,
and I find it under everything.
Yeah, look at that. With platforms and everything, there's no mistake in the artificiality. Huh.
Absolutely not. And they...
Mean Green brings up a good point, saying that under the Sphinx, like you were showing, that Casey would predict that, the Hall of Records or whatnot would be found there, or whatever else.
Absolutely. But it bounces back like a huge gap in there. But I think the Nile ran through the pyramids. And remember, I did that show, Pyramid Hydroelectrolysis, because it's exactly like the experiment. And the same thing at Gunung Padang. Not everything in the ancient world was a tomb or a temple. We're finding these things are a different type of technology.
Then that would have to come through the energy, I believe, of the Blue Nile. That's the one that carries it all the life up and down, as well as such a massive force, and especially of nutrients and all sorts of goodies.
Think about it. It's the biggest, that and the Amazon, the two biggest rivers on the planet. But when, I got trained as a chemical, officially trained as a chemical metallurgist. And if you add weight on top of quartz, you get electricity. Then when you add running water across a piece of quartz, you have electricity. And now the pyramids are made of, the Sphinx is 100% limestone, and it has 100,000, 50,000 to 100,000 years worth of erosion. But if you look right next to it, the pyramid's a different color. Here it is right here. The pyramid's a different color, but I have a friend in Egypt, and the part of the research society, but they're two totally different colors. But how come the Sphinx has so much deep weathering and the pyramid has zero weathering? But when we take a chemical analysis of it, the Sphinx is limestone. The pyramid is 10% sodium carbonate, which is basically baking soda. That's sodium bicarbonate, 30% water, and 60% sand. So it's a geopolymer. It was put together. And when you run water through that, and if you notice, you have one vent that doesn't go outside and one that does. And if you were to run the Nile, the biggest river in the world, through there, you would have so much weight on those stones, you would generate electricity. The only two things that can break H2O into hydrogen and into oxygen, that's hydroelectrolysis, is electricity and sound. And you would have both. You would have a huge hum from the resonance inside the pyramid, but from the weight and the water running across the rocks, you'd have piezoelectricity. And one chamber has copper at the end of it. And the best way to explain it, I did a science experiment for the science fair when I was in 4th grade, I think. And I took a clear bowl, and I took two big corks and glued them to the bottom of a clear Tupperware bowl, and then 2 3-inch nails. And I wrapped a positive wire just around the very tip of one wire, and negative around the other nail, and put one nail in each one of those corks, and then filled the bucket up full of water and put sodium carbonate. I put baking soda, sodium bicarbonate in there. And then when I hook those 2 nails up to batteries, it's full. I put a test tube over each one of the nails. One fills up twice as fast as the other, because one is H2 and one is oxygen. And one of the vents leading out of the pyramid means that they would be making clean burning hydrogen fuel, and their byproduct would have been spitting out, unlike our industry today, it would be spitting out clean burning or clean breathing oxygen, and and it would be an automated thing. I mean, that's a high technology there. And
I think that could be connected to Stephen Meyer's, the Pharaoh's
I talked to Steve.
water pump in some ways.
Yeah, I got Stephen Meyer's DVD right here.
Yeah.
And we talked about it, and but yeah, that was the second show we did. It was Gunung Padang and pyramid hydroelectrolysis. But and
what about the Bosnian pyramid? I mean, the Phoenicia River, the Bosnia.
I think it was
wow.
I think it was modified from what I think it was already a natural hill that was modified, and just like the piezoelectricity, I don't think it was built like the other pyramids from ground up naturally. I think it was already in the form that they could use that same base technology. If you put weight on top of quartz, and now just imagine you're building a huge foundation, like a foundation for a house, and you mix up cement, but you crush up quartz and put it in there. Well, when it dries up, now running water across the top of it causes piezoelectricity, and weight on top of it does. And then with the pyramids, you have both. And so that's literally technology that our technology started basically 200 years ago with Edison and Tesla, but imagine technology that went 25 or 50 or 100,000 years. We're just now starting to be able to recognize it. And like Gunung Padang that I showed the LiDAR of, the mythology of it, and if you go back and look at I always study the structures, and then I'll find out their machines, and they had purpose. And you go back and look at the mythology of the pyramids and of Gunung Padang, Cambodia, and he said that he could travel across space and time, almost like going up and down a ruler from that place. But when you look underground, can you still see my screen?
Yeah, I see your mustache.
To show you my here we go. There's Bruce Cunningham and all. The middle structure is all that is known as Gunung Padang. But if you look at the surrounding area, this is all under jungle, and it looks exactly like a circuit board or a motherboard of a computer.
Right.
And not everything in the ancient world, not everybody across all cultures, across all times, across oceans, and across millenniums were all right. They weren't all writing fiction. Not everything they were built was a temple that was chiseled out of stone. Everyone didn't do everything the hardest way possible. If we were going to build a pyramid today, we would mix up concrete and start pouring blocks in place. But to move 50,000-pound blocks and place one of them in place 2.83 million times once every 15 seconds for 20 years, if it's impossible, it's impossible. But pouring them in place would explain a lot. It also explains why you see the same shaped jigsaw walls with a bubble kind of face kind of bubbling out in Egypt and in Peru. And just think about, you see a old Civil War house, the last thing standing is the wood will go away and that whole world is gone, but the fireplace will be the last thing standing, but you can go kick it over. And those walls are basically earthquake proof. And that's why they've lasted this long, and they're still in pristine condition. You don't even see cracked stones, but you see the same jigsaw wall at those Sirion as you do in Peru and at Machu Picchu and all those places. But you see like 3 layers of construction, and it looks like over time, the Mayans weren't around whenever these things were built before, and like that huge thing that's 50 times the size of the pyramid underground, that's what they knew as their facility of their underworld. And then they put a small, it's huge, but it's a small pyramid compared to the structure underneath. And it doesn't just have one sidewalk going out one way with stairs. It goes out two different ways, one toward the Gulf and one toward the inland. And these things had purpose and structure, and you read and you said one of my mentors was Dr. Johann Kalem, because when I read the 9 Ways of Creation, I started looking into it, and that's why I took the job and listened to the same questions repeat on Ancient Aliens. I took the job instantly, even for 1/10 of what the guy before me was making, just to get the training to understand how to do it. And they were using either one way, you can use fire to melt down stones, burn off the softer carbons, and that's how they're making these big vaults that they can like in Egypt, that they can barely even chisel a straight line into, much less any type of pictures or anything, and hieroglyphics or anything. And that's the older Egypt. I know there's the Egypt of today, and then there's the ancient golden age of Egypt before that. But I think we're talking about Pleistocene and pre-Pleistocene civilizations. And now Dr. Schock and even Scott Walter, America Unearthed, I was listening to him the other day. Now even the academics are starting to believe it, because now the evidence has just become so overwhelming, it's kind of hard to deny it. To deny it.
What, the age of how that has been around much longer than stipulated?
Well, man, what's the oldest? When you talk about Egyptology, that would be like Americaology.
Right.
There were people here living before we were, and the very oldest writings in ancient Egypt is like the Temple of Edfu, and they talk about where it basically gives the story of Atlantis, and at Edfu on the walls, you see where they're fleeing from one place because of a flood coming in. And before, I used to think Graham Hancock was right with the 2 impact events, and but I think our government's picking up on this stuff too. But instead of one comet causing a cooling and then 1,200 years later another one causing heating, I think more like Robert Schock does, that one was just super coolest and caused the ice caps, and caused the Pleistocene, and killed off a lot of stuff and changed the life that was on Earth. But you have carvings that go back before the Pleistocene. You've got 2 different creatures here. Can you see the picture down Padang I'm showing? You've got 2 different creatures that are like in the Vedas and the Puranas and the Vimanas and the Mahabharata and all that. And it talks about the wars of creatures that don't even exist now. So when we say it's not just ancient antiquity.
They appear to be chimeric.
It's ancient Earth.
Right, they appear to be a chimera type, like eagle men with, claws or hands, and hominids and other things, with wings and even apish, simian.
And look, this is in Indonesia, and it looks like Ganesh, and this would be like pre-Vedic. And even though this place looks Aztec, and somebody tricked me at first, because I've been down to Mexico and run around in the jungles and stayed down there, and I could swear this was Aztec. It even has turtles as there that I haven't seen before. I've seen jaguars and snakes, but that's in Indonesia.
Oh, Indonesia.
And it's older than the Mayan pyramids. But now I think our government's starting to make these same connections. See, this is a good picture where you see where Malibu Canyon is, all these things cut. You can tell it was runoff, and those things are super, super deep. And right there is Point Mugu Naval Station. And Jimmy Church talked about going out there for years, but I think he went out there and the Navy ran him off. But there's that structure. You can clearly see it's a perfect oval structure, and you can see the pillars in the front of it. And there's the vent thing right there. I didn't even look under my own writing when we did the last show, but I got a better image of it. And I got a LiDAR image. I did a 5-proton LiDAR, and I got a bluefin sonar look of it. You see, I was so busy trying to look horizontally in the front door of this, and the structure next door, you can see from this one, it still has it above. But if you notice, we do shows, and every time we do, Google Earth gets edited. And it gets less. Isn't that crazy? I mean, they're listening to us, but tell me that doesn't look like something from Tron. Now that very center square over there, that's what's known as Gunung Padang. And then, but what's all this other stuff you see on the outside? That's underground. You know, that's where I talk about the piezoelectric thing. This is what's known as Gunung Padang. And you see, they just don't even, they just stop looking outside of the water. But when you look outside of the water, you see that most of the structures outside the water, and then outside of that. But that totally lines up and says that the mythology, and right here, it's one of the things Bruce told me to take down. You have the ancients literally, see the arrow? You have them melting down stones, pouring them into a mold, and showing the action of metallurgy. And I think this was breaking up quartz and putting inside some water, using water like cement, and also using fire to make harder stones. That's where I think a lot of this these harder quartz or harder stones came from. But
they definitely had to have molds for all these various type of blocks, and for their blueprints to set all this up. They definitely, and to be precise as they are, they had to have had molds, right?
Yeah. And one thing that's weird is, like, why do they have a huge pyramid? Now look at these diesels and buildings and trailers next to it, and it looks like a lift on the front of it. Why do they have a huge pyramid built in Area 51?
A 3-sided pyramid.
They're not gonna build a tomb that's 200 or 300 feet tall. Look how small all the things on the road next to it is. It's just freaking massive. And also connected to Mars, not only the pyramids, you have the craters. And on the moon, they only go so deep. But what are the pictures? And I know you've seen them. We all have 100 times where you see the picture of a crater, and it looks like there is a pole sticking out or a pipe or something like that. This is right next to the pyramid at Area 51. That is not on Mars. That's not on the moon. That is in Nevada. It's like they're trying to learn how to use, or using the shadow of huge craters, and maybe even using it as a parabolic dish, for communication, because that's exactly how the huge dish in Puerto Rico is built. But this is at Area 51, and you clearly have a metal structure sticking straight out of it, and this is an artificial crater, and it's right next to the pyramid. And yeah, there's the pyramid right there. See the buildings, and those buildings over there are hangars. Those are big enough to put B-2 bombers and B-52s in. So this is a massive pyramid, but it looks like they have a lift on one side, like an elevator, and a hole in the top. Speaking of lift, we've got lots of people who listen overseas. Astarte, Christina in Greece, and Baker and everybody, and say hi in the UK and all over that message me. They've been waiting for me to come back, and yours was the first stop, definitely. and you know what I've been going through lately. But tell me that whenever the other picture came back, that Bruce told me to keep that material to myself because you've seen my stuff disappear, but also other people will use it too. But what I did is I used a lighter image, and then I clicked over to Google Earth, and just like at Diego Garcia, where I saw that I showed you the underground, and I just took it that everybody knew that Diego Garcia in Guam was an underground base. Well, then we talked about it on the show. The next week, it's edited from Google Earth. But there's no doubt you can see that this is technology. I mean, that it's construction, it's architecture. I mean, that's holding this opening there, because if those support things were not there, it wouldn't stay open. There's no way. But they built a bridge over the top of it, and I'll show you. I haven't shown anybody except in person because I didn't want anybody to copy this stuff. Bruce Cunningham jumped on me, called me, said, "Get that off your page right now." But okay. You see, this is that structure underground, underwater. This is where the U.S. carrier group has all the UFOs parked over the top of it, and just had that 23-minute contact event that we haven't heard about. Why would they land on the lawn of the White House? It makes no sense. Who needs politicians anyway to verify the truth of anything? But I went and saw this, and so I went and got it off their info. I went and I got it off Google. But the structure they made disappear next door, there's a bridge built over it, which means the water, that's Malibu Canyon that runs between the two structures. And if you notice, I took a picture of a hard copy of my photo, and there's ancient technology, and there's a couple dudes, you know what I'm talking about, and they always say, "Oh, Antarctica." This is not an Antarctica, but it is some type of technology deep in the ice. And if you look how big the people are over here, and the helicopters and the snowmobile, this is a massive thing. But I actually found it by looking at a thermal, I was looking at a thermal view of the Earth, and in the middle of the ocean, there were some red dots, and I zoom in on it, and that was one of the things I found. And here's these vaults, and nobody's seen these pictures.
Jeffrey, where is the location of the tech in the ice? If it's not Antarctica, where is it?
I always use that to tell people telling the truth, because you know those two guys, and I'm not going to say who, but one always is with the other, the good guy and the other guy. But they're always out there, and it says, "Oh, Antarctica," boom, and then the slide disappears. But that is not in Antarctica. It's actually on another island. It's on an island all by itself, thousands of miles away from Antarctica, in the middle of nowhere. And then very close to it, I'll just give a clue. It's called Deception Island. And if you look at Deception Island, is built exactly. I'm telling you, the guy who made Aliens, the movie, replicated, and Prometheus replicated the shape of the ships from this island. There's no way that he didn't, because it's the exact same shape, and it's a screwy shape. It's like a C, and then it's got a kind of a thing sticking out of it, almost like it's a root. You've seen Prometheus, haven't you? And yeah, and here's the view from it. See, you can see my thumb, because I take hard copies of it, because I only put it on here for the show, but that's looking in the front door. You have the equal space between it was like 270 feet in the middle, and then 90 feet in between each of the two sets on both sides of the door. So when are you going to get 90 feet between those two posts, and 92 between these two, and 270 feet in the middle? And it's exactly 3 times as much as the other one. This is what's in the front door of that oval thing. And that's what I was trying so hard to get an image of. And the two places where they connect over there, it's almost like, imagine two NFL stadiums connected. They built a bridge that has no support cables, no support arches or arms or anything in between it. And it that means it had to be built before the North American ice cap started melting. And this is pictures through the ice in Antarctica of pyramids. And what I think you see in the middle there of each one, especially there, the round ones, you see the squares over and over again, is a support column holding up a high roof. And you see tunnels that run in between them. And but now you literally start seeing the government start trying to replicate. Yeah, the center, that's Gunung Padang, just a very tiny center square in there, and all this stuff outside is under the ground. But that's just me looking at different layers of it. And this is different, different pyramids and buildings in Antarctica.
Right. Do you have any images of Angkor Wat?
Oh, yeah, tons. And some you see at Angkor in Indonesia, you see it in India, and I think that was just I think that's like before our time, like before the Egyptians we were around, the Kurgan, and which I think were a branch of the Sumerians, were using the Ankh. And most people have never heard of the Kurgan society, but if you see how big they are compared to the horses, they were giants. I think they were actually the Sumerians or the Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them. And here's Gunung Padang right here, but that's one of the LiDAR. Here's the only thing they were looking at before, and this is all the stuff outside of it. So they realized there's layers and layers outside. You have the stuff just outside the center wall that's just right there, and then you have the moat type thing, and then it continues, but it looks just like if you pull a motherboard out of a computer. That's what it looks like. And if you look at the site, it looks like even just looking at what's above ground, it's built exactly like Chichen Itza and all the places, like a microchip. It's built like technology. It's not built like a temple or a tomb or something like that. It's built with function. And here is what I was talking about. One of those, this is an image where I was shooting for a certain depth and a certain reflection of what's coming back. And so when you have a huge quartz foundation like that, anything you build on top, the more massive it is, the more electricity that it naturally produces. And this is where I was, like you see at Pumapunku and everywhere else, this was at work where they were making those voids and, those T-shapes inside of a T-shape, inside those stones at Pumapunku. Let's see if I have one. And
what are you talking about? The block braces they pour in between each one?
The best way now, and there's also whistles and stuff like that were found. And the best way to explain it to everybody, there's me at Komatsu Corporation. That's a argon oxygen decarburizer. Argon cools it down, oxygen heats it up. Oh, here's the complete image of the one in Mexico below Chichen Itza. You see stairs over here on the Gulf side? And see, that's what I'm trying to raise money for. I want to go dive this. I want to go come in this entrance over here that's deep underwater. But at the end of the Pleistocene, the water level was 440 feet. More shallow then, and see that spike up on the top, that's the shaft in the center of the pyramid. So it shows you just how massive this thing is below here, and that's a huge void. That's not like a solid structure. And then you see absolute perfect, pristine stairs and sidewalks. I mean, look at that. It just goes on. I mean, it just goes on, and it looks like they even have posts that tell you where it's going. You know, you find these posts at each one of these crosswalks, each one of these sideways, almost like road signs, and there's a different field. You can flip it to where you can see all these little squares. You can kind of see them right there. There's vaults. There's hundreds of vaults inside this thing, and it's just
So
here's
when we
the vault. That's that green spike down the middle.
So when we see these in the images, when we consider what we see on Mars, what I'm finding on Mars, and what's all over Mars, this is definitely something to ponder. But Jeffrey, please mute your mic. We're going to go to a break for about 6 minutes, all right? And pack, smoke, and do what you need to do. But definitely ponder, people. Look at it, as above, so below.
You see the same things on Mars as you do at Area 51 for some reason.
Indeed. So we're going to go to a break, Jeffrey. Please mute your mic, brother. And everyone else, pack them and smoke them, because you're definitely still going to need them when we come back with Jeffrey on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
If you are listening, Germany, India, Russia, and China are involved in a mad Martian rush to be the first country to plant their flag on Mars. Get an idea of what these brave astronauts will be finding on the planet Mars before President Trump plants the first American boots on the face of Mars. You might want to familiarize yourself with George Haas and get to know his work and read his books. Haas has been studying NASA and European Space Agency imagery of Mars for over 25 years and has co-authored 2 books with geomorphologist William Saunders called the Cydonia Codex and the Martian Codex. I encourage you all to support his research by visiting his website at www.theCydoniaInstitute.com. And remember, as George Haas has always said, through NASA's own pictures, the truth will be revealed.
Yeah. And my jungle night.
So hard to believe you. Now I live only to deceive you.
Yeah, I got Steve Myers video right here.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Gary Leggiere, the Martian Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. Of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation. That's upon you all again now. And we're with our guest, Jeffrey Boyd Jr. You know, it was a pretty rough start there, but, you know, you are showing pictures and stuff. We definitely got to get in a computer one of these days, get all set up, and things will be a little easier. But if you turn your phone sideways, maybe that'll help more. The pictures will even look better, from what I'm being advised when you show the pictures. Try that. But other than that, welcome back, everybody. Now that you packed them and smoked them, put us in a different gear and a move. All right, let's move forward. Jeffrey, are you with us? Jeffrey, you with us? Where the hell are you, Jeffrey? Oh, no. Did it happen again? Am I not on? Oh, now he's muted. Jeffrey, you're muted.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
There we go. Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah,
Did you?
I had my mic muted.
All right. Do you think turning the phone might help when you show images? If you could do that, it'll also be probably better viewing for you.
Yeah, I just turned it sideways. Let's see if it's a difference.
Okay. So indeed, all these sites, man, again, all around the world. You mentioned the Anunnaki. Apparently, you know, pre-human civilizations, that's, you know, we attribute those that we attribute based on known human history, like where the pyramids are in Egypt. Oh, the Egyptians built them. Bullshit.
No way.
But it was for previous civilizations, maybe those Anunnaki, because according to that story, they were here for like at least 430,000 years before, you know, while tinkering, making us in their image. We won't get into all that, but it is really incredible, the prospect, and if they're able to get around the planet and do these various things at various times, it only makes you wonder also about the type of life that was here too. Because remember, in those stories, they also bring goats here. They bring wheat and other things. They stated. I mean, who knows what else? Well, yeah, and the plow.
Well, that's in that one Sumerian tablet. That's why I think it's a re-emergence, like Graham Hancock's books say, kickstarting society again, and that there were people around like Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan who were white people, and they showed up out of nowhere and started introducing things just like the Anunnaki and the Sumerians did, and
Sounds like
Sorry.
someone's freaking
Hang
out.
on. Yeah, that's somebody screaming like a crazy person. Anyway, but you have just like Graham Hancock's books, The Fingerprints of the Gods, and all that. You have people who reemerge, who who keep restarting society, and after the Pleistocene, like that was an impact that started the North American ice cap. Because if you look just below where that line is,
that still brings up the question: ancient aliens, or how do we know it's not just ancient?
That's why I say
Earthlings, just they are whatever they are, and who knows? That not that much data, but we're finding things on Mars, the moon. But Mars definitely. Mars is a giant planetary, artistically sculpted entire structure. I mean, surface, planetary surface. Someone's handiwork in the heavens. Why would that be far-fetched? Then, considering what we're finding here and under the Earth, like you're pointing out with the LiDAR. That those same designers potentially could also be responsible for some of these ancient things.
But just like what's on Faces of Mars right now, that one structure that you have on there right now, I call it the rotunda. I just named it that just because it reminds me of a rotunda, like an architecture, and it looks like it has a road around it. But what I did is I did what's called gravitic topography, and where you have dense mass, you have higher gravity, and so that's how I found a bunch of things that were. And when I was at the Mars conference, I did a gravitic topography of the face of Mars, and it has a lower density and a lower gravitic measurement to it. Like if you're looking at it, kind of like looking at it FLIR, it has a darker color if it has more gravity to it. But the rotunda that you showed, I call it that, and the face of Mars, when I compared those to known hollow sites on Earth, it showed that they were hollow. It showed exactly like known hollow sites on Earth. Like the Rocky Mountains, you'll see really heavy gravitic topography through the stone in the Rocky Mountains. But then when you look at things like in Ireland, that's a huge dome that was built in the 1200s or 1400s, and it's hollow, and you know it. Well, that's your science control. That's your control measure in scientific theory and scientific method. And so looking at the face on Mars and looking at the what I call the rotunda that you actually have on the face of Mars right now, and it was one of the things I wanted to talk about too. It looks like it has a road around it, but it comes up graphitically as hollow.
Jeffrey, erasing though, what image on the facesofmars.com? There's several. There's the faces.
Right below where my picture in my bio is, there's a picture of a mound that appears to have a road around it. It has like a groove that goes around the hill. It's kind of like Poverty Point, but like a mound, like you would see just any mound. But it appears to have a road, like if you drew with your finger in the sand around it.
Are you talking about Dr. Carlotto's Jerusalem picture? What are you talking about?
It's a gray picture that's on the face of Mars, the faces of Mars right now. When I went and looked at the show thing, it was below my bio, and it is a hill that looks like if you were to make a mound of sand at the beach and then take your finger and draw a line around it and make a groove all the way around it. It looks like it has a road that kind of leads to the top. But that was one of the structures. That's in Cydonia. That's one of the ones for the Mars conference in 2017 in New Mexico that they wanted me to do a LiDAR. Well, now LiDAR and those things are becoming available on Mars, which brings up other questions too. The things in orbit, are one thing, but if there's no atmosphere, have you ever asked the question? I have to, because I've been in aviation my entire life. I started flying when I was like 11 or 12 years old, and started taking control of the airplane when I was like 13. And that's from the camber of the wing, and you have a dense atmosphere, and the air's flowing faster over the top of the wing than the bottom. But there's a place called Metro Aviation. It's a helicopter company, and it says, "We beat the air into submission." And that's, which doesn't sound like a safe way to fly. So I've stayed out of helicopters. But what I've wondered ever since, because I keep track of everything that's launched in space, because I'm using satellites. There's there's more of a login thing to get into your Cash app than there is to get into U.S. or foreign satellites, $1 trillion satellites. And but I've wondered if there's rovers, that's fine. But why, you hear these stories of space programs that have been going for a long time, but I want to know, as an aviator, how in the hell can a helicopter fly on Mars if it has no atmosphere? Like, how can that happen? Because an airplane could fly easier than a helicopter could, because a helicopter basically has wings, but they spin, and so they literally pound it into submission. And you listen to people like Lear, and they say that there's been people on Mars and things aren't what they seem. But I want to know how they take something. Maybe it doesn't matter if it's 5 pounds, 20 pounds, or 200 pounds. How can you spin a blade in the air and lift anything off the ground with lack of atmosphere?
Well, it has a thin atmosphere.
It does, but do you know how a helicopter barely flies on Earth? That's why they say we pound the air into submission. That's their quote on Earth.
That's why the Ingenuity team said of the helicopter that they would have to spin more faster revolutions per minute because of the atmospheric difference. They explain it all good, but I kind of agree. We're used to seeing. I don't know. I'd have to see that.
But scientifically, the density of it would be the difference on Earth, water, and air. It's a huge, huge difference. Airplanes stay in the air, and if you're at 10,000 feet, you cut off the engine in a Cessna, and you're at 10,000 feet, you can glide for 30 miles. If you cut off the engine in a helicopter, which is what the rover is, on Earth, and even if you're in their little gyro spin that they say they're going to safely crash in, it's going to crash and burn instantly. It drops like a stone out of the sky. But if you were going to have a thin atmosphere, wouldn't you want to have something with bigger wings rather than something that has to pound the air into submission if the air isn't really there, or the air is 1/6 as thin? Anybody who has flown in a helicopter or has taken classes like flight school classes, and I used to run the flight school at Shreveport, Louisiana, at Downtown Airport. It would be much easier to have the drones that we see, like our first drones you saw in the first Iraqi war, the Gulf War, that were like little propeller drones. It would be so much easier to fly that through a thin atmosphere than it would be a helicopter type drone. It's literally, helicopters barely stay in the air.
By what you're saying, then, it's safe to say that basically you don't buy, I guess, the lies of what they claim about Mars as its atmosphere.
I believe that. I believe that. Exactly.
Subject as well.
Exactly. I believe the atmosphere is much thicker than they say, and I believe what John Lear says is right. It's more thick at the equator, and maybe they can, you might be able to take off there, but in polar areas and stuff like that, I couldn't see it. There's no helicopter on Earth, even the ones that lift stones out of water and those Sikorsky's that lift huge amounts of construction stuff off the ground. Like that couldn't happen on Mars. I mean, that plane couldn't even lift off on Mars if the atmosphere is what they say it is. If it was 1/6 of what it is on Earth, then it wouldn't be able to even lift off. It would be much more effective to have something that's a plane, like a glider. You have something that barely propels it forward, but you release something up in the atmosphere that can glide for a long way and has a propeller on it. It could stay at a certain altitude shooting pictures forever. Why wouldn't you do that instead of taking something that has to go from the ground, from full gravity, with a thin atmosphere? And even if you there's a show that came on recently, and it's called Alien Worlds, I think, and it was talking about if an alien world had an atmosphere or gravity, anti-gravity, that was 6 times as thick, that you would have airborne animals that could easily fly, but it's the opposite with Mars. But I just want to know how they could get anything over 10 pounds off the ground without a Sikorsky-sized helicopter. It's just, it's one of those things that just scientifically doesn't add up, and not many people ask that question. And I guess that's because most people don't have 40 years.
You should contact what's his face, Bob Balaram of the Ingenuity, and follow up with us. We would definitely love to hear his comments to you about that. That would be great if you could do that. His name is Bob Balaram.
Yes, I'll have to get his name from you after the show, but I would love to know that. But I understand that with gravity, that it makes sense, just like the moon. The moon even gets 8 days of atmosphere per year from the Earth because it gets closer and things like that. But for it to have more force at the equatorial region in order to have an atmosphere, but if you've ever stood next to a helicopter or sat in one and realized the amount of power that it takes to take off, it's exactly relevant to if you had one helicopter without Jeff and Gary sitting inside, and instead it's a helicopter 100 times smaller. It's the same exact thing. It's just relativity. It's like, how is a propeller 100 or the blades 100 times smaller going to pick up this 100 times smaller the weight? It doesn't make any sense. That's why I think that the atmosphere of gravity is thicker than it appears, and that's why I didn't really give much weight to the picture because there's never been any incident where something was covered in dust and then a dust storm came by and blew the dust off of everything. But you see the Mars rover, and you see it covered in dust, and it shuts down, and then there's a shadow of what looks like a guy with sunglasses on his head and a backpack on, and the next day the solar panels are totally clear, and you're like, well, nobody can be up on the moon. But something's not right. The equation does not fit. Like, if you run the equation, it does not work. If you run those parts, it just doesn't fit together.
The Mars they now is not the Mars we now know, and vice versa. So, Jeffrey, man, yeah, let's get into some images, man. Show us some sights, show us some really cool crap that's around the planet, even of Mars, if you have any structures and stuff. But yeah, take us through a bunch of images, man. And and you mentioned Klaus Dorner. I got to get back in touch with him. Last time I talked to him, he invited Jock Doubleday to go out there inside of some mountain that he was doing. It wasn't just really a mountain; there was a lot more to it.
He's
But
living off in the. He's over. Well, I don't know if you want me to tell where he is. Bruce Cunningham's over in the Philippines, and Klaus, he's from Austria, but he's running around. But right now, he's happy with his life. I'm like excited for him. There's the research world, but when you can be happy in your own, find happiness in your own life,
it makes it all the better.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things that's much harder to attain than education, and it's just yeah, and here's what used to we couldn't look and see. People always wondered if there were other chambers inside of the pyramids in Egypt, and this is the pyramid at Chichen Itza, which is the green little spike on that tree-shaped cavern that's underneath. And literally, the Mayans' religion later on was about the river and the underworld that ran under the mountain. So they were putting a pillar on top of it. But if you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and Dr. Carl Johann Kalaman, the 9 waves of creation, he started talking about that. But this is muon radiography, and now technology's gotten so good that even where you can't see a crack, you can see density changes, and you can see through the whole thing. There's LiDAR and there's muon radiography. Just imagine a tile floor, and they did it in Egypt, which also we found a 3,000 room, 1,500 rooms per floor. And we think that might be what Herodotus, the Greek, based his story of the labyrinth on. See, here's where on the last show, we were looking at Diego Garcia in Guam and the underground base. And the very next picture was totally blue and literally had a ski boat in the middle of it. But if you did it to scale, the ski boat would have been like 12,000 feet long. So I thought it was really fun. It was like a big cigarette boat, like, Pablo Escobar cruising across the middle of Diego Garcia. But let's see. They they show you in the ancient world what they were using, where they were using metallurgy and melting down, and they call them out of place artifacts. And I said there's no out of place artifacts, only out of place history. But you got these places underground. The underground to the world is just now starting to be known. See, here's where you can really see, like, here's where the dome structure is, and right next to it is another structure. But look how vertical and how symmetrical, and see the over here where they're disappearing in the distance. This is imagine 2 round structures next to each other. Right there is where the bridge is. And so when Malibu Canyon, and here's the other part of Malibu Canyon over here on the left side of the picture, which means this structure had to be around before the ice cap started melting, because as the ice cap started melting, they dug Malibu Canyon, and they literally had to put a bridge over it to get from one side to the other. And that's why I say, one reason why I say instead of ancient human antiquity like Michael Cremo, I say I say extreme Earth antiquity, because there's nothing that says that it was humans like us. And just like SETI looks for radio waves, and basically the 1939 Olympics. This is a vault. Nobody's ever seen this picture before. This was not engraved with any type of hieroglyphs. It's just absolutely massive, and it's 10 times bigger than any door of the place. It doesn't have multiple parts. It couldn't have been fit through any door. And to be carved in place, I think it was poured in place, either used water or fire, metallurgy or cement. And there's geopolymers, just like they called the Roman roads, that actually had ox blood in them, the same way that these use sodium carbonate. And if sodium carbonate, you find it in the riverbeds and lake beds, or dried up lake beds. And if you think about it, that's the entire country of Egypt, because the Niles meandered so much, it's eventually covered the whole country. So the number one and number two producers of sodium carbonate in the world is Egypt and Chad. And these things are so much bigger than the door, and there have been these vault complexes found, and you don't see Egyptian hieroglyphs in there. A couple of them, one of them, I have a picture of it carved in the side of it, and they literally couldn't even draw a straight line. And if you see this, it looks like granite and quartz. It's just super hard stone. And these things aren't the size of a human. Like you saw the guy duck down inside.
Such precision. They're made with unnatural precision.
This is exactly, look at the exact angles on every side. And it's definitely not a tomb like Egyptology says, because look at the guy in there. You could fit 150 of him in there, if not more, And you can see right here on one of them where they tried all of Egypt, in all of Egypt, their hieroglyphs are perfect. They can't even draw a straight line in this stuff. So that tells me that it was found later, like most Egyptian stuff, and kind of taken over. But like at Gunung Padang, you have stories of wars where there's not even human beings on either side.
Right.
And it's kind of like the Temple of Edfu. And if you read, and this is in Indonesia, and you have beings that just don't look human, and there's hundreds of years worth of it. And I got the Azore Islands. You got now there's a pyramid found there that backs up the Temple of Edfu, which is the most ancient in Egypt. But if you look at the Temple of Edfu, then Dera, the Osirion, which is the Temple of Osiris, they're all built on top of an even older structure, because they said the original Temple of Edfu landed, and there's some that have never been seen like this. This is the actual Temple of Isis that was found underground, that was said to have not existed. And for some reason, the Osirion is totally underground, or underwater, but you see things, hang on, I want to show you something. It's, there's a dam, and it looks, here it is, just like you would measure a water line. This is one of the most ancient things in Egypt, and you don't find pictures of it anywhere. And you see the grates over there like you would have on something that collects garbage or collects things coming through the water or whatever. but you have water lines and you have like, I don't know, like, what is that, 5 feet and then 10 feet? I would guess that means, and then, you know, or
Rule. It's like a rule. It's
like 10, 20, and then 30, you know, but it's all, just like you said, all of it is so perfect. And then you have things that actually have function, like these grates over here, and they all are done with precision. But if you were to put a person standing in there, they would be as tall as like that first little point right there at the end of that pyramid. I mean, this is literally a massive, massive thing, like part of a dam. So they were literally controlling the flow of the biggest river on the earth, the Nile and the Amazon. And you see the same construction in
Mesoamerica.
in Egypt as you do in South America.
Yeah.
And I learned this working at Komatsu Corporation. If you take basically a sand castle, or there's also a thing Klaus Don has that's a flute that has these really complex, kind of like a harmonica, complex tubes inside of it. But what I was doing at Komatsu Corporation is we would take a sand mold. And the best way to tell you is, you know those silly straws that have all the circles in them? You know, like you suck through it and it has crazy straws. Yeah. Now fill that with sand. Now, put that down on top, just lay that down and pour some rock, and then lay that down in the middle and pour some rock on top of it. And every day, the way we made a negative space, like these spaces here, without any tool marks, like Ancient Alien says, no tool marks, no power tool marks, no cut marks. If you made this shape in sand, just using sand and glue, it would harden. But if you pour hot rock on top of it every day, we literally had to wait for it to cool, because the hot rock would make the sand shrink down and dissolve and disappear, and you'd be left with that void. Same way a bell's made. You pour it basically over sand, and then whenever the metal cools at the same rate as the sand dissolves inside, and you're left with a hollow space inside, just like they have that block that has a hole that goes through at a 90-degree angle, but it doesn't have any drill marks or anything like that.
It looks like something's supposed to fit inside there. For each level that you see that, something would lock into place.
Imagine that shape, which would be easy to build out of sand, then pour a rock over the top of it, and then when it cools, the sand would be gone, and you're left with that negative space. And that's what I learned as a metallurgist, and we did it every day. And that's when I started seeing things a lot differently. I was like, these things are possible. It's like, this thing's supposed to be built out of lyddite, or what's considered, or basalt, you know, and they what's considered basalt or hard rock that you can't really form. And then I realized, like, no matter what shape you want to make it, if it's a silly straw or you want to make your initials, you can pour liquid metal that's as thin as water, and it cools a little bit, and you can put any negative shape inside there. Just imagine like a skin, like a sausage, and you fill it with sand. You can make it in any shape you want to, just like on the inside of that flute on Klaus Donna's Out of Place Artifacts, because they were always wondering, how did they get a tool to dig inside there and make these complex turns? They said it'd be impossible, so it was made of lyddite. But if you took basalt and melted it down and poured it over the top of, if you just had a straw that was made in the shape of, like, you know, one long straw, and then shorter and shorter ones going toward the end like a harmonica, and they were full of sand. The plastic would melt first, and then the sand, as the rock cooled, would eventually crush, but it doesn't make the space shrink inside. The rock cools faster than the sand dissolves inside. Like the rock will harden fast and then bake the sand down to nothing, and you're left with a negative space. And that's how they've done all these things without tool marks. And at all these locations, you always see a tower that has a little square at the bottom, and it has burn marks on it. And like at Pumapunku, Machu Picchu, all these places, and they just call it out-of-place artifact, and they don't even consider it part of the site. And I'm like,
so what do you think?
That's a major part of the equation.
So what do you think it is? Some type of power source?
No, I think it was where they were melting down stones. If you have 1,000 guys, is it easier to drag 100 big stones, or is it easier to take those 1,000 guys and have them burning all day with backpacks full of small rocks, dumping them in a furnace? And when you burn them, it's burning off the softer carbons. And then if you want to put quartz in, you can. And then what you're left with is granite and basalt and lyddite and these hard things that they think, you know, there's no quarries of basalt or lyddite or something that you could get. And it's not that, I mean, and with copper tools, they were supposed to only have copper chisels. There's no way they could have carved out the inside of those things. It would have had to have been made from a mold. But sand, people don't realize sand disappears. And just like in Egypt, also sand doesn't stick together unless you use a catalyst. If you put baking soda or sodium carbonate, it'll make a brick.
And it sure does cover everything. There's a
Well,
lot
they
of
talked about it in the Bible too. You know, they were talking about making bricks when they were slaves for Egypt, and you know, it even talks about it in the Bible. And but if you notice, across cultures, across times, everywhere, if you just in Egypt, if you look, the newer the pyramid, anything in the Pharaohic age looks like a pile of mud bricks, and it basically is. And anything that was there when they found it, they built over the top of it and over the top of it. And you'll find globally, there's 3 layers. From Cusco and Pisac, Peru, all the way to Egypt, there's 3 layers. In Chichen Itza, there's also 3 layers. But I think just like we don't build houses in the middle of just nowhere, we build cities on top of where there's already a city, and we build on top of it and on top of it. And I think that's the same thing back then. If you were to travel in the wilderness and you were going to settle somewhere, and you walked up and there's a stone pyramid, and next to it you've got, you know, the temple of Quetzalcoatl or Kukulkan, and it's actually called Templo del Barbado, which means the Temple of the Bearded Man, and no Native Americans and no Mayans or Mexican descent had beards. Like Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan were said to have beards, and even the place is called the Temple of the Bearded Man. It's not actually called the Temple of Quetzalcoatl. So things are different, but we're seeing archaeology starting to, and LIDAR starting to converge with what we're seeing out in the Pacific Ocean with UAPs and life above our heads. They've talked about it. The ancients have told us about it for thousands of years, and now we're seeing those 2 worlds converge, from our oldest tablets to our newest events that we haven't even been told about yet, like the recent event that was supposed to be 23 minutes of very close contact of every recording device there is.
Have you been following Dr. Mark Carlotto's work, from before Atlantis and beforeatlantis.com? He comes up with that too, and that other civilizations die out, and their foundations or structures that remain which also point to different pole positions, previous pole positions, and the newer ones would be pointed on top of one foundation. Let's say, for example, it's pointed at one different pole position, and the structure put on top of it is actually pointing to the new pole position. And so what you're saying about layers, that's you should check that out if you're not familiar with his work.
And
it's definitely
also there's Danny Orwanto. If you look up at he was supposed to speak with me at the Advanced Archaeology Symposium. It's AtlantisJavaSea.com. It's where the Sundaland Peninsula like went down from Asia toward Australia. It was a huge peninsula, and now it's thousands of islands of Indonesia and Micronesia and all that. And Australia was called Pulau Gabangat, and also, well, people call it Australanesia because it's easier to say, but that was Australia and Papua New Guinea and all that was one big piece of land. But when the water rose 440 feet, then you get thousands of islands. And that's where Gunung Padang and that Aztec-looking pyramid I showed you still sits above. Those are the highest points in Indonesia. It's called the Lawu, which is a mountain. The slope of Lawu is where those pyramids are built. And I think that's where they made pilgrimages to. That was the highest point in Indonesia, but now it just happens to be what's above water. But we even have a map of the riverbeds that's carved into the ocean floor, just like Malibu Canyon. It couldn't have been carved into the floor unless it was the ocean floor, unless it was above ground. And so Sundaland, those ancient languages I showed you that were in rock, that was from Sundaland. And also where Ganesh was, that wasn't in India, that was in Indonesia. And that was before, that's pre-India, that's pre-Vedic times. And so, you know, more and more the mythology of the Vedics and the prehistoric Dacia, everything's being proved to be less and more history and less myth.
Right. And you know, an area I'm fascinated with, and it kind of, you know, reminds me of the find you were showing off of California there, is the area under Cuba and that whole area. And how that looks. I know you've studied that. There's a lot of artificial looking structure there as well.
You nailed it. Did you know that that's where the Navy's, that's the Navy's Area 51? Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
That is where the Navy does all their underwater testing. That's where the Air Force has Nellis and Groom Lake and all that, but it's called, I think it's called Altec. It's off the coast of Cuba, and that's where the Navy does their testing at. And like China Lake, all of it's underground and underwater, and there's no telling what the Navy will do. The Navy's the one who has, people think of the Air Force when they think of everything, but the Navy is what really, if anybody knows what's going on or has technology, it's them. You know,
the northwestern end of it is supposedly where all these pyramids were found, and on how deep it is, they're saying that it would have had to been, wow, over 100,000 years ago or something. I was like, really?
Yeah, exactly. It's like Michael Primo says.
Yeah, and more than that. I mean, I want to see, have you found any more studies that are into that sunken Cuban city? And I definitely, on the Google Earth, I think, unless they started getting it out, it shows, I mean, it's obvious are intelligent designing, you know, and you can see the ripples of the sands covering it as it was, but there's no mistaking the intelligent designing. And it's, you know, and
there's
wow.
There's a hammer, or it's like an axe, and the wooden handle is petrified. All the mud around it is petrified. It's underneath a layer of bedrock and coal, which would have to be in like the 100,000 to million year range. And so you have a tool that was found underneath layers of all this. And we found jewelry that's inside andesite, that's inside lumps of coal where they've broken it apart and found jewelry inside, like gold that doesn't degrade. And you find things like that that prove that there was someone here in ancient antiquity, and even down in the trenches around Cuba and the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, we find things down there, and that's definitely extreme antiquity. That's way beyond this 12 or 15,000 year mark. I think what we have in our history, even though Göbekli Tepe pushed it back 3 times as far, or it went from like 7,000 years to 15,000 years. That's just when they buried it. Who knows how long it was around before then. But when you have artifacts that you're finding, like an axe or a hammer that has a petrified wood handle, no matter what environment is around it, the most perfect conditions, it's still going to take at least 100,000 years or way more to do.
Right,
But
like the petrified rock trees. This show's coming down to a close, but a Distorted Reality wants to know, do you believe if Mars was nuked? That brings us in a different direction, but why not? These are all interesting.
I think it's just as likely that I think it's just as likely it was nuked as it could be like an X flare. I mean, if it was in retrograde and the sun was on the Earth was on the other side of the sun, and the flare came this way, it could easily blow the atmosphere right off and cause the plasma, like lightning, could have easily cut the Valles Marineris. And that's really what it looks like. A lot of it looks like water, like you see sand ripples, but you also see places where it just looks like it was cut by a lightning bolt out of there. But I think if you had a civilization that was that advanced to make a nuclear weapon that was big enough, which they do talk about with the Brahmanostra, the Brahma weapon, if you got to be that advanced of a society, you would have to be pretty hateful or something to want to blow a planet to where it would never have life again. And I think that's one reason why we have interference with our nukes. If anybody wants to see the smoking gun of UFOs, just go look up the Vandenberg missile test, and you'll see every time we shoot off one from Vandenberg, there's something that catches up with it, hits it with a beam of light, flies a circle around it, and leaves, and the 7 warheads fall out. I've shown you that before, haven't I?
Yeah, I've seen those videos over the years too. Fascinating, and yet not too much attention, really. People that do it, it's still mainstream.
They try to bury it. I mean, think about it. If the Washington Post or the New York Times said something about that interview, because the guy that did that interview was the engineer of the Atlas V rocket that had anti-missile missile defense system on it, and he instantly gave an interview to CNN, and it's been erased from my own page no less than 30 times, and it gets harder and harder to find on YouTube, but I keep it on my channel, on my YouTube channel. And I've even renamed it just to keep it. But, I mean, we're talking about something 200 miles above the Earth, the fastest thing we've ever built. It's going 18,000 and 19,000 miles an hour, 200 miles up. Something catches up with it, hits it with a beam, flies around it with the beam hitting it, and then leaves the direction it came out, and the thing just falls apart. I mean, it literally flew circles. I mean, its approach speed would have to be like 180,000 miles an hour, and I think it could either be life or it could be one of these ancient automated technologies talked about by the Anunnaki, the Sumerians, the Vedics. They talked about that there was ancient automated technology still
So
on Earth. Just like the tablet of destiny.
So you think it's controlled by AI, some form of ancient AI?
Well, it could be automated, or it could be them saying, "You're not alone on Earth," just like the vent in the bottom of the ocean. Like, hey, it's not so much you're nuking each other, but if you do that crap, you're radiating the hell out of us too. And the evidence for us being alone on Earth, even right now by ourselves, you see something flying over your head, is it more likely that it's from 100 trillion miles away, or is it more likely it's from very nearby?
Here it goes. Here it goes, computer. What I tell you, here it goes. It's acted different. It also changed that things that move around slow. Only during the show this happens. Isn't it weird? You know, my mouse moving around, not really with me. This is it. Yeah, my computer. I'm being fucked with.
Yeah,
It doesn't go show. Did you guys able to hear me? Because my
barely, I could understand you, but just little bit.
Yeah, my computer was migraine again. What I tell you, another show and this crap is happening. Isn't that
hitting
something?
home with somebody.
There it goes.
I'm telling you, we're not alone. We're not alone on this planet right now. I'm telling you, and I don't think we ever have been.
Listen, my screen just fucking flashed, and it moved my window tabs just down a little bit. What the hell is going on?
You're doing something right.
Every show when it's live, this only happens. That's what's weird. And not all the time, but usually it's been, pretty common. And it doesn't happen any other time or nothing. So I don't know what the hell's going on, but I can't wait to get it.
Just gotta say thank you and just be like, thank you for validating me a little bit, you know?
Yeah, well,
either it's nothing or it's something, and either way, it just seems to come up whenever we're talking about sensitive things.
Yeah, well, like artistically sculpted entire planetary surfaces that the Mars they now know is compared to the Mars we now know. But other than that, I guess that might be a good timing. We're down at the end of the show, bro. But wow. Definitely next time we have you on, we got to have this again soon. It's been 2 years since you were last on with the Martian Revelation. Definitely got to get a computer somehow, brother. And
I've got one. I've just got to get Wi-Fi. You know what's been going on with my family and stuff. So I just now got over here, and so I'm just now getting back on the horse.
I hear that, and I'm glad you came out for a ride tonight. And that's okay with the quirks. Again, it's been 2 years since you've been on, and you're doing it from a phone. But yeah, let's definitely do this again soon. But so, what do you got upcoming? Now what's your next step? Anything?
Got a few shows. Yeah, I've got a few shows coming up, and a few of them lined up that I've had to postpone, like 5 or 6 of them in a row, because now that people know I'm back, I've got a bunch of stuff stored up and a conference that I might be speaking at soon. But now I'm trying to actually get out there now that we've got the LiDAR, and literally just imagine you can look at Earth and see every buried treasure and every buried everything all over the surface of the Earth, the Moon, Mars. But somebody's got to go out there and get it. So now I've opened up a fundraiser on the Independent Research Society, because somebody's got to get out there and do it, and nobody's going to get out there if I don't do it. Because if you don't do it and you put it off for somebody else, it'll never happen. But I want to go to these spots where I've found things that are very accessible, and I can get my scuba gear and I can jump underwater and bam, I want to go do it. And so now I'm not at Biomed anymore. Now I've started a fundraiser. Just go on Independent Research Society on Facebook, and I want to get out there and start uncovering these things that prove that maybe not humans, but somebody's been here for a long, long time, and there's still I mean, the deeper we look, the better the architecture is, and the stronger these things are built, and the more high-tech things we find. I mean, the deeper and the older it is, it's just new pyramids look like a pile of mud. Old pyramids are perfect. And that's the same way it goes underground. We haven't even started to cover the ocean floor, and that's what I'm looking at right now.
Indeed.
And I think there's a lot of truth down there, and somebody's got to do it.
I'll keep on getting more data. Come on next time. Hopefully with your computer, be more set up with all these pictures and these different realms we're going to go. And let's rock this house, man. It's been a while. I'm glad you're back on. Get your wings back, and let's start flying, brother, because the Martian Revelation beckons. And I really want to see LiDAR
I'm
imagery.
glad. Thank you for having me back, man.
All right, Jeffrey. You have a good night, brother.
Always have a good time.
All right, and praying for you and yours, man. And you know what I'm saying? You'll come out strong as always. All right, man. So till next time, let's do this in another couple of months. So get rocking. All right, man.
You have brother.
All right.
Love you guys. Love you, Gary. See you, man, Green.
All right, peace out. So there you go, Jeffrey Boyd Jr. I mean, definitely we could have went on for another hour or two, but you know what? Next time we'll do that. He'll have a lot more images and a lot more. This was things he got on his phone, gets them out to break the waters again. So it was pretty cool. Had, you know, a couple little quirk and difficulties at the beginning, but that's all right. Again, it's been 2 years for him. And, well, these are all learning experiences. And, you know, it is what it is. You pack up and smoke up anyway. It's supposed to be high, so who gives a shit? But I'll say this much. You know, regards to the Martian Revelation and the fate that we must make, we have to take back this country. We have to secure space. Because like Jeffrey said, who's doing it? The commie Chinese. Again, I wanted the other word. But you know what I'm saying? But hey, all I'm saying is that it's existential. We need to come out of this to where America will not only be a great again, we have to save America first to become great again, let alone to secure space and the dominance of it. Because what's going on here now, most can't even see the what? The forest through the trees.
following program is intended for mature audiences.
People of Earth, attention. This is a voice speaking to you from thousands of miles beyond your planet. And you're listening to the Martian Revelation. Strap in tight.
Look, I love Gary. He's fantastic.
Good job you're doing. Boy, what a good reputation. Thank you very much, Gary.
Go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
According to a new report in the New York Times, the U.S. government may have physical evidence of, and we're quoting, off-world vehicles not made on this Earth.
And as I say, in the words of the world's greatest detective, how often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Surely the days of the great Martian revelation are upon us.
Which nobody has ever seen before. When China looks at woke and they see the biggest problem we have is Dr. Seuss. In the meantime, they're building factories and trying to kill us in so many different ways. They laugh at us. They think we're so... Frankly, they think our country is stupid. I want to do what's right, and they are destroying our country.
Those motherfuckers!
I
That's right. We're heading out onto the highway, and that's what we need to do in more ways than one. We're on the precipice of destruction, or we're on the precipice of making our fate. The race is on. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all you ETs out there on the bytewaves of the internet, and wherever you're at down through time monitoring this show. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian, and I would like to welcome you all to the Martian Revelation that is upon you all again now. Welcome to the Bazaar. And today is October 9th of 2021, or the 10th, depending upon your time zone, as this airs through time. And you're listening to this broadcast through Global Enlightenment Radio Network stream, and also now through the public stream and network stream, as well as through the Martian Revelation Show YouTube stream, live at
thefacesofmars.com.
That's
thefacesofmars.com.
That's right, which everyone knows is your defense for the war which we all fight against those evil dark missionaries, who are all leading you away from the light and the truth and manipulating you all instead to help you open your wallets and your pocketbooks to only join their dark-sided special clubs and their special subscriptions that only allows them more power to continue to mislead you all and to steer you all away from the truth that they themselves now wish to face or even admit to. Hell, let alone even talk about.
Yeah, UFO diaries.
Faces on Mars.
Cover up controversy. Down
through time.
Huge conspiracy.
It is a conspiracy.
Okay.
But the Martian Revelation is, however, 100% listener supported, with no special clubs or any special subscriptions to join. So if you're a listener, please help support the Martian Revelation Show again, which is your only defense for that war which we all fight against those evil dark missioners. And we're trying to work with the goal each week to bring you the bizarre truth one show at a time. So please share the facesofmars.com link.
thefacesofmars.com.
And I must also ask you all, though, that you please donate to the show with anything that you could afford by clicking on that big red, white, and blue American donate button at the top of the show page to allow it to continue being here for you down through time. As it is because of you, the listener, which makes the Martian Revelation possible to be brought to you all back through time. Free speech is what we stand for and what we abide by on this show, but without your help, it's not a good thing. So your listenership and your donation support actually counts, and it helps us all to not only fight, but to win against those evil dark missioners, as well as to secure a future which we all could literally make the Martian Revelation our reality by what you say, by making our fate. And just remember also that if you're listening to this Martian Revelation show, then know this, that you are the resistance down through time. So here we are again, back while we can, on another Saturday night, to bring you another bizarre show of the Martian Revelation. And we're going to have guest William Saunders on with us in the next hour, talking about his new book, The Lost Worlds of Earth and Mars. So everyone can check that out on the show page. Click on the link for his book and see the advertisement for his book under that YouTube video. And there's a few pictures there. And William will be on with us with video, and he'll be showing us pictures and talking and whatnot. So a lot of crazy things going on, and still a lot of things going on in regards to space. But we got to get a handle and a grip here on Earth, again, as we head out onto the highway, because the race is on. And there are players in this race that are trying to permanently push us off that highway. And we must not allow it to happen. So let's get into some news. As China's Mars probe suspend explorations due to sun outage. China's Mars rover and orbiter have suspended explorations since mid-September to wait out a period of sun outage. The China National Space Administration, or the Commie Space Administration, said on Tuesday. A sun outage refers to a phenomenon when Mars and the Earth move to either side of the sun and the three are almost perfectly aligned. During this period, the solar electromagnetic radiation will increase and disrupt the communications between the probes and Earth. Also, because I thought there's line of sight issues because of not being able to send signals back until it gets back into the line of sight range. But the sun outage will end in mid-October, and the two probes will resume communications with the Earth and continue scientific explorations of the red planet, said the Chinese Communist Administration. China's Tianwen-1 mission, comprised of an orbiter, lander, and rover, was launched on July 23rd of 2020, and I wish it blew up. But anyway, the rover's You're Wrong drove down from its landing platform to the Martian surface on May 22nd. So here's an article for September 20th. Mars habitability limited by its small size. Isotope study suggests water is essential for life on Earth and other planets, and scientists have found ample evidence of water in Mars's early history. But Mars is no liquid water on the surface today. New research from Washington University in St. Louis suggests a fundamental reason. Mars may be just too small to hold on to large amounts of water. I don't really buy that, but that's okay. This is what it's about, right? But remote sensing studies and analysis of Martian meteorites dating back to the 1980s posit that Mars was once water-rich compared with Earth. NASA's Viking orbiter spacecraft, and more recently the Curiosity and Perseverance Forever rovers on the ground, returned dramatic images of Martian landscapes marked by river valleys and flood channels. Despite this evidence, no liquid water remains on the surface. Researchers propose many possible explanations, including a weakening of Mars's magnetic field that could have resulted in the loss of a thick atmosphere. But a study published the week of September 20th in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences suggests a more fundamental reason why today's Mars looks so drastically different from the blue marble of Earth. Mars's fate was declined from the beginning, said Kun Wang, assistant professor of Earth and Planetary Sciences and Arts and Sciences at Washington University, senior author of the study. There is likely a threshold on the size requirements of rocky planets to retain enough water to enable habitability and plate tectonics, with mass exceeding that of Mars. For the new study, Wang and his collaborators used stable isotopes of the element potassium to estimate the presence, distribution, and abundance of volatile elements on different planetary bodies. Potassium is a moderately volatile element, but the scientists decided to use it as a kind of a tracer for more volatile elements and compounds such as water. This is a relatively new method that diverges from previous attempts to use potassium to thorium ratios gathered by remote sensing and chemical analysis to determine the amount of volatiles Mars once had. In previous research, members of the research group used the potassium tracer method to study the formation of the moon. Okay, but Wang and his team measured the potassium isotope compositions of 20 previously confirmed Martian meteorites selected to be representative of the bulk silicate composition of the red planet. Using this approach, the researchers determined that Mars lost more potassium and other volatiles than Earth during its formation, but retains more of these volatiles than the Moon and asteroid 4 Vesta, which are two much smaller and drier bodies than Earth and Mars. The researchers found a well-defined correlation between body size and potassium isotopic composition. The reason for far lower abundances of volatile elements in their compounds in differentiated planets than in primitive, undifferentiated meteorites has been a long-standing question, said Katharina Lotters, research professor of Earth and Planetary Sciences at Washington University, a co-author of the study. The finding of the correlation of potassium isotopic compositions with planet gravity is a novel discovery with important quantitative implications for when and how two differentiated planets received and lost their volatiles. Boy, that's a long title of a study. But Martian meteorites are the only samples available to us to study the chemical makeup of the bulk Mars, Wang said. Those Martian meteorites have ages varying from several hundred millions to 4 billion years and recorded Mars's volatile evolution history. Through measuring the isotopes of moderately volatile elements such as potassium, we can infer the degree of volatile depletion of bulk planets and make comparisons between different solar system bodies. Okay, but it's indisputable that there used to be liquid water on the surface of Mars. But how much water in total Mars once had is hard to quantify through remote sensing and rover studies alone, Wang said. Well, that's true, but there are many models out there for the bulk water content of Mars, and some of them, early Mars was even wetter than the Earth. We don't believe that was the case. But Zhen Tian, a graduate student in Wang's laboratory and a McDonald International Academy scholar, is first author of the paper. Postdoctoral research associate Piers Kofed is a co-author, as is Hannah Bloom, who graduated from Washington University in 2020. Wayne and Lauders are faculty fellows of the university's McDonald Center for the Space Sciences. The findings have implications for the search of life on other planets besides Mars, the researchers noted. Well, they're going to have to think of those implications and study them more, because there is nothing to help those implications, because there is nothing at Mars now, even with the Perseverance Forever, that can actually detect and is not even looking for life. They're just looking for signs of possible past life. Again, a waste of money and time. But being too close to the sun, or for exoplanets being too close to their star, can affect the amount of volatiles that a planetary body can retain. This distance from star measurement is often factored into indexes of habitable zones around stars. This study emphasizes that there is a very limited size range for planets to have just enough but not too much water to develop a habitable surface environment, said Klaus Mesger of the Center for the Space and Habitability at the University of Bern, Switzerland, a co-author of the study as well. These results will guide astronomers in their search for habitable exoplanets in the other solar systems. Yeah, well, how about guiding them to search for the potential habitability of life on Mars? Before they start thinking about out of our solar system, let's answer the questions with certainty in our own first. But Wang now thinks that for planets that are within habitable zones, planetary size probably should be more emphasized and routinely considered when thinking about whether an exoplanet could support life. Well, how about this? A drop of water here on Earth contains a lot of forms of life. You can do a lot with it. So it all depends on the question of the factor that life is universal. But anyway, Wang continues to say that the size of an exoplanet is one of the parameters that is easiest to determine, Wang said. Based on size and mass, we now know whether an exoplanet is a candidate for life because a first-order determining factor for volatile retention and size. Well, then we must also account and explain the moons of Jupiter, Saturn, etc. I mean, how big does a body have to be to have life in it, or life dormant in it? You could have it traveling around on meteorites. And again, previous guest and friend of this show, Professor Richard Hoover, has much to say about all that. Well, here's an article released yesterday. NASA's Mars rover reveals potential signs of life at landing site. Notice, potential signs. Well, who gives a shit? How about actually finding actual life? For many years, scientists have imagined the history of Mars as follows. In the distant past, the planet had a dense atmosphere. It was warm and covered with rivers and lakes suitable for life. Then it lost its magnetic field. The atmosphere thinned and its surface turned into today's icy desert. This, of course, is true, but the new Mars rover Perseverance Forever has now made its first discoveries, which reveal intriguing details that had remained hidden from the eyes of researchers. Get it now. You know what's also remaining hidden from the eyes of researchers? Actual tests for life. What did NASA's Mars rover find? The landing site of NASA's Mars rover was not selected accidentally of Jezero crater. When seen from orbit, there are structures in the crater area that resemble a river, its delta, and a lake. Of course, the existence of these bodies of water was just a guess. Until Perseverance Forever landed, no one knew for sure. But yet they wouldn't want to land at Cydonia or some other interesting places that it should have landed. But now that the first data have been obtained, we can say for sure the scientists were right in their assumptions. The images from the Mastcam Z panoramic cameras and the RMI microscope prove conclusively that the arrangement of the rocks at the bottom of the crater, as well as the rock layers, confirms what any geologist would expect to see in the area of a once dry delta. But the story turns out to be more complex than previously thought. Scientists have obtained data that show that the water level has changed dramatically over the course of history. It has risen and fallen to the point where the lake is completely dry. However, the reason for this is not clear yet, whether the fluctuations were due to the seasonal changes or catastrophic phenomena. More research is needed, indeed. And for this purpose, Perseverance Forever will be sent to study the rocks which are positioned in the delta itself. This information is described in one of the articles published yesterday in the pages of the scientific journal Science. Large rounded stones were also found, which must have rolled along the bottom of the lake. But there is also a surprise here. They are too massive to be dragged by a river. One possible explanation is that there were once severe floods on Mars that piled up rocks in the lake. What happened to the hypothetical floods is not clear, but on Earth, such phenomena are caused by abundant precipitation or melting ice, or even an angry god. But the plot of the Martian past became even more entangled, according to another article published in the pages of Nature magazine. It reveals that some of the valleys on Mars, perhaps a quarter of them, were caused by short-term phenomena, such as the aforementioned floods. And if until now we thought that the Martian canyons were sculpted for hundreds of thousands of years, now we are accumulating data that show that they probably formed in months or years. This is good news and bad news for the prospect of life ever existing on the red planet. Really, again, without actually going to detect it, to search for it, how would you know? Especially when we detected it and discovered it already in 1976 at two sites 4,000 miles apart from the Viking landers. Again, who you bullshitting? It ain't me. But it takes a long time for the mechanisms of evolution to work and for living organisms to appear. So the presence of short-term events in the past is not what an astrobiologist wants to hear. But on the other hand, catastrophic phenomena could have buried the already formed oasis of life under the sedimentary layers so that they were protected from later changes on the planet and from cosmic radiation. So the rock deposits on the edge of Lake Crater are the perfect place to look for traces of life on Mars. Fine, and I can see where they're going with that. So in a way, again, they're just reaffirming what I had said before. All they're really caring about is to find answers to try to prove the theory of Darwinian evolution, which does not exist on this planet or any other. But that's what they're looking for. But there could be other answers. How about transportation of water to Mars' surface from a planet that exploded that was once a watery world with rivers of gold, that is now the asteroid belt, that slammed into Mars if Mars is once its moon, which many theorists say, not all, but many. It could have splashed its debris all over Mars, rocks, water, as well as life being transported. That may answer for some of these aspects, especially when we consider the article that we had just went over, stating that Mars's habitability was limited by its small size, right? That's what they want us to think. Well, if Mars, again, is a small size, was once a moon, and being with all the whoop-de-doos all over the planet, meteor craters and whatnot, and its proximity to that planet, it could have certainly brought its debris, and the debris could have certainly carried water and any life that may have had upon it, upon Mars. And if Mars never had life, and that those bombardments had provided the life and the water, that's a good theory for a scenario of why it may not have lasted that long. And what may better test for those theories than the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, which aims to launch a probe to the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter in 2028. This is from October 5th. The United Arab Emirates Space Agency will be sending a probe to the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter with the aim of ultimately landing on an asteroid in the early 2030s, and a mission that will surely be a major boost for the country's private sector space companies. The mission will launch in 2028. From there, the spacecraft will have a long and winding journey. It will travel 3.6 billion kilometers over 5 years, boomeranging around both Venus and Earth to build enough velocity to eventually arrive at the asteroid belt beyond Mars in 2030. The UAE aims to land the spacecraft on an asteroid in 2033, an ambitious target for a country that only founded its space agency in 2014. If successful, the UAE Space Agency would join a very small group, including NASA, the European Space Agency, and Japan Space Agency, JAXA, and landing a vehicle on a planetoid. The exact scientific goals of the mission will be announced next year, but any data the spacecraft collects could help deepen our understanding of the origins of the universe. And maybe potentially, again, according to the last article, by us theorizing, maybe the deposition of the water and material and potential life under the surface of Mars. Again, we really do not know. They do not really know where everything went or how long and it could have been there and that it shouldn't have been there that long at all. Well, catastrophic phenomena is said, right? So certainly if Mars was a moon, the catastrophic phenomena model would be a good place to go look in the asteroid belt. So as any data that the spacecraft collects could help deepen our understanding of the origins of the universe, they say. But that's because asteroids are thought by some scientists to be celestial leftovers from when the solar system was formed, or when a giant planet between Mars and Jupiter blew up. This is the latest and most ambitious effort from the UAE, which has been aiming to boost its domestic space sector. Crucially, the UAE will give priority access to contracts and procurement to Emirati companies which stand to benefit from the project. Last year, the country launched the Emirates Mars Mission Hope probe, which went into orbit around Mars in February of this year. That probe will spend one Martian year, 687 days, orbiting the red planet and collecting data about its atmosphere. The UAE will also be sending a 22-pound lunar rover dubbed Rashid to the moon in 2022. That payload, which also includes tech from the 3 private Canadian companies, will be delivered aboard Japanese space startup iSpace's Hakuto Arlanda. Sarah Al-Amiri, chair of the UAE Space Agency, said this newest mission will be in the order of 5 times more complex than the mission to Mars. Among the new challenges will be spacecraft design and engineering, interplanetary navigation, and complex systems integration, as well as higher performance requirements from the spacecraft's communications, power, and propulsion systems, the UAE said in a statement. So that's interesting. Maybe we'll get some answers there for some of this bizarre findings. So on to the next article from September 24th. William Shatner, beam me up, Jeffy, going into space with Blue Origin. Decades after he last played the role, William Shatner is going to become a real-life Captain Kirk because he's going to space on Jeff Bezos' dildo-shaped rocket ship. Though he won't be boldly going where no man's gone before, but because Bezos and his Blue Origin crew already did it, sources with direct knowledge say that the 90-year-old actor is slated to be part of the second crew to take the space flight in the New Shepard capsule. That would make him the oldest person ever to be launched into space. We're told that Shatner will be on board in October for the 15-minute civilian flight, similar to the last launch. What we don't know, but would be awesome, is if he wears the Captain Kirk Star Trek uniform. But our sources say the mission will be filmed for a documentary. We're told Shatner's people were talking to Discovery about the special, but that didn't materialize. But our sources say that Shatner and company have taken the project elsewhere and are in negotiations. It's unclear who will be joining William on the flight, but they'll join elite company as some of the first few amateur astronauts in space. You'll recall when Bezos went up in the way in July, he was joined by just his brother Mark Bezos, test pilot Wally Funk, and recently high school grad Oliver Damon. That crew reached an altitude of 66.5 miles, floated around for a few minutes in zero gravity while playing with ping pong balls. then made their way back down for safe landing. Isn't it funny? They go up in a dildo-shaped rocket ship only to be playing with what? Balls. You can't make this shit up. But then they made their way back down for a safe landing. But it's also unclear what Shatner is paying for his spot on board the New Shepard. TMZ sources believe that he's being comped, which would be a smart move for Bezos. You may recall with Blue Origin's first flight, the final civilian seat went for more than $20 million at auction and was given to Damon, whose father is super rich. Only goes to show, huh? So this was published yesterday. William Shatner says he's terrified days ahead of flight with Blue Origin. Well, that kind of makes sense because remember a few years ago, a decade ago, he was saying, he was asked a question whether or not that he would go up to space. And he basically said, hell no, I'm not going up there unless you could guarantee my way back down. Yeah, it was quite comical. But Captain Kirk is experiencing some pre-flight jitters, the article says. Days after the news broke that William Shatner would reach space with Blue Origin on October 12th, the Star Trek actor admitted that he's experiencing some pre-flight jitters. During a panel on Thursday evening, October 7th, at the New York Comic-Con, Shatner shared his feelings ahead of the Blue Origin mission and talked about the importance of civilian space initiatives like these suborbital flights. Shatner is due to blast off from Blue Origin's West Texas launch site aboard a New Shepard vehicle in just 4 days. You can follow the mission live with space.com. But his excitement doesn't mean the nerves aren't setting in. I'm terrified, Shatner said. I know, I'm Captain Bloody Kirk, and I'm terrified. Last week, Shatner broke the news of his scheduled flight to space, writing in a tweet, "Yes, it's true, I'm going to be the Rocket Man." Instantly, the sci-fi community was enchanted by the idea that a figure from such a renowned sci-fi franchise as Star Trek would actually journey to the final frontier. He's only going up to the gate, everybody. Don't blow this out of fucking proportion. But the 90-year-old Canadian actor who also appeared in the television series The Twilight Zone and T.J. Hooker took to the stage to deliver what seemed like a one-man show, albeit abbreviated. Shatner began with a joke. "You're here because you want to know the recipe for strawberry pie." Yeah, right. But very quickly, the tone changed to one of curiosity. Shatner begged the audience to acknowledge and marvel at natural phenomena, from how tree roots communicate with each other via electrochemical impulses to how a photon mysteriously behaves as both a wave and a particle. In the process, Shatner called all these miracles the unknowable and emphasized that they must become known. Shatner then abruptly segued, "So I'm going up," he said. "I'm scared." The crowd roared with laughter and cheered in support. It was the first time that these fans were hearing confirmation of the mission straight from the source. Shatner said that he was offered the opportunity to fly on one of Blue Origin's crewed missions by Jeff Bezos, the company's founder, who flew on the first crewed flight of the New Shepard system in July. Well, just be careful, Mr. Shatner, because whether you may or may not know it yet, Jeff Bezos is a whiny little bitch. So watch him. "But you'll be the oldest guy in space," Bezos told him, adding that his own response was, "I don't want to be the oldest guy in space. I'm Captain Kirk." Shatner touched on his other ties to the world of space, citing his interview with physicist Stephen Hawking on the show. Raw nerve, which may have been the scientist's last interview before his death. The loveliest part of the evening spotlight, however, was when Shatner referenced Carl Sagan's pale blue dot and spoke to the importance of physically leaving planet Earth, calling it the experience of walking into that limitless distance. He said that the distance allows us to see just how small we are in comparison to the universe, and he returned to the topic of the unknowable, saying that we have much to observe and to learn. Despite this honest and very human admission, Shatner went on to express that he feels excited and fortunate to be embarking upon such a historic mission. Shatner will fly with 3 other passengers, including Audrey Powers, Blue Origin's Vice President of Mission and Flight Operations. Liftoff is scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and the flight is expected to last a little longer than 10 minutes. So that's cool, right? It's all interesting. But maybe he should also follow the news lately of what others, including Blue Origin's own employees, say, that they don't think its rocket is safe, that they wouldn't ride in it. Blue Origin has been lucky that nothing has happened so far. Coming from the bite, a small cohort of current and former employees of Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' spaceflight company, recently penned an article questioning the company's commitment to safety. Remember, this is coming from a guy who is a whiny little bitch, okay? And he's pissed off that NASA had awarded Elon Musk with moon mission programs out of 3, which Bezos was one of 2 that had lost that award. And so then he went crying like a whiny little bitch to NASA, crying and saying that someone else should also be given the funds. Again, acclimating himself as if he's up to par enough with Elon Musk in the vision of his big effing rockets, of his big effing vision and his big effing balls that Bezos himself admits is too big a vision and only should be selected, downscaled to what? To a certain few? But the Bite wrote yesterday about the employees' claims that Blue Origin harbors a shockingly sexist work culture. Are you surprised? Remember, look who he's connected with and what they're trying to pull on us all in this country of why heading out on the highway to space is all the more imperative for us to do and make our fate with, to usher in the Martian revelation, than it ever has been. But another alarming takeaway from the letter, though, comes from a completely different direction, claiming that the company also has a poor safety culture around its rockets. The problems are so hey, you see that, Shatner? But many of us have spent our careers dreaming of helping to launch a crewed rocket into space and seeing it safely touch back down on Earth. And that's what Shatner wanted years ago. The employees wrote also that, but when Jeff Bezos flew to space this July, we did not share his elation. Instead, many of us watched with an overwhelming sense of unease. Some of us couldn't bear to watch at all. Notably, the authors don't list any single safety issue with Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket. Instead, they describe a work culture in which overstretched teams had more and more work piled onto them without reasonable increases in personnel or budget. And yet he was being a whiny little bitch trying to take away an award from someone who deserves it because he's got a bigger effing vision and a bigger effing rocket and also bigger effing balls than Bezos does. But that culture, coupled with the lack of overarching safety regulations for the nascent commercial spaceflight industry, they argue forced the staff to prioritize speed over safety, increasing the chances that safety issues flew under the radar. Yeah, but Blue Origin has been lucky that nothing has happened so far. One anonymous engineer contributed to the article. But Blue Origin has been lucky that nothing has happened so far, one anonymous engineer contributed to the article. Many of this essay's authors say that they would not fly in a Blue Origin vehicle, and no wonder we have all seen how often teams are stretched beyond reasonable limits. That's incredible. But isn't it kind of funny, though, regarding the last article that we read over? Because we just read that the employees' claims that Blue Origin harbors a shockingly sexist work culture. Well, is that reason why they made it look like a giant dildo? Is that a reason why in the last article we went over what they were doing in orbit? Playing with each other's balls? Again, you can't make this shit up. So that kind of fits what the workers, the employees of the Blue Origin state. Blue Origin harbors a shockingly sexist work culture. I think we just checked those facts. But here's another one. And to be honest, I don't know when it was published. September 30th. More than 20 Blue Origin employees say it's a horrible place to work. I've gotten so far enough away from it that I'm not afraid enough to let them silence me anymore. Ooh, puts an even darker spin on this, doesn't it? While Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin is directly impeding NASA's efforts to get the first astronauts back to the moon since 1972, the space company is facing some serious inner turmoil. Again, that's alluding to what I said about Bezos acting like a whiny little bitch, trying to take dominant control of an industry to where he's trying to kick Elon Musk in the balls because his aren't big enough. But an essay, again, signed by 21 current and former employees, paints a bleak picture of what it's like to work at Blue Origin, a company that the signers say is rife with sexism, again, and often pushes employees to their limits. So this might be a little redundant to the last article, but you never know. Sometimes we get extra added information. But many of us have spent our careers dreaming of helping to launch a crewed rocket into space and seeing it safely touch back down on Earth, the employees wrote in the essay as we went over. But when Bezos flew to space this July, we did not share his elation. Again, many of them watched an overwhelming sense of unease. Some of them couldn't bear to watch it at all. Why? That frightening. And them thinking, God, it wasn't them on that dildo ship. But Alexandra Abrams, the former head of Blue Origin Employee Communications, and the only former employee whose name appeared on the letter, was dismissed for cause in 2019 after repeated warnings for issues involving federal export control regulations. Blue Origin's Vice President of Communications, Linda Mills, told CNBC, I've gotten far enough away from it that I'm not afraid enough to let them silence me anymore, Abrams told CBS. It's a turbulent time for Blue Origin, a company that is actively seeking to overturn NASA's decision that chose SpaceX for developing a moon lander. Bezos sued the agency like a whiny little bitch over the decision last month, causing plans to return astronauts to the moon to be put on hold. Remember who Bezos is and who he's connected to. He's connected to those who sold out our nation and our rights and constitution and are aiding the commie Chinese to gain a foothold of space. Bezos, you don't have me fooled. But the last couple of months since Jeff Bezos went to space have been shockingly terrible for his space company's public image. Ars Technica space reporter Eric Berger wrote, they have fallen so far so fast. It's difficult to really wrap my head around it. Right, because Bezos is telling you to suck it. But it also is not the first time we've heard about harsh working conditions inside Blue Origin. Last year, employees spoke out about being put under immense pressure to launch the company's New Shepard rocket during the COVID-19 Chinese virus pandemic, as The Verge reported at the time. Again, the new revelations paint a dire picture of the working conditions inside Blue Origin. In the essay, the employees argued that the company's culture and work environment reflects the worst of the world that we live in now and sorely needs to change. Of course. I mean, look at what they made their ship into. Look what they were doing in orbit. Of course it reflects the worst of the world we live in now, because that's what these people are that want to transform our world now into that. The former employees also mentioned several instances of alleged sexual harassment. Again, you surprised? Notice a little more details, including by senior level managers inside a company run by an overwhelmingly white and male workforce. Oh, there goes that racist shit trying to be put in. Yeah, the white supremacist rapists. Like there's no other colors out there that do sexual harassment and abuse upon women. Only white men. This damn CRT narrative has got to go. Blue Origin also failed to consider the environmental impact of its operations, the former employees wrote. We did not see sustainability, climate change, or climate justice influencing Blue Origin's decision-making process or company culture, the essay reads. There they go, climate change. That's commie all over it. That's all I hear is commie, 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 bad, 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 commie, commie. That's it. Climate change. We did not see sustainability, climate change, or climate justice influencing Blue Origin's decision-making process. Like, that's the most important thing. When the important deal is that the space race is on, they're putting in commie concepts into Bezos' organization. And he's being a whiny little bitch because he cannot control it there within himself when they're also giving it to someone else who has bigger effing balls and bigger effing rocket ships and bigger effing ideas to get us to Mars and beyond. The company culture of bottom surgeries, people that need to cry in safe places, people with trans-testicle story time for children. These are not the ideals and goals of getting any place in the race to space to succeed. So if, in fact, obviously, yeah, there's definitely sexual harassment and other sexual things going on, because look at the type of people that are running it. So are we surprised that it too is going to fall? And that's a good thing. But the company was also reportedly very stingy with its resources. Employees are often told to be careful with Jeff's money, to not ask for more, and to be grateful, reads the letter. Oh, why would you all be surprised? See, is it hard to imagine that this guy's a whiny little bitch? But it should not take loss of life to turn our eye toward what goes on behind closed doors at space companies, the essay reads. Lack of rules and regulation has helped the commercial space industry thrive, but the time has come now that the public is boarding flights to allow accountable oversight. Worse yet, all employees were apparently asked in 2019 to sign new contracts with a non-disparagement clause binding them and their heirs from ever saying something that would hurt the goodwill of the company, according to the former employees. Talk about messed up. But Blue Origin maintains that the company has no tolerance for discrimination or harassment of any kind. Sure, of course they're going to say that. But we provide numerous avenues for employees, including a 24/7 anonymous hotline for those that want to come out of their closets, and will promptly investigate any new claims of misconduct. All told, the former employees lay out some pretty serious allegations. Blue Origin's PR department has its work cut out for it, especially given the company's already tarnished reputation and what they're doing now to try to slow our place in this race to space, giving the commie Chinese more advantage. Wake up, Nazis! Those who not see what the reality is and why this Martian revelation has to be gained by we the people and America first in order to have a future at all. So let's go on to the next article. And SpaceX is doubling its number of astronaut-carrying spacecraft. See how progression works? And having a bigger, bolder vision with bigger effing balls will get us? SpaceX is doubling the size of its fleet of astronaut-carrying spacecraft, as well as doubling the number of cargo-carrying ones, according to officials who spoke during a briefing ahead of the space company's next crewed mission later this month. It's a significant expansion that will widen SpaceX's already sizable head start over the competition. The mission, dubbed Crew 3, is set to launch on October 30th. The astronauts on board will be flying to the International Space Station on board a brand new capsule, the third in the company's lineup, according to SpaceX Director of Dragon Mission Management, Sarah Walker, who spoke at Wednesday's briefing. It will join the capsules Endeavour and Resilience, each of which have successfully carried astronauts into space on 2 occasions. Most recently, an all-tours crew of 4 astronauts spent 3 days orbiting the Earth on board Crew Dragon Resilience last month. SpaceX's Crew 4 mission, scheduled for April of 2022, will also make use of a brand new Crew Dragon capsule, the 4th in the company's lineup. On top of that, the space company has plans to add 2 new cargo Dragon 2 spacecraft to its fleet, bringing the total number of uncrewed spacecraft to 4. Together, the cargo variants have made a total of 20 trips to the ISS to date, according to the company. That means that in a matter of months, SpaceX is growing its collection of flight-worthy spacecraft from 4 to 8, with the addition of 2 new Crew Dragon and 2 cargo Dragon 2 spacecraft. The Elon Musk-led company is doubling down on its previous successes. Both spacecraft have proven the viability of reusable vehicles capable of sending humans and cargo into orbit. But when Starship, the big effing rocket, comes along, the company may just change its strategy once again. So don't forget, everyone, that is also being his main goal. And while he's progressing and Bezos is being a whiny little bitch, NASA quietly signals that Boeing spacecraft is going nowhere. The Starliner crew is hitching a ride with SpaceX instead. NASA gave a routine astronaut assignment announcement on Wednesday, but reading between the lines, it seems that the space agency is throwing some serious shade at one of its top contractors. Astronauts Nicole Mann and Josh Casada were reassigned and will now serve as commander and pilot, respectively, of the Crew 5 SpaceX launch next year, according to NASA. That's routine enough, but the duo had already been assigned to crewed missions with the Boeing Starliner, and simply put, NASA seems to have decided that the problem-riddled spacecraft was just taking too long. Oh, indeed. But Mann and Casada previously were assigned to missions on NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test and NASA's Boeing Starliner 1 mission, respectively, reads the announcement. NASA decided it was important to make these reassignments to allow Boeing time to complete the development of Starliner while continuing plans for astronauts to gain spaceflight experience for the future needs of the agency's missions. Boy, Bezos must really be whining and crying right now in his cry closet. In short, the Starliner is so behind schedule that it started to create problems for NASA's commercial crew program. For years, development of the Starliner has been plagued by delays, failed launches, and mysterious problems. The problems have been so bad that even Roscosmos started to mock Boeing by offering to help repair a Starliner spacecraft that broke during a pre-flight test. That's pretty funny. Mann and Casada will still fly with the Starliner crew in addition to their new SpaceX assignments. That is, if it ever gets off the ground. But as NASA noted in the announcement, it wouldn't be fair to them or good for NASA to deny them valuable flight experience until whenever it is that Boeing figures out how to build a working spacecraft. Again, Elon Musk with the big effing rockets and the big effing balls and the big effing vision for this country is still looking like the way to go and the ones that we, the people, should support. Meanwhile, China rolls out rocket for its longest crew mission yet. Published yesterday, China has rolled out a rocket onto the pad to send 3 astronauts from the desert up to its new Tianhe space station core module, although the launch date remains a mystery. A 203-foot high Long March 2F rocket was vertically transferred to the pad at Jinquang Satellite Launch Center in the Gobi Desert early on Thursday, October 7th. Atop the rocket is the Shenzhou 13 spacecraft that will carry the 3 astronauts into orbit. Visible at the top of the payload fairing is an escape launch system that can rapidly carry the spacecraft away from the rocket in case of an emergency early in the flight. The crew has not yet been announced, but it is expected to be the backup crew for the recently completed Shenzhou 12 mission. If correct, that would see astronauts Zai Xinghang, Wang Yeping, and Yi Gangfu fly to the Tianhe space station module, which launched in April and has so far hosted one 3-month-long crewed mission. This would be Yi's first flight. Wang would become the first female astronaut to visit Tianhe. The mission's launch window has not yet been announced. However, liftoff will coincide with the pass of Tianhe over Jinquang, allowing Shenzhou 13 to catch up with and to dock with the module hours later. Airspace closure notices may be the first clear signal as to when the mission will launch. Once aboard the 54-foot-long Tianhe module, the crew will be expected to stay for up to 6 months as part of the construction and verification phase of China's space station project. This visit would double China's current human spaceflight mission duration record, which was recently set by Shenzhou 12. Tianzhou 3, a cargo spacecraft, docked with Tianhe on September 20th, delivering nearly 13,230 pounds of supplies, provisions, experiments, and equipment for the Shenzhou 13 mission. The rocket for the mission is the 13th Long March 2F. It is China's first to be prepared for both emergency rescue and launch. The rocket had been vertically assembled and in a state of near readiness at Jinquang since launch of Shenzhou 12 in June. It would have been able to launch at short notice in the case of an emergency in orbit. The advantage of vertical transfer lies in that the rocket and spacecraft could retain their technical status after testing in the technical area, thus minimizing site transition while saving the test preparation time to the launch area. Liu Feng, deputy chief designer of the Long March 2F rocket, told the commie Chinese TV. China space watchers also noticed in press releases, photos released by the China Manned Space Agency, that the next Long March 2F for Shenzhou 14 had been assembled in the vertical integration building at Jinquang, meaning that it will be on standby in the case of emergencies. See how they're planning ahead and moving ahead. But the facilities at the launch site are in good condition, according to CMSA. Pre-launch function checks and joint rocket and spacecraft tests will be carried out as part of launch preparations. The mission will be the 5th of 11 planned missions to build the Chinese space station. 2 more modules named Mingtian and Wingtian will launch and join with Tianghe in orbit in 2022. Wake up! For this last article from 2 days ago, in the South China Sea, U.S. submarine collides with unknown object. Listeners to this show could appreciate what that unknown object may have been. A U.S. nuclear submarine hit an unknown object while submerged in waters in the Asia-Pacific region, injuring a number of sailors, U.S. officials say. It was not clear what caused the incident on Saturday, they said. The submarine remained fully operational. Unnamed officials told U.S. media that the collision happened in international waters in the South China Sea and that 11 sailors had been injured. The incident happened amid rising tensions in the region. The U.S. Navy said the extent of the damage was still being assessed and that the submarine's nuclear propulsion plant and spaces had not been affected. The statement did not give details about where the incident took place or the number of people hurt, saying only that the injuries were not life-threatening. But 2 officials quoted by the Associated Press said that 2 of the 11 sailors that were hurt had injuries that were classified as moderate. All of them were treated on board the submarine. Those officials said that the incident took place while the submarine was conducting routine operations and that the Navy did not make the news public before Thursday in order to maintain operational security. According to the Associated Press, the officials said that the object that the USS Connecticut collided with was not another submarine. One of the officials quoted by the agency said it could have been a sunken vessel or container or other uncharted object. And Alexander Neil, a Singapore-based defense and security expert, told the BBC the number of injuries caused by the collision suggested the submarine probably hit something big and was going really fast. Boy, and I'm sure listeners are thinking, could it be one of those unidentified aerial phenomena / unidentified submerged objects, UFOs under the water? The incident, he said, was uncommon but not unheard of and had exposed how busy the area was with military activities. The South China Sea has been increasingly saturated with naval vessels from a number of different countries. While there's been a lot of show of force by surface vessels, you don't see the level of activity under the surface, Mr. Neal said. In comments reported by the Chinese state-run daily Global Times, the spokesman for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said China was seriously concerned about the incident, calling on the U.S. to provide further details, including the purpose of the mission. The submarine was later reported to be heading towards the U.S. territory of Guam. USNI News, a site specialized in the U.S. Navy, said the last known incident where a submerged U.S. submarine struck another underwater object was in 2005 when the USS San Francisco hit an underwater mountain at full speed near Guam. 1 sailor died in the incident. The USS Connecticut was operating in one of the most contested regions in the world. China claims most of the South China Sea, but surrounding countries in the U.S. disagree. The Philippines, Brunei, Malaysia, Taiwan, and Vietnam have all been disputing China's claim to almost all of the sea for decades, but tensions steadily increased in recent years. The U.S. has backed many of these countries in this territorial dispute. The incident comes just weeks after the U.S., UK, and Australia agreed a historic security pact in the Asia-Pacific in what's seen as an effort to counter China. Meanwhile, the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told the BBC he was deeply concerned about the actions that undermine peace across the Taiwan Strait, which separates Taiwan and China. He was speaking after China sent a record number of military jets into Taiwan's air defense zone for the 4th day running. So what's the mystery? Did it encounter a USO? That's very possible. Maybe we'll get something about this released in some FOIA actions later on down the line. But that being said, I think that's enough news. I think it's time that we should go to a break and come back and introduce our guest, William Saunders. So everyone, I would like you all to please
go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right. And scroll on down the page. Check out the information for tonight's guest, William Saunders. Click on this link there to his books. Check out the images that he has provided, but he'll be showing on video, I'm sure. Under that, check out Dr. Mark Carlotta's latest Before Atlantis article, A New Interpretation and Dating of the Sphinx based on the moon. And of course, under that, you can check out Dr. Mark Carlotta's book, Before Atlantis, New Evidence Suggesting the Existence of a Previous Technological Civilization on Earth. Again, by Dr. Mark Carlotta. Get it. Check it out. And under that, check out my buddy Larry Bowen's recipe for homemade enchiladas. For he knows that listeners to this show can appreciate those tasty treats while we sit here and pack them and smoke them, because you're definitely going to need them for this show. And you continue scrolling on down the page. Check out the face of Cydonia there, perspective image views. And, of course, the video. Check that out for the face of Acidalia. And then the other video, another face of Mars found, perhaps the most intriguing human-like face found on Mars. And under that, I put up some new images of a couple other faces of Mars I had found. One I call the Phantom Lord of Mars. You can click on those images, bring up the full-size image views to appreciate. And that Phantom Lord face is exactly double the size of the face of Cydonia. The face of Cydonia is 1.5 miles long by 1 mile wide. The Phantom Lord face of Mars is 3 miles long by 2 miles wide. And under the Phantom Lord face, I put up another face find that I have found. I call it the Imperial Guardian face of Mars. You can click on those images. There's 2 images there for Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter CTX image camera. And the exact size fails my memory at the moment, but I believe it's 2.5 miles long by 1.5 miles wide, something like that. And of course, check out the UFO Diaries, Cydonia, Discover the Earth-Mars Connection. Check out those images there, showing the other faces of Mars, old yet new image data being shown to us from a video that was put forth in 1993 that shows us what appear to be Viking orbiter images showing other faces of Mars. That's right, other faces of Mars that the public has never seen before, nor has any NASA public Viking orbiter archive or any other public archive. And of course, the one Richard C. Hoagland had provided those images to the producers because they were on my show to testify to that fact. And of course, Hoagland doesn't want to come clean about them. And I'm not going to get into that tonight. But you can scroll down more and check out my buddy Rami Bar-Ilan's cool exclusive Mars images. I like that. Getting Rami back on the show. I don't know. At some point, he's always a welcome guest. He's always fun. And he always has lots of imagery to show us. There's lots of things to be finding out there on the surface of Mars. So with that being said, I'd just like you all to please, again, hit that big red, white, and blue American donate button, because it's up to you to help this show keep it going down through time, because I need your help. So it is what it is. Need a new computer system. We're lucky to be having this show tonight. And any show, really, unless and until I can acquire the system I need to continue my work with the show and my Mars work especially. So that being said, listeners to this show know that we got a motto here. Pack them and smoke them, because you're definitely going to need them when we come back on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in the decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Pass. The collapse of the UFO cover-up. A fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up. The secret government that supports it and the world of the aliens themselves. And then, how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morning Star Pass. A book that pulls no punches and does not sheath the sword unblooded. Morning Star Pass. Plunging boldly where no other book has ventured. Captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become. From bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees, to horrifying mutilations, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth and the real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up, and a climax of violence and desperation to leave the human race facing the multi-hued stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. The sands of time have run out for the cover-up, for against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? Haha, you'll have to read it to find out. Morning Star Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
If the world keeps turning and the mind keeps burning, can you feel the passion? Can I make it happen once again? Now I'm running in times that are frightening, but I won't let that break me. I won't let that take me down again. So you know my story, well I'll tell you a secret. Inside I was hurting, inside I was crying out for more. Now I'm rolling through streets that are empty to find my destination. You touch my fascination once again. If I can never remember the last, like a postcard from the past. Yesterday is history, it's there for all the world to see. Like a memory that will last, like a postcard from the past. My future seems wide open, and tomorrow's never broken. So come on. I'm twice the man I used to be. The journey of discovery, and it's more than a feeling. It's there inside the meaning of the man who is speaking to all of your emotions. And now I'm holding the keys to our future in my head. That will last, like a postcard from the past. Yesterday is history, it's there for all the world to see. Like a memory that will last, like a postcard from the past. She sees wide open, and tomorrow's never broken. So come on. You don't understand me, I won't say. You don't realize it, I won't break. 'Cause I could be so strong for you, my love. We can live it once again. Oh yeah. So you know my story, well I'll tell you a secret. Yesterday is history, it's there for all the world to see. No memory that will last, postcard from the past. Yesterday is history, it's there for all the world to see. Like a memory that will last, like a postcard from the past. My future seems wide open, and tomorrow
and welcome back, everyone. This is Gary Leggiere, your host of Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. And of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation that's upon you all again now. So now that you packed them and smoked them, let's introduce our guest, William Saunders. And William Saunders was born in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and graduated from the University of Alberta in 1977 with a Bachelor of Science degree. He began working as a geological petroleum technologist in Calgary, Alberta in 1978. He was responsible for petroleum exploration and production for a number of firms over his 35-year career before retiring in 2014. He began his online Mars exploration in 1998 when the new images of the Cydonia area of Mars were being released to the public. Besides his new book, The Lost Worlds of Earth and Mars, he has co-authored 2 other books with George Haas, documenting artificial structures on Mars, as well as co-authoring 5 papers. And of course, click the link there on thefacesofmars.com under his bio there for The Lost Worlds of Earth and Mars. And under that, you can see a YouTube advertisement ad for his book. And under that, you can click on 2 of the other books he's co-authored with friend of this show, as well as a research colleague and a recurring guest, George J. Haas, called it the Cydonia Codex, Reflections from Mars, and the Martian Codex, More Reflections from Mars. And there's a lot of reflections on Mars, let me tell you that. But that being said, it's great to have you back on the show, Bill, and it's been a while. And how have you been, especially with all the commie shit going on? I'm glad to see that you're still focusing on and off this world as well for our bigger dreams and visions that we are trying to achieve. How are you?
Well, thanks, Gary. It's nice to be here. I'm surviving, is all I can say. The government in this province and many other provinces in this country have become tyrannical, and it's not very good. They've got vaccine passports. Basically, I can't go anywhere. So I've been stuck at home doing stuff.
Yeah, and they certainly will not let us go to Mars. You know, just as a sidestep, you know, I remember from back in Hoagland's Pay to Save Forum and the Enterprise Conference back in 2006, when I brought up this UFO Diaries and the Faces of Mars. Not too long thereafter, someone popped in there. You know, how everyone is posting, you know, it says your name and it usually gives the date that you register, right? Shows that you're a member and everything. But someone came up in there named Spec 7 SRAM, something like that. Yeah, Spec 7 SRAM. And I want to get into this on the show, but I won't dwell on this long, but I want to explain this. Because where it said registered, you know, it always gives a date if you remember when it registered. Everyone's date, like mine, you know, whatever date Hoagland brought me in, and others, whenever they join, that's the registered date. Here's what it says for him. Registered. Not yet. Now, think about this. And then the things that he went on to say, not only confirming about the faces, saying that there would be particular areas on the planet where it may be pristine, where we would see, you know, the evidences of this ancient alien archaeology, as it was, alien, another planet. And the fact of what he said also would be happening. It's about wars, rumors of wars, lies, one race against another, one religion against everything that we're going through now, even though scripturally speaking, we were attributing that. But now we're at a time down through time when his words were making most sense, because the last words of that basically was, this the ultimate secret. They never want us to know, never want us to go. And you know, and it makes me wonder, Bill, because if now Hoagland tit for tatted with this dude, and Hoagland said to him, "Well, notice after, you know, all this is going down right here at Enterprise, it only goes to show that their power is no longer monolithic." And he was saying that to this dude. And I was like, wait a minute, it sounds like a tit for tat going on. And then he replies back, yes, yes, it will. Just like Mars is a visage of what she once was, like the Earth will be like what like what the Earth will be upon coming events and stuff like that. And you know, and it merely makes me wonder because that name, and he described it, that he was on Mars, so Mars SRAM, Mars spelled backwards, SL7, whatever, 7th, 3rd, or SL3, sublevel surface 3, and basically of some type of classification. And being that it not registered yet then, looking back at that and everything what you just said, the horror of it all, even yet, it's to expand more to a horror. It's just beginning, right, Bill? And
Oh, I think so, yeah.
what's happening? The words that he said then, it was like more than a prediction, it seemed. And we are living throughout what he predicted. Now it's starting to register. I don't know why I brought that up, but I want to bring that up on a future show. But Bill, it's because what you said, and it's true of what's going on there. So that's going to definitely thwart your efforts, our efforts as a collective, and the various free nations knowledge and wanting to see truth and answers and what's out there, especially on Mars, and to keep that away from us. Remember, like he said, they don't want us to go. They don't want us to ever know. They want to kill us all off. And you are experiencing something where you have the commie Chinese on your soil. Does that make you concerned? And I don't mean to derive too far from this, Bill, but it is an issue that is happening all over the world. And I thank you for being here. And you sound like you're trying to be optimistic. But what is your predictions? You know, and again, sorry to derive off this rail for a moment.
Well, I don't think it's going to get better real fast. I just shake my head. I'm watching sports, a hockey game tonight, and you've got to have a vaccine passport to get into the hockey game, and yet a lot of the fans are wearing masks. I don't see the connect. It's just they want to keep everybody afraid, it seems, and I think
under control, and it'll never go back to normal.
And I think coming next year, they'll bring this so-called climate crisis in, and energy prices are going to start to rise. And then inflation's going to take off, and food's going to get hard to buy. Protein's going to get real expensive. And they're going to continue their hammer and nail on the middle class.
They're basically destroying us. And killing us, because that's what these commie shots are doing. My son, I'm upset. My son, because he's upset. Friends he grew up with, a girl in Florida. I don't want to say her name or give too much details, but she's in the hospital now. They did tests on her. It's confirmed she's got clots. She's in the ICU. They want to throw a respirator down her thing, blow her out, put remdesivir, do all this shit that's protocoled that kills you. Her husband's in the next room. Both of them got the commie shots. They got a little girl. I don't know what's going on. I could feel for my son. And I knew the girl growing up, so it's kind of, you know, it's sad, but the reality is it's happening all over the place.
Oh, I know.
Get your freedom for what? Line up to, give you a piece of freedom, but yet we're killing you, or we're going to biologically change you to bring you into a new world order of which, well, we have yet to really fathom what the sci-fi-ness of this is going to bring out with all the shit they're putting in it. That's bizarre shit, and it's just not right. And, so this is the start of something. Look, all I'm saying, Bill, I found a video, and I forget the site, you may have heard of it, where the forecast of the population for the United States in 2025 is, guess how much?
69 million.
All right, you're familiar with it.
Yeah, you told me about it.
Oh, okay. All right, well, right. 69 million, where supposedly legal citizens-wise are about 330 million. I doubt everyone's going to try to run out of here and successfully run out through the opening in the wall. But yet, those coming through it, no mask. They're coming through diseases, no tests. They definitely got COVID. They got other things too, worse. And they're being delivered, trafficked all over. And the only thing I can think of, there are replacements. They want to get rid of us. You know, this is sick. So that's happening up there too. And Trudeau wanting to be, you know, admiring the commie leader there, Xi Jinping, whatever the hell his name is. And, you know, he wants to be a dictator like him. I mean, what is it gonna take for us? Because look, the Chinese are gaining the high ground in space right now. That is the biggest threat picture, the existential threat, more so than everything going on the earth, because they are going to try to achieve what we need to have achieved and should have had achieved decades ago, right? Now, because he who controls that, you know, hey, no matter what we do on the ground, we're not going to be able to, even if when we get enough balls up to rise up against these people, it'll be too late because they'll control the high ground of space. So again, that Spec 7's words is starting to ring true. And what do you think that we all should do about it? Will we be complacent? Have we been polite? Oh, peacefully protest. Yeah, you know, you could do that. Non-violently change things. How? They're jabbing us to kill us.
Yeah, it definitely is an unusual place to be in. I never thought that I would be in this situation in my lifetime. I don't know. It's not looking promising from my point of view.
I have other friends that lived up there. I got to get Andrew Curry back on the show. And, you know, others, you know, I feel like there's a show I want to create called Mad World. And, you know, Odin keeps telling me, you know, get it going. But it's like, it's getting me to that precipice of that point to where maybe that's where that'll birth out, like the alien spurting out of the egg right onto your face and shoving it down your throat. You know, I mean, the reality of this is getting bizarre. That's why when it's so crazy, you know what, man? I go off-world. I go to Mars. I as best as I can with the abilities of what we're provided for the best means possible to literally bring us to other worlds. And that is where you have done a lot of work, Bill, amongst with George Haas and many others. I came at the same time you did in '98. So I remember all those days, and look where we're at now, and everything that we have come to see and learn since then. And it's worthy, in my opinion, to have an escape, you know, and in a way, that's our escape at the moment that still allows us to free think, to explore, to ask questions. I mean, and to see some amazing things, which you have done, and therefore co-authored the two books, Cydonia Codex, Reflection from Mars, and Mars Codex, More Reflections from Mars, and where we're at now. You want to tell us, like, what it was like for you at the beginning, and then what it means to you today, especially in the day and age we live in? And does even that give you any hope?
You mean the beginning of the Mars research?
Well, yeah. You know, let people get a feel for you and, you know, what it was like. Because, again, like after what I just described, you know, and I'm sure, you know, you're kind of similar in some ways. You're drawn to Mars, and, you know, this is a whole nother reality that the majority of the masses don't know. And it's something, you know, that is interesting being look into and consider our possibilities, especially when giving people balls to step up and make our fate and usher in the Martian revelation.
Yeah, well, I first got interested in Mars by seeing the first picture of the face on Mars back in 1976 in the newspaper. And I was studying geomorphology at the time at university, which is land formations, and I said that's not natural. That's definitely been constructed. So of course nothing happened for many years. It was in the 90s, but I did manage to get a hold of some pictures of the DPH or Molinar's D&M pyramid, along with a picture of the Viking face, and I had those up on my wall for about 8 or 9 years. Just look at them every once in a while.
Well, I'm sorry, Will, but I was going to say, if you want, I thought you were going to go on video, while you're talking, if you want to show pictures, you're more than welcome to share screen. This is a graphic intensive show when it can be, and we highly encourage it because many of us are really high.
Can you not see me on screen?
I don't see you. Mean Green is the one that connects, so I don't know. I don't see you on the stream screen though.
I screen with you to do that, or?
I think you had it down last night.
Right. Okay.
I know, Mean Green. All right, now I see you. I see you on a Skype screen though, so maybe it might take a minute for the delay before I see it on the stream screen of YouTube. CommieTube, I call it. Just like Commie Book. There's commies everywhere. Damn it, McCarthy was right.
Yeah. So yeah, I've got some pictures here, but just to finish my thoughts, that's where that's kind of soaked into my brain, having those pictures on the wall and looking at them and wondering when we're going to get to the bottom of that. So when we first got the newest images in 1998 from the Mars Global Surveyor, that's when I joined Hoagland's Enterprise mission, and I met George Haas and
myself.
I was blown away by what I was seeing. I mean, everything sort of looked natural. Didn't look artificial until you looked closely at certain things. Being geomorphologist, I would say, okay, I can understand how this turned out. But
Bill, do you think that's because that they kind of wanted, it acts like a natural camouflage as it was at first.
Well, yeah.
Or that again could just be our ignorance from not looking close enough, like you just said too.
Well, it could be a function of our brains.
Right.
It could be, I mean, I don't know how many of your listeners are aware of that. A lot of the stuff that we've been finding has a Mesoamerican connection, ancient Mesoamerican connection to their mythology and religion. And the Maya, the Quiché Maya Bible, the Popol Vuh, has a statement in it that the original book written long ago existed, but its site is hidden from the searcher and the thinker. So these, for some reason, by constructing these images the way they did, they look natural, so they're hidden. But if you know the key, that they are either half images, bifurcated images, usually the profile images you can see. Our brains are taught to see those, but until you start looking carefully at little aspects that maybe shouldn't be there, things that don't fit quite together. There's a structure right beside a crater. Structure shouldn't be there.
I found many of them, huh?
Yeah. So anyway, it was eye-opening for me, and I got kind of excited. I was finding things my first day that I knew were very likely artificial, and so George had already been compiling some information from the Viking images that he had been studying, and he sent me some information on it, and I was very impressed, and so we kept chatting and compiling our information, and I finally said, George, we should write a book. So it took us about 7 years, but we finally got our first book published, and then we did another one, and then I recently just got my own book released in the end of June. So it's kind of been an expansion on the original two books. There's some updating of some other material and some new material and some related material from this planet Earth, which I'll be showing here shortly. So it's it's been a journey of 23 years so far, and I'm really not sure where it's going to go from here. I have a lot of promotion to do to get people aware of what's there. So,
do you feel our efforts? Do you feel our efforts are going to be hindered and hampered by all this? I mean, I could easily see how people would drop away because the problems, funds, and everything that's going to go on, and take their attention away that demands attention of like the things we're finding and everything. And the government knows it. Governments, even the commie Chinese know now. And, we have a right to know it too. But yet we're just, I don't know, man. I don't like what's happening.
No.
But we're going to have to stand up and fight and make our fate. Because we have to secure space and we have to secure Mars with the Martian revelation in order for the future, America first and the world, to follow on the infrastructure that needs to be done. And I still say, based on Elon Musk's big effing rockets and his big effing balls, that is a vision to where, I don't know if you heard the news or not, but Jeff Bezos, being a whiny little bitch, and acting like a little commie, his own company is, they're trying to tell us what's wrong. There's something wrong there. And even William Shatner, remember that, Bill, many years ago, where he said, we talked about it at Enterprise back then, how Bill Shatner said that he would never go up to space, no way that, unless they guaranteed his way to get back down. Fair enough. And now with everything going on with Bezos and the dangers, I think he should be getting behind Elon Musk to go aboard rather than the dangers and the character of who he's going up with and on what, of Blue Origin on the New Shepard, this, and giving the Chinese added ground, Bill, by preventing even Artemis program from being able to follow up on time because, again, he's a whiny little bitch. He wants the money, but also he doesn't want to be thinking as big as Elon Musk. He's mainly thinking of low Earth orbit and things him and certain colleagues want to do to keep us there in low Earth orbit. Now, I don't know. I don't think they're helpful. That element are the ones that would want to keep us from knowing what's up there on the surface of Mars. And it's people like that we have got to overcome. But first, we got to come across the first hurdles, because how are we going to be able to do any type of activism or anything to secure, our fate with the Martian revelation if, it's going to be a job now of trying to secure our own fate to survive of what they're trying to do to us. And to even be a nation, let alone have a place in space or any knowledge of it at all. And I'm really concerned about that. I really am. I'm sorry if I'm ranting on about it, because it pisses me off. And we got to do something about it. But again, that's why, I like to pack one and smoke one, go to Mars, get the hell away from Earth in that mindset, because their mind and eyes are there. And do you have images? If you want to start showing some images, I'm still trying to get a confirmation to see. I see you on the Skype screen, but I don't see you on the YouTube stream screen. I need a confirmation from people, and I haven't gotten that yet. Mean Green. No, all right, I see your picture now and the globe spinning. All right, yeah, if you could show some pictures, I'm sure Mean Green could, expand your screen to show whatever you'd like to show. Show the people what type of things you have found over the years. We got some time here, Bill, so I think we should really make it, inspirational. rather than myself freaking out about what's going on. And all I know is I got to have faith and believe, I was told, one show at a time. So I know one thing, that this show will be there in the future as we make our fate, because that's when my life begins. I was told that. I'm crazy, I know. But all right, Bill, take her away. What kind of amazing things you want to show us as examples? Because I think the book you recently put out is pretty much got to have an understanding of what things you found previous. No? Or am I wrong?
That's right. So can you see what's on my screen?
I see a frozen picture of you with a blue square around your face.
Really?
On the Skype screen.
Oh, yeah. So I thought I shared my screen with you, so I'll just have to go back and try it again. Share screen.
Because again, you know, you've shown some fascinating things, and again, like you said, when people look down, they don't think nothing twice of it, you know. And many people have packed them and smoked them here. They definitely would like to see. All right, I'm seeing all right, split faces on the screen now, but not on the stream screen yet. And Mean Green, if you want to enlarge his screen to full size, you could while he shows pics. That's cool. Thanks, bro. You know.
So is it Mean Green's job to get it on the
Well,
streaming?
he handles the co-producer side of it. It's very important, and but yeah, he handles you know, that end of it through the systems. Right. I handle this end of it, and everyone's got their little part to play as we put a bizarre show out there.
All right, so what's on the screen here is a little background as to why we, as we were talking earlier about the half and bifurcated profiled images that are hidden. Here's an example of the motif of half faces from. This is the one on the left here is from Corral, Peru, and it's at least 5,000 years old.
Can you move that? Wait, no, that might be me. Hold on, Bill. Thanks, man, Green. Yeah, I had to readjust mine. I'm sorry. All right, the one on the left is from Corral in Peru.
Yeah, can you see my mouse?
Yes.
So yeah, this is from Corral, Peru. It's a half face. I think it's it's about.
John's way ahead there.
It's about 200 or 300 meters, I think, in length. And it's at least, as I said, 5,000 years old. It could be older. I just heard something recently where they're moving the civilization date in Corral back further. So we'll wait and see how far they may go. 10,000 years, maybe. And on the right, the black and white image is another half face. It's an Olmec face, and the Olmec predated the Maya. The Maya incorporated a lot of their religious belief systems and whatnot, their culture. So, and in the center at the top is a bifurcated mask. It's a Maya clay mask. And on one side is a humanoid picture, half face, and on the left side is a feline. So that's what we see in the face on Mars. We have half of it is feline and half of it is humanoid. So there's a very good connection there. And George had been finding other Maya type sculptures that are very similar to my art in the Viking photos, so that's what we sent about. But it was the face on Mars that really got George into and I didn't do a mirrored image here, but if you duplicated the humanoid side, you would get a W-shaped tri-leaf crown emblem at the top of the forehead, and that's what George identified as the Maya symbol of royalty. So that sort of set us off, and we concentrated on identifying what we were finding with relatively similar things, what we were finding on Mars with relatively similar things in Maya art and mythology. So that was how it all began. And then more recently, very recently, in the last few years, I happened to stumble across some similar type of art on this planet. And I'll show you this next one now. This is the planet Earth. And this line down the middle here, I have centered this to show there's a half face that covers almost the entire bottom of the Pacific Ocean. It's, and I'll tell you exactly where that line is in a few minutes, but it's very close to it crossing the equator and the anti-prime meridian. And I'll just move to the next one here. So when you do a mirror reflection of that face, of that half face, you get a full face.
Rastafari.
Yeah, well, I've got a few. That's kind of what my first impression too. It's funny you said that. I had a good friend said Avatar, reminded her of the characters in Avatar. But yeah, so what this face has, it has a star-shaped headdress.
Could you zoom into that image?
Oops. Can I zoom into it? I don't. Yeah, I tried to zoom into it, and I just get scrolling. So, yeah.
Oh, it probably depends what you're using. So, all right. Future note for next time. All right, but go ahead, sir. Yeah,
right. So,
face. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and yeah, as we saw with the face on Mars, people who are familiar with the work of George and I, we determined that face had a nose ornament as well. This one has what appears to be a square and a compass as a nose ornament. I'll just highlight that here. There's a square and a compass, and this is the nose ornament with the face. And of course, the square and a compass is the symbol, or it's a symbol of the Freemasons, but it's it represents the dual forces of a square and a circle, opposing forces.
Yes.
Shows duality, and if you look in the headdress, there's a circle and a square.
And right where you just were, the headdress looks like a cobra and the cobra hood.
Yeah, it could be.
The cobra hood would be encircling his Rastafari hair, where you were up with the mouse head. It looks like a serpent's face looking at you. And through in the whiter area, a little above there, you can see the eyes with all those dots going across, those darker dots. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Now, a lot of people would say, oh, it's just like Rorschach test. Well, I can see where they're coming from on one hand, all right? But like what you just shown, there's a embedded geometry to this. So whether it's just natural and coincidence, where there's also features and finds that it's obviously its purpose, like the face of Cydonia you mentioned, flip and mirror each side, the Aztec or Maya art, flip and mirror each side. It's a folding of embedded messages. If you knew how to, like, I think you were trying to explain earlier, if I got that right, Bill, as we flip and mirror each side, we're basically decoding or using as a key to open up more and then try to use those as seeds to continue on to discover what we may not have once noticed before, but come back later as we get a little better at this, and it adds something else. It shows purpose. And what I'm trying to say is the signature or techno signature of intelligent design, and that's what the square and compass represents.
Yeah, and there's stuff hidden in here that I keep finding new things. Like I could never figure out what this area is here, and I finally saw a face. It's a face wearing a headdress, and of course, so many of the Mesoamerican images, they wear headdresses, just much like the natives of North America. So there's all kinds of stuff here. But the fact that you have a square and a compass as a nose ornament and a circle and a square in the headdress is pretty redundant symbolism. Then you look at the equidistant lines to the side, and it gives the effect of a shooting star, right? That it's coming up. So it's, and I'll mention over here in the background is the Pleiades. Now, of course, the Pleiades isn't always in that position because the Earth rotates and revolves and whatnot. But my screen capture of Google Earth just happened to have the Pleiades in the background. And I thought it was pretty cool because that is possibly one of the places that our ancestors could have come from. Our forefathers maybe came from the Pleiades. That's what many nations believe. In Canadian Indians, Hawaiians, South Americans, a lot of them say their ancestors came from the Pleiades. So so we looked at compass, the square, and the circle, and the square, and the headdress. Now here's where, this is the demarcation line for that half face. It crosses the equator at 30 degrees and the anti-meridian at 60 degrees. So it creates a right angle, perfect right angle triangle with 30, 60, 90 degrees right at the, what you could call the center.
Without splitting anything. Amazing.
Yeah, there's all kinds of symbolism like that you'll find. Now, further over, not in the center of the Pacific Ocean, but off the coast, the Pacific coast of Costa Rica, is a half image here that I just stumbled upon one day when I was looking to make a trip to Costa Rica, and I was looking at Google Earth, and bam, this half face, the same type of thing that I was finding on Mars, just was looking right at me and blew me away. So as I studied a little more, I realized that all along the continental shelf, it gives the impression of an arm, and then down here, there's a hand holding a serpent. So this is about 250 kilometers. The face comes down the continental shelf at an angle, a sloping angle of about, it goes about 50 kilometers. And if you do the mirror image of that half face, you get the full image of a deity holding twin serpents. And he has the 3-point crown, which is the symbol of royalty, the Maya symbol of royalty. And that's made up by the Gulf of Nicoya and part of the continental shelf of Costa Rica. Now, there's the bird. If people are aware of the Mesoamerican god, he was known as Kukulkan to the Maya, and Quetzalcoatl to the Aztecs. His epithet was a bird and twin serpents. So you can see this bird flying thing coming out here and the twin serpents and making kind of a semicircle here. And if you extend that half line right here, that makes up, that demarcates the half image of the face. If you extend that north over 1,300 kilometers, here's the half face. If you extend that demarcation line over 1,300 kilometers to the north, it intersects the pyramid of Kukulkan in Chichen Itza, the pyramid of the feather serpent, his pyramid, I would call it. Here's a little colored version that I did of it, showing a little contraction of the 1,300 kilometer straight line leading to the pyramid. And I had a little a little trouble determining what color to color his face. So I came up with kind of an earthy color. So I think this is this kind of gave me the wow. This confirms all our work. Not that our work in Mars needed other confirmation. I think it stands pretty much on its own. However, when you have something like this on this planet, this large and this, how could you say, obvious, it speaks multiple volumes for artificiality.
But it might be going too big for the people's eyes and their mind's eye to see it. Pack of it, smoking, people. It may help, but that's why I was saying maybe if you wanted to start out with if you want to show a bunch of images of what you guys already use in your books, feel welcome to show people, because this is, we're talking planetary hemisphere, split art. And they may need to be led up through the small and the various finds like you have in the books for people to see it more. Do you have any images that you could show us of that so people will get more of an idea of all this? Does that make sense, Will?
Well, let me go to Mars now then. And we just saw Kukulkan or Quetzalcoatl in Pacific Ocean on this planet, and I'm going to show them to you on Mars. So we're going to the Sidonia area of Mars, and here's the face on Mars down in this area down here.
That's it there, yeah.
And then up here is what Richard Hoagland termed a city center pyramid, as he determined that this was quite likely a city complex, and the center of it being here, looked directly at the face, and then with a cliff in the background to highlight the sun coming up. So this is kind of almost in a straight line with that. And this pyramid we discovered, and we have, at our first book, we had discovered a few images on this pyramid, and since that, discovered a few more, and they all tie into one thing. So we'll take a look here, and here's the half head here.
Do you have a picture of that whole pyramid so people can understand what part of that pyramid you're showing there? Do you have the whole view of that pyramid as a picture? I know it, but the people,
Yeah, I do. I'd have to fetch it. Maybe at the break, or if you do another break, I could fetch it. But,
fair enough. That'll be about.
When you combine his this with its mirror image, you'll get what you get is, and the Aztecs quite often Quetzalcoatl was depicted with a helmet and
beard,
serpent braids, the beard.
Yeah, he looks more Norse, like Viking-ish, right?
Yeah, well, that's what we called him. Initially, we called him the Viking, because that's what he looked like. And it's not unlikely that the Vikings came down there and were mistaken, like Cortez, as to be Quetzalcoatl.
Right.
So coming up out of his helmet, he's called the plumed serpent, right? Is a couple of serpents. And you can see there's striations coming out of this being the serpent head, this being the mouth. There's striations coming out from a central point. And then there's all these swirls giving the effect of this serpent blowing fire and smoke. And above the head is the bird, which looks like a
airplane.
It could be like a flying craft, or it could be a bird. But once again, we have his epithet of a bird and twin serpents. And there's a little bit of a close up here. Here's a colored version just to give some effect of show you where these striations are a little clearer and the billowing swirls. And it almost looks like, I don't know, I'm not sure what these white spots were, these high albedo spots, but they almost give this like headlights.
Those are like pyramid mounds. Like, and believe it or not, it connects to Dr. Horace Crater's mounds research, but they're all over the place. And they're pyramidal, they're pointy, and they're metallic, and they're fused into the artscapes that they dwell upon.
Well, we've been finding a lot of markers like this define where images are. Markers for the half images and things like that. So we have the same symbolism on Earth and Mars of this Maya god, Maya and Aztec god, and Olmec god as well. I'm just so fascinated that you could have, now of course, this one on Earth is much more massive. It's, like I said, it's 250 kilometers along the continental shelf, and in the face is about 50 kilometers, whereas the
now along that along the totem line, that's what I call it,
yeah.
Where you meet the two sides together, it shows like a totem, and if you're able to zoom in, people, you would be able to see, believe it or not, as whether you would want to accept it or not, there you would see a lot of things that should not be there and just attribute it as coincidence, because it should be impossible. And I say that because there's many different things to see, from faces, what look like rocket ships, what look like the birds, what look like also alien heads, even wearing headdresses. I mean, like a totem pole.
Yeah, you get that. Of course, the mirroring effect gives you the bilateral symmetry, so everything starts to look familiar in some way. You start seeing things that may or may not have been intended. Right. A lot of it, most of it, I think, is intended, but I like looking with a magnifying glass at these images because they become real 3D, and you can see some real cool stuff. It's much better doing optical magnification than digital magnification, because you can keep the pixelation down, because you're just moving the focal length. So rather than stretching pixels out. But yeah, this picture looks very, very cool. The helmet is very, very shiny, and it appears to come right out of the, I'd say the ground, but I think Cydonia was an ocean, so it may have been depicted out of water.
If it was an ocean, then someone art carved the living hell out of the place, and then the water covered it up, because it's all over the place. I mean, total or intelligent artistical design. I'm not seeing rocks and dirt. I am seeing art sculpted, and that it's metallic. In fact, the sheens give it off. But that's the beauty of it. You know, what came first, the chicken or the egg? You know, or did they do up the surface after the water was gone? We don't really know.
What about this? I mean, it's at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean.
Bingo.
They had to do it while the water was there, because the water's been there for a long, long time, right? So they have the ability to go submersible. We know that. And obviously they can change matter to energy and energy to matter. They can manipulate it very easily by the looks of it. Well beyond, unless they're doing it from a higher dimension. That's the only other explanation I could have.
I thought you were going to say a higher position, because that could help too. And carving out with beams that cut, as it was from above at various spaces and spots to get the bigger picture, and then as they go in, they can find more detailed. You know what I'm saying? So it's really intrinsic and ingenious and higher than human intelligence, in my opinion. But we could see it. And go on from there and follow the research. Whether you believe people in these splits or not, you may find your own yourself doing these splits yourself. Trust me. If anything, for shits and giggles, but there seems to be something to this logic in doing so. And again, the Mayan art, iconography, that something we know of here on Earth already, it is not far-fetched. It's just thousands of times more advanced of what we're seeing up there, in my opinion. Who knows what's buried under our surface and what was and what's still defined, or what may have already been found, It's just incredible.
Well, yeah, you talked about Mark Carlotto's book, Before Atlantis,
yes.
where he documents alignments with the moving North Pole, and shows how temples and structures were built upon older ones, and the alignments changed, so the poles were shifting, and as I showed here, we have an alignment. We have an alignment with the Quetzalcoatl image to the pyramid over 1,300 kilometers away, and we have. I'm not sure the symbolism of the alignment with the face, the planet-sized face on the bottom of the ocean, but it perhaps was intentionally done this way to create these angles. I mean, I know that the longitude and latitudes, the grid lines, it was like 1891 when they were set up. So, but if these dudes could travel from other star systems, they can travel to time and space. So if they can travel through time and space, then they perhaps knew what the grid lines of the longitude and latitude, what they were going to be, and acted accordingly.
And not only that, on the ocean floor, you have literal grid lines and obviously intelligent designing seen under the ocean going for miles and miles and miles that just could not be there, that is still existing there. And that, I believe, is all part of the global wide structure of the Mars, of the Earth as well, that has been at some point in its past, but possibly carved up in some ways like Mars is. Mars is a giant ball of metal. I don't care what anyone says. I'm crazy. Remember that, but time will tell.
Well, I found an image not far from the Quetzalcoatl one, and something happened between 2015 and 2019, because I first captured a screenshot from Google Earth in 2015. I went back in 2019 to get a new one, and there was a line on the bottom of the ocean that had been a straight line, perfectly straight line, that had been carved right through part of what I was looking at. So it happened between.
It wasn't a radar track, right?
No,
it was
no.
A feature, solid feature on the right. So a
Yeah.
new one was done, huh?
Yeah.
That would have been interesting to see.
So they are definitely here, down in our oceans. So anyway, I was going to finish off on this particular one with the fact where you're talking about mirror reflection of half an image. The Maya considered the gods of the upper world, which is the sky. The Maya divided their reality into three planes: the upper world, which was the sky, the middle world, which was the surface of the earth, and the underworld, which was the water. And they regarded the gods of the upper world as mere reflections of gods of the underworld, the water. Right. So, and there's many connections with mirrors in Mesoamerica, buried in temples, buried in mounds. Mirrors were very important to them. So there's a lot of, the half images, the bifurcated images in their art, the mirrors, everything else. It all points to why we're finding what we're finding the way we're finding it. We're finding similar mythologies with the same motif they used. So how can you get any better than that? Really?
True.
So
a phenomenon that does need more research study into it, because again, for all we know, it's a language, and it is. It's a language as it was, but actually, can we fathom it? Can we get far ahead in understanding by the breadcrumbs we may have of it and the things we're able to see? Can it bring us to the point of understanding?
Well, there's so many.
Overall, because it's a universal language. Then it's not just on Earth.
Yeah, I mean, symbolism was the first language that was taught to us, right? We didn't have words. We had symbols that were ideas expressed in symbols and pictographs and glyphs and things like that. It eventually evolved into the languages that we have now. I'm just going to see what. Oh yeah, I was going to show back in the Mars Quetzalcoatl image. I was going to, on the right here is a wooden sculpture I picked up from a roadside vendor in on my way to Tulum from Cancun one year, a number of years ago, and you can see the plume, the twin serpents in the headdress, the plumed headdress.
Yeah.
So this would be an image of Quetzalcoatl carved from wood, a modern day.
One of his men.
Yeah. Wow. I just noticed something. Down in the bottom right corner, there's an X on this wood sculpture, right? On the nose of this image is one of the ways I delineated it, is it created an X on the nose. Can you see the white X across the nose, the bridge of the nose?
Oh, the Viking there, the Viking portal. Yeah. Oh, well, if you were able to zoom in, I'd be able to see it better, but
right.
We haven't been there, tried that.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought I would be able to do that, but here, zoom in. Yeah. Zoom in. There we go.
Oh, yeah, that's much better. Yeah.
Yeah, so you see the X across the bridge of the nose. Yeah.
Yep. Can you zoom in even more, or was that it?
Oops. This.
I guess that's it.
Yeah, I think that's his.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a big old stash, a beard going on.
Yeah.
Golden helmet with some, the green plumes coming off of it.
Serpent braids.
Yeah.
Just like Quetzalcoatl had in here, and here's got serpents coming down from where his hair would be. So I got some more stuff for you that's I think people will find interesting.
That'll be cool. Maybe we should go to a break. You could gather up some of those materials and find some more cool stuff, because there's a lot more examples that I'm sure you could show, like you guys showed in the books of, what all this, where you're going with all this, that there's things here that you're not crazy, that is relevant. You know what I'm saying? So if you're cool with that, we'll go to a break for about, I don't know, six minutes or so. 7 minutes. Yeah, 6 minutes. You good with that?
Sure.
All right, just please mute your mic until we come back. And as everyone knows, we got a motto on this show: pack 'em and smoke 'em, because you're definitely going to need them when we come back on the Martian Revelation with William Saunders.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Under the oceans of Earth and on the surface of Mars are geoglyphs of immense size, but as the Maya Bible, the Popol Vuh, states, they are hidden from the searcher and the thinker. These images will shock you. Not only do they represent the ancient Mesoamerican mythologies, but they are also portrayed in the same motif used by the Maya. According to archaeologists, the Maya gods of the upper world, the sky, were mirror reflections of the gods of the underworld, the water. You will see how these images come to life as we use a technique known to some Mesoamerican archaeologists. In my new book, The Lost Worlds of Earth and Mars, one can see these massive-sized images, now available to order online or from your favorite bookseller, The Lost Worlds of Earth and Mars by William R. Saunders.
Out on patrolling sector number 3. Usually a town place where no one used to be. When the radar screen alert level red, enemies behind you, so I turned around my head. Seeing all those vessels made up my mind, I better flee and leave them far behind. They started to fire as I contacted my foes. When somebody hit me, now I got scared because these days no one can hear you scream. These days no one can hear you scream. My guns, they weren't high, so I could as well attack. It surprised them for a while, but rather soon they were back. The ships looked quite slow, maybe I could reach all night. Get away alive from these unknown guests of mine. But the pilots were quite good, so they stopped me from that. Instead, they got closer, but sure not to chat. With faces all around me, someone made a bullseye. I opened my mouth, but I could not cry. In space, no one can hear you scream. In space,
Welcome back, everyone. This is Gary Leggiere, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. Of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation. That's upon you all again now. You know, so we're back with our guest, William Saunders, and he's going, look around for various images and other interesting, cool things to show you. Again, there's a lot of relevance to the concept. It's not just Rorschach testing. It's I know it's crazy, but that's shows all the more the importance to study it, because if it's beyond us, and yet you think you're the grandest things walking around in the fucking universe, and yet we got capabilities, people with capabilities and understanding higher than human that literally carve up planetary surfaces. Oh my God! Well, maybe. We'll see his handiwork in the heavens. I see someone's handiwork in the heavens and someone's handiwork here on earth. And notice there's always serpents. There's a serpent, a scriptural enemy. Could this be representative of a scriptural enemy? Of a war that took place in the heavens even? Bringing that story more to home also to fit in with the times, or at least where they're trying to be steered of what's supposed to happen scripturally because of the serpents? It's crazy, but I don't know. It's still fascinating, but I think we're back with Will here.
Yes.
All right. So everyone, hope you're following along. I know Will's got some images, and we just packed them and smoked them. We're ready to rock. So show us some bizarre things, Will. You guys put a lot of work into those books. Tease them, show them, and they should click on it and then want to read about them and see even more by clicking on the books. Cydonia Codex, Reflection from Mars, and the Mars Codex, more Reflection from Mars on thefacesofmars.com.
Yeah, unfortunately, Gary, I couldn't find my old files for the 2 books.
Crap.
I've been I got a new hard drive a few months ago, and I've been trying to rearrange things so that they're easier to find.
Yeah, I hear that.
You know what happens when you do that? You
Yep.
can't remember where you put anything, right? So
Exactly.
Unfortunately, I'll have to come back and we can do some more of that if you want.
But we'll make it with you and George too.
Yeah, sure. George and I.
You have to input on them.
Good.
That'll be a graphically intensive, informally educating show.
Yeah. So I just want to talk to your guests about. You had mentioned Rorschach images. Of course, ink blots or Rorschach images are abstract things that when you come up with a bisymmetrical image, you start to see your brain starts to look for things that it can recognize. Well, what we're finding is that once you see the half face, and then the full face when you mirror it, you can tell that it's not a Rorschach image. It's an intended image, and there's symbolism built into it. That's the key. And I'm going to give you another example now. This is a photograph taken of the Giza Plateau in the 1950s. Nobody's sure exactly what year it was taken, but it was taken by the Egyptian Air Force flying north to south over the Giza Plateau. And so what you're seeing is the large pyramid, the middle pyramid, and a small pyramid. And I believe this is actually looking south, north to south as opposed to, south to north as opposed to north to south. But
so the light is shining on its north face. Is that what you're saying? The light, I mean, yeah, right there. That's the north face, or is that the south face?
That would be the south face. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Oh, yeah, I guess it is north to south. I thought it was the other way. Anyway, what I want to point out here is a discovery that was made in the mid 1990s by an independent researcher. who never really, he posted it on a website, and I stumbled across it when I was looking for something else. But his concept was if there was faces and pyramids on Mars, maybe there would be faces where there were pyramids on Earth. So he went to the Giza Plateau and he decided he was going to look for the Eye of Ra. And he found it right there. I'm just going to highlight it here. Another image. There it is there. You see that okay?
The Eye of Ra? Yeah, if you could zoom in more. Zooming's always important, my friend.
Well, I'm really close to my screen, so.
It does look like an eye there, don't it?
Right, right. And it's also there in a 1936 picture. This is 1950s. It's also in a 1930s picture. It's not quite as clear, but it's there. Now, people, there it is there, 1936. You can see it down here inside the square. I'll zoom in on that again. It actually looks better from a distance, but here's the almond shape here, and here's the lines coming off of it, the ridges coming off of it. So anyway, people familiar with the Eye of Ra may not actually know what it's what the symbolism is of the Eye of Ra, and here it is here. The Eye of Ra is a being in ancient Egyptian mythology that functions as a feminine counterpart to the sun god Ra, and a violent force that subdues his enemies. The eye is an extension of Ra's power, equated with the disk of the sun, but it also behaves as an independent entity, which can be personified by a wide variety of Egyptian goddesses. The eye goddess acts as a mother, sibling, consort, and daughter of the sun god. She is his partner in the creative cycle in which he begets the renewed from himself that is born at dawn. The eye's violent aspect defends Ra against the agents of disorder and threatens his rule. This dangerous aspect of the eye goddess is often represented by a lioness or by a Utreus or cobra, a symbol of protection and royal authority.
A lion? Nice, a cobra.
A lioness. So what happens if you take the picture and you follow a couple of mounds beside the eye and you do a mirror image?
Simba!
You get a lioness.
Yeah, Simba's mother.
Right,
with eyes
right
like diamonds.
Right centered between the pyramids, the mirrored image of the pyramids, centered right in between.
Zoom in, please. You know the routine. Starting top to bottom of that of the lioness. That looks like a face right there. Nope, up, right there.
Yeah, that looks like a bird.
Can
some
you
sort
zoom
of
in on
bird.
that?
Yeah. So you can see
Dude,
arms.
it looks like a dude with a beard and wearing a headdress, a crown. It's a very sensitive figure.
There's one here that's looking at these three pyramids.
Yeah, it looks like a teddy bear turned sideways, touching the pyramids.
Yeah, I don't see you.
Yes,
I
it's
see it as
you're on
person
its
wearing
edge. It's like it's leaning against it or something, don't it? Like
Yeah,
he's
two-
leaning and his butt is touching the dude's face in the center.
Yeah, there's two legs coming off here. It looks like an arm here, and nose, eyes, chin, eyes, headdress of some type. And it looks like a bird here with airplane type wings. Anyway, we'll scroll down
Oh,
here.
wait, Will, go right there. Hold on. Where you were calling a bird, that looks like the shoulders of the dude whose head I see in the middle. His beard comes down like the Sphinx on one of those weird beards, and it looks like a pyramid it goes into. You know, so yeah, it's hard for me without being able to move my mouse.
Right.
But I can see why and where you're calling it a bird in the center.
Right.
I don't know if you see the head I'm seeing here in the central focus point, but never mind, I guess. I could always trace it out and send you an email to anybody. Oh, okay, I see what the hell you mean now.
Is this what you're referring to here?
Yeah, that's the top. That's the part of the headdress of the crown. Just under that is the two eyes.
Yeah.
Nope, lower. No, not that low. Yeah, there's one eye. Go to the other side. That's another eye. The two dots under that is the nose. There's the beard. You're on the beard line. There's the middle. Yep, the nose. It looks like a mustache. I see a face there, dude. But
well,
hey,
it could be. I mean, we always every person sees different things.
I'll trace it out and I'll send it to you. And if anything, I'll put it on the archive page in a couple days.
Yeah, use the black and white image, not my colored version. Yeah.
Well,
So,
the colored version helps bring it out. What I see anyway.
right.
Right. It looks nice. But yeah,
well,
look at
let's go down here and we'll come down to the lioness. And so that's the lioness is a symbol of the Eye of Ra. So how can you go wrong with that? You got more symbolism.
Look at those eyes. Look at those eyes.
I know.
The eyes with pupils.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's part of an alien gray head. Look, you just had your mouse on it.
That's the nostrils.
Nostrils or an alien gray eyes. It's a picture within a picture within a picture within a picture.
Yeah, it could be. I don't see the alien grays as being the ones who created this, though.
No, I mean either. But I'm just saying, I see an alien gray there.
So yeah, so we have trigger happy there. So yeah, that's quite amazing. You have this guy Peter Larson who lives in Minnesota, and I lost his contact information. So if you, by any slim chance, you might be listening to this show, Peter, give me a holler. Find my contact information.
In fact, you could call on in the show if you want, 972-268-9594. 972-268-9594. One more. 972-268-9594. So that being said, we're putting that to the test. So anyone would like to call and ask Will a question or whatnot, well, what do you think about all this? This one is very, this is awesome. And this is Giza here. It's very awesome. You can definitely see a lot in this image. Now, which brings the intentionality, because if it was just mere coincidence, how would it be showing things of which we physically know of and see on Earth that are alive today? Lions. We shouldn't, or lioness or humanish. I don't know. There's too many coincidences. How many coincidences does it take? Or is this really based as a signature, a techno signature of its intelligence that's right in front of our eyes? We just don't know how to look at it or interpret it, or we just scratching the surface because there's something going on.
So, we haven't been flying that long, right? So a lot of the stuff you couldn't see it until we had airplanes flying over it. And unfortunately, a lot of this Giza Plateau has been disrupted by architectural diggings and road building and whatnot, and it's being destroyed. So who knows what we would have lost, but there is more in this picture. But I'm gonna, if people want to see it, they'll have to buy the book. How's that? Because I want to do something with it first before I go public with it. It is in the book, but there's not many of my books out there yet. So there's somebody I want to present it to before it gets to.
You're right. You're right, Mean Green. I see it now, too. The alien gray that I said was an alien gray looks like he's putting his arms down either onto a platform or an open book, which is actually the eyes of a cobra and the hood of the. I see a cobra. Holy crap! A cobra that takes a big chunk of. I gotta sketch some of this out for you to show you what I'm saying.
Right.
But at least I think that's what he may be referring to, because I just seen it all of a sudden. This image, again, if anything, it would be great works of art you could put up in galleries or something, free of charge, being given images, from the universe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here on Earth. You see, ain't that a twist, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead, Bill. Very fascinating.
Yeah. So the other image that's hidden on here is also some profiles of two lionesses, and yes. They have to be they're hard to see. You have to kind of do some zooming and
some drinking and smoking them.
Yeah.
As funny as it sounds, I'm serious, because it tunes your eyesight into this, and it's a tool. An astronomer who I'll respect and remain nameless, he told me, and he's a well-known astronomer, and that's what he does. He packs them and smokes them, and he finds stuff, and he studies the heavens all the time. And he's a famous dude, and I've had talks with him. Again, I wish I could get him on the show, because he's very he'd be very interesting to speak to, especially regarding these things and of the eye and what's out there in the universe. And he can explain why, for some reason, cannabis tunes you in. I can't explain it, but I've experienced it.
Yeah, right. I know what you say. I've found that myself. When you're in beta, your brain waves in beta, you're kind of focused on the world that's in front of your nose, right? And cannabis allows you for your mind to wander a little bit and just come up with concepts that you wouldn't necessarily come up with otherwise. And I know that's definitely helps.
That image is fascinating. It's great.
Yeah, and once again, I have to point out how it is like the eye of Ra. The eye is not centered, but the lioness is centered amongst the three pyramids, right? So it's pretty obvious that is a lioness, and that is the symbol of the eye of Ra. And it is protecting, the violent aspect is protecting the pyramids and the Sphinx and whatever else they were protecting, right?
To me, it looks like he's protecting that gray alien in the middle. It's a genius, because at the same time, that alien head is also the nose of the lion face, the lioness.
Yeah. Well,
that's the beauty of it, you see?
Well, that's
adjustment.
You can find that in Mesoamerican art. There'll be two heads combined. There'll be a face, and then there'll be another face below it, and the top of that face is the bottom of the face above it. So they're blended. And we find that on Mars as well. I've found the identical motif of that blended face is the top half of one face is the bottom half of the one above it. There's all kinds of stuff.
The face of Cydonia shares those characteristics as well.
Yeah,
it's a genius. I mean, this is not a coincidence. Mean Green said that it looks like to be a bull, a lion, and a cobra. Would a bull fit in anywhere in any lore connected to this, or no?
Not that I'm aware of, but just going back to the black and white there.
That looks too.
Yeah. This is the gray alien you were referring to there. The nose and the nostrils. Yeah, the Cydonia area is just mind-blowing because I've been looking at it for 23 years and I still find new stuff every time I go there and look.
Indeed.
It's just, there's stuff overlapping and different angles and different soil colors and, or, you know, well, basically we're getting black and white, but different shades. And you're seeing different things all the time. And if you adjust the contrast, things jump out. So they've obviously, they've got so many layers to their artwork.
The tattoo is
hidden,
there.
hidden
Yes.
within it, you know.
Yes.
And that's why people see different things, because there's different things to see. But one thing I did stumble across when where we're going to jump. Oh, maybe people aren't aware of this, but we talked about, and this is there's an image I've got to load, but we talked about the feathered serpent, right? In Mesoamerica, his epitaph was bird and twin serpents. Well, that was the exact same epitaph of this horse, the sacred falcon, the son of Osiris and Isis. His insignia was a winged disc with twin serpents. So, how scholars can continue to say there was no connection between Mesoamerica and Egypt when they had the exact same god? How would they know that that there was that their god? How would they not know that their god was had the same symbolism if there was no connection? Just, it's ridiculous. But you know, academics sometimes can be very
Well,
boneheaded.
we've also seen artifacts from like places like Guatemala and other places that look like Assyrians or Egyptians. That Egyptian even position the same, some art looking better, though the differences apply. They do look the same, and therefore, you know, who are they? How would they not know? How would that be a coincidence? I don't think it is. I think it was part of a bigger civilization than what we're being told about.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Maybe even far older
Yeah.
being told about.
Now, here's a here's a neat. I don't know. Maybe George talked about this on one of your shows, but Powhatan. If you look at this, was discovered a few years ago.
What'd you say? Powhatan?
Powhatan, yeah.
I thought that's Ultima Thule. Ultima Thule.
Yeah, but Powhatan is the name of the sky god, the Maya sky god.
Oh.
Who was a sentinel, and
Sentinel.
He had a zero time medallion, and he was one of the four sky bearers that guarded the four corners of the world when it was set up. And this is basically a turtle. George discovered the turtle similarity, and they called it what did you named it?
No, it was named Ultima Thule.
Ultima Thule, yes.
Yeah, some people say Thule, but Thule, Ultima Thule, I call it. And that's what NASA had called it. And I don't know if it changed its name, but obviously, if it matches what you're saying there, what I find fascinating is it looks like that Wall-E almost. Is it Wall-E? That movie Wall-E, is that thing kind of looks like, but notice the bands going around the neck.
Yeah, that's where they came together. They said all these things came together
of course, the Mayans playing
in a collision. They came together in a collision and bonded. Well, when they took a closer look at this bond, they said that it doesn't look that the kind of bond that you would make by two objects coming together. And it looks like a turtle. If you, I can't do the adjustments on the screen, but George has done some adjustments to show that it looks a turtle. And it's also got two half faces. It's
I see that.
Yeah, it's a bifurcated face.
Looking at it from this angle, one can see that.
So
one aspect looks like it has like two robotic eyes, on one aspect, but then again, it looks like it's part of a split something.
Yeah. And you can see the turtle markings on it, and George just highlighted it,
right.
This image. And that's exactly what that's what Powhatan was, depicted as a turtle, a sky bearer, and it was for four sky bearer gods. But the people who named it Artatuli, or what it was, were the Powhatan Indians of the U.S. I think they're in Northern Virginia. So NASA went to the Powhatan Indians. Oh, what a coincidence! to name this, and I forget what the name is. It has something to do with. Yeah, it has something to do with.
I don't remember why they gave it the name. There was a story behind it though about Ultima, Ultima, Thule, Ultima Thule. Interesting.
Yeah, I lost it. There it is. So there's all kinds of. I mean, NASA knows so much more because they come out with stuff that we know from our Maya research, and they come out with names of stuff and that directly relates to it. And I mean, another thing your guests may or may not know, but Quetzalcoatl, his epithet was a half bird and a half serpent, or I shouldn't say his epithet. The glyph for Mars was called the zip monster. And within that in that glyph is the depiction of it's a half bird glyph and a half serpent glyph. And the archaeologists call it the zip monster. Elon Musk's rocket to Mars is the dragon. So you have a flying dragon, a bird and a serpent.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they know stuff. They're aware of stuff. They just
and birds come from the dinosaur, and a lot of things on Mars do look saurian as well. And these profiles and things that you see, and it really makes you wonder. People call them the reptilians. Some people have. I mean, so many different ones. Things out there. All I know is that I'm looking at the hard evidence, pun intended, which is the data that I could see. And if we learn any stories from them, that's where I'll follow the data. And there's a lot of data embedded in all this. That's why it's important to do this, because they did it.
Yes, and they did it for a reason. And I don't know. There, as I said at the beginning of the topic, there's so much symbolism. There's a symbolism of duality. There's the symbolism of the seen and the unseen worlds. There's the two extremes of good and evil and all things in between. All that sort of duality. The Maya were big on duality, and I think that plays a role. And also the fact that if you can't build these amount of geoglyphs the way that they did, because you wouldn't be able to see what they were at any point. But this way, if you apply the mirroring technology, you can see what's there. So they they can put much more data, hiding it, which is what they wanted to do, by doing it in half images, and it's hidden if they want, if there are other sentient beings that want to destroy it. I mean, we've seen that happen with the Buddhist sculptures and whatnot being destroyed by the Taliban and whatnot previously. So it happens, but how do you conserve? Well, you hide them, and you put them in places where people can't get to, like the bottom of the ocean and on the moon and on Mars. So it makes perfect sense. It really does.
Yes, indeed.
And we're finding, out more things all the time that also have relationships to this. And that Powhatan is just one of them. That I don't know how many years ago. It's a few years ago now, but that's the kind of thing that we.
Yeah, it's out in the outer solar system, past Pluto and shit.
Yeah, it's Sentinel.
In Akupia, right? Near the Akupia belt, or in it, or something, as they go through.
Right. I think so. Something like that. I haven't. It's been a while since I've.
But yeah, the Sentinel. You know, it really makes you wonder, and how many other objects like that are out there. It really, makes me wonder.
Well, there should be 4 of those. George says that we can expect to find 3 others, because that's what the Maya mythology said, is that there was Powhatan was he was the lead sentinel, and but there was 4 sentinels, so there's probably 3 more of those things out there.
Yeah, but I wonder if they also have a purpose with just floating there.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure they have a purpose. I'm sure they're, they have sort of instruments and whatever. They're probably hollow. That's why they were able to join them together, or why they joined them together. It's probably hollow.
That's very possible. Many people say Phobos is hollow too, one of the moons of Mars, and that's very interesting concept. It definitely does look like it's been worked upon, due to its striations that even NASA and others, jump through hoops trying to explain away. But I'm seeing the artistical patterning of those grooves and stuff, and it just, no, that's not natural. That's not natural. And I see a lot of metal too through its high-res color images. Remember the ones they gave us several years ago?
Yeah.
Fascinating imagery, man, and it really makes you wonder about, again, being able to carve all this and knowing this, and this language is being encoded as reflections. And that's another thing, when you could be onto something, you start recognizing similar aspects that just should not be there all the time, or that where many of these totem lines, as you know what I mean now, showed representations of similar, I'm not going to say deities, similar faces or feline, animal, cobra. You see, I mean, over and over again. I mean, that cannot be well, maybe it can be, but based on data that's not moving clouds. We're not doing this to moving clouds and shit like that, or waves. We're doing it to features that have been solidified and striated across and carved upon planetary surfaces. Which means, and that looks intelligent enough, let alone having a higher form of intelligence and doing split art iconography, which is also languages and potential history for all we know. I mean, this is high human thinking. What type of civilization? Is it type 1? Is it type 2? Does it originate here to begin with? I mean, many more questions come about by looking at these aspects and trying to figure them out. So don't rule this all out. Buy those books, the Mars Codex and the Cydonia Codex, and definitely
The Lost Worlds of Earth and Mars.
the what? The
The Lost Worlds of Earth and Mars. That's where you.
I was just getting to that. You know, so therefore, you know, you're following in line and in tune, and definitely we got to have you on again with George and be more graphic intensive. Have things ready and then really wow them, because it's time to be wowed. We got to wake people up to the realities of what's being kept from us, and maybe why also this global plan of why they never want us to know, never want us to go. Spec 7 that Hoagland tit for tatted with is claiming their power was no longer monolithic. What the hell does that mean? Which is registered date was not registered, not yet. You know, registered, not yet. But now I think we're coming into a time frame where it's registering, because all those things he said, and we'll do a show on that. I left a lot out to where we'll talk about that, because it's all part, again, of the future and the fate that we must make to usher in the Martian revelation. You know, and it seems like it's already been scripted for us, and me scripted into place and into play with it as well. My footsteps are not my own, and neither or yours will, or George's, or anyone else's. They're all playing a part that's already, well, again, it's not of our own volition. Like Scripture says in the Bible, you know, our footsteps are not our own. You know, we think it is, but it's really not. It's going to a higher purpose plan to where we're each going to have to have faith and believe, and we got to make our fate, because things aren't going to go down as they once did. We're on a new timeline, and I'm back through time as a man on a mission, crazy on this new timeline to secure and make our fate, because that's when we're going to usher in the Martian revelation and the future of our planet till kingdom come. It's going to even make that kingdom that cometh and the king who will come with it all the more fantastic of the revelations that he brings. And all this is connected one way or another. And that, I know, Will, and maybe you've heard it, a lot of people kind of get scared at this. But, you know, yet you should be scared already. You're taking commie shots, for crying out loud. You're wearing fucking masks. You know, it doesn't do anything. You're saying socially distance. Oh, the thing's going to get me. The thing's going to get me. Like, it's smart enough to know you can move down your mask, take a bite to eat, you know, looking like a complete fucking retard. You know, I'd rather stay out of those places. And they're the ones that's going to go out of business. And there's people eating on the street, and they're gathering and they're talking. And that's what we must do with this, to inspire and to teach people of what we're not being allowed to know about. Remember, the commie Chinese are there now. They see it too. And they had the opportunity to land at Cydonia and on the face as the definite permanent middle finger up to us Americans. Why wouldn't they want to do that? Think about it, people, because they don't want us to know, let alone want us to go. They want to kill us all. And we got to turn this around. We got to wake up to the realities, because the UAPs, UFO scenario, we're at a time based on Brookings where we must be told. And all these are subjects not to be laughed at. And, yeah, it could be a little scary because it's so different. But come on, there's so much shit going on. You know, again, you could die here. It's scarier, which I'd rather look out and explore and be inspired. That's why I got to get off Earth. And they give me the means to get away as far as possible, to be able to get as close as possible, even now, with the better MRO imagery, to the surface to study another planet where you can, you know, it don't take yourself out of the problem, but at least it'll take the problems away for you. You can focus on something different. Am I making sense?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, to a great extent. You're right. It's we're getting stepped on, and the truth is not being told. The media is corrupt. The media has a narrative that they've been telling us for, well, I had to laugh when the newest picture of the face came out, 1998. Our illustrious CBC television had Richard Hoagland on. And to counter him, they had some guy who didn't know what Hoagland was talking about, other than that you can see faces in the clouds. So that's 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 the way the media handles it. They try to slide the truth under the mat, and they're told to do it. They're given the narrative. There's no objective, independent news reporting out there by the mainstream media. It's all just narrative.
Indeed, how true. And that's a pretty sad thing, but you know what? We're waking up, because people aren't going to keep taking them. People aren't going to keep taking this shit. And at some point, it's going to bring people individually to a precipice of destruction, where they will pick up something. They will start sharpening up metal. They will start making spears. They will start making torches, if need be. You know what I'm saying? It's happened before, and that's what they fear, is the people doing that. Remember, in Germany in World War II, a single guy with a German Shepherd, you have hundreds following him. If I was there, well, if I knew they were going to kill me, shit, man, let's rush him. Rush him, take his gun, do the same somewhere else. You'll overwhelm them. You got to overwhelm them. They can't overwhelm us. Evil is trying to overwhelm us, and we cannot be. We have to focus on what they're seeing, and God literally only knows also what they really are doing if they are on Mars already. Secret space programs and all this other shit. Yeah, well, we have the right to see and have access to it too. It's reality. It's part of us. It's part of all our human rights to know. And if someone's suppressing that, is it of this earth, or is it of the intelligence that did this shit to Mars and Earth? I don't know. Either way, can we fathom that out? Without trying, how could you do anything? But you'll learn so much along the way. And I definitely like to thank you for being on, William. Definitely showing insight into this helps, people to change their perspective and their thinking, I think. And you have to, as your vision, some people may be laughing now, others may be familiar and understand and agree. And others may be like, well, I don't know. How do you try it? Well, buy the books. And start from there, or there's many images online. You can start doing it yourself. I mean, what else better you got to do? Take advantage of what's yet there to have access of this data, and go to those that process this data so you can get the most out of this data. Because NASA doesn't like to release a lot of this data to what you could bring out of this data. That's there. And lo and behold, the data's there. They're just not going to answer or confirm anything about it. So it is what it is. But the more data we get, the more comparative analysis. And if theories get ruled out, they do. But you're still usually happy, because you're still finding a whole bunch of other shit that should be impossible. There should be nothing there. Remember that. And they call me crazy. But yet, this is what, and again, so much is opened up to us of the possibilities. If only we make our fate. And that's what we're going to have to do, is stand up to it. And Will, your work help inspire us to do that. And hopefully you do. And start meeting with others, my friend, while you still can. Something has got to go on, and you got to hold the line and make a line. You know what I'm saying? And just like I and many others here as well, because we're not going to put up with this shit forever. You know what I mean? And the commie Chinese are on your property, and why ain't anyone building a wall at the fucking Canadian border, I say?
Yeah.
Think about it, people. All right? And the ultimate goal of what the world is really focused on is what we're seeing in these images. And they don't want you to go, let alone you to know. That's the upper high ground. That's the enchilada to everything of this, of the importance of it, what it could do for us and a nation or nations that get there first. Boy, I sound like Hoagland. But he's right in that regard.
Yeah.
We're being killed off, and they're getting the high ground. And Will, have anyone reached out to you about your research with this from any other foreign space agencies?
Foreign space agencies? No. I had contact with the European Space Agency to use their images when I put a DVD together. All they said was they wanted a copy of it. And then I was free to use their images.
That's interesting. That is interesting. All right. So that's good. So what other plans you got coming up? I would ask about conferences or something, but right now you're worried about all this comic crap. So what online things are you planning on doing that's all coming soon to present more of your work and or I don't know, what do you got planned? Anything?
Well, I've got I've just set up a new website, the Lost Worlds of Earth and Mars.com. So I'm putting up images there. I've got link to different booksellers, Amazon chapters in Canada, Amazon UK, Australia. If you go there to click on shop, you can find the links to pretty much any bookseller online or retail can order it. And yeah, so I've just going to be trying to get more attention focused on the book and the website any way I can. The COVID restrictions make things so much more difficult. I'd like to fly down to Chichen Itza and sell my books and show people the pictures.
Be cool.
But I can't do that. Not yet, right. Anyway.
And it ain't worth taking a commie shot for a ride that may take your life.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. There are lawyers. We have a constitutional lawyer. They filed lawsuits in middle of August. I think there's a 3-month period allowed for a response from their suing the federal government, the BC provincial government, the chief medical officer, and a bunch of others for blatantly breaking the law, breaking the Bill of Rights, Human Bill of Rights, the Nuremberg Code, and many others. And I'm hoping it'll happen sooner than later, that these people will be stopped and people will be free to travel. I know that Norway, just read Norway and Portugal and Ireland and a bunch of countries in Europe are getting rid of all their COVID restrictions. There's no vaccine mandates, no masks, no anything. It's back to normal. And they know they're going to get more cases, but the viruses don't go anywhere, right? We still have viruses around for millions of years. They don't.
Right.
You can't run from them forever. If they haven't got everybody by now, they will. So.
Right. Well, we've all interacted with them, but it's not about health. This is about control.
Yes.
Depopulation.
Money. All the money they're spending, government's spending on the vaccines, just going to into the pockets of the 1% of the 1%. And everything they do, it just funnels money up from us to them. The next thing I think you can look for next year is they're going to start talking about this climate crisis, and the demand for electricity is going up really fast because electric cars are coming quicker than they thought they would, even in China. The cost of energy is going to go up. The only way you're going to be able to fill it is with fossil fuels. And so the government's going to put carbon taxes on them. They'll drive up the cost. But all that money comes out of our pockets, and it all goes to the 1% of the 1%.
Huh. Yeah, that's what people were saying. It wasn't about the virus. It was about this control thing, get us used to being, commie masked, kept in the homes, have our rights and freedoms taken away, and for this carbon shit, they want to tax you for every mile you go. right? So they want to tax you on top of that. You want to be told how far you could go, when you could go, where you could go, where you cannot go, when you can leave. This is beyond Orwellian. This is something that is an existential threat upon all of us, and we need to stop and rise. And it's not about peace. We need to put down the enemy because they're trying to put us down. That means start sharpening metal. Start doing everything you can. Make homemade armor for yourself, shoulder pads, football pads, do whatever you can, get whatever you can, start welding helmets. It's coming down to that because they're more than willing to take you out. And the computer's acting up again the past 5 minutes, when you say, isn't it weird? But anyway, I don't know. Again, that's why I want to create another show called Mad World, because it's really mad, and I'm really mad, and so are many others. And I think the timing's right for such a venue to discuss these subjects. But in regards to Mars and whatnot, and these subjects, you're always welcome to come back. And if you, hopefully you talk with George, see when you guys want to set something up to come back for a graphic intensive show if you guys want. I think it's a good idea.
Yeah.
So
I would like to do that. I haven't done a show with George for a while, so it'd be good to do that.
Yeah, definitely, and the listeners will love it, because then they can appreciate more of what all this represents. I know you could, if you had access to the other files, that would have helped along, but that's all right. Again, it's in those books. Get those books, everyone. So, Bill, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to be with us. Stay strong. Again, start communicating with others before that becomes too late. And all I know is that where commies are concerned and where commies is an issue, it's always a knee that bounds, and it's always a bullet in the back of the neck and thrown into a mass pit.
Yeah, well, hopefully we won't come down to that. But anyway, thanks for having me on, Gary, and we'll do it again soon.
Yes, sir. You have a good night, sir.
All right. Thanks, Mean Green.
Cool. So there goes William Saunders. Very, very interesting. And this work, again, it goes back years. And they've been seeing this shit up there. And they are seeing this shit up. They know what's there. They're getting to see it unfiltered. They're getting to see it all in your face, pun intended. The giant sculpture that many scientists now speculate was created by some unknown race of intelligent beings. The starting gun is fired, motherfuckers. And we're at a time in Brookings where we must be told this show's more relevant now than it ever has been. One show at a time, but I need your help. Please hit that big red, white, and blue American donate button. I need a system. The system was just acted up again. Well, thank God Will was talking. Because on my end, things are flashing, things are moving, things are whoop-de-doing, the sound's cutting in and out. So as long as you guys didn't experience that shit, all the better. But it's okay. It's okay. I know I'm compromised at the moment, but I need a new system. So that being said, I want to go to a break, and then I want to come back, and then I want to share my screen, and I want to show a couple images of what I have found that I want to produce and show, and to where, again, it's consistent. Granted, I'm not going to show any split faces, but I may show the face of Cydonia. I know Will had it there, but he didn't zoom in, so and he didn't have an image that was split of the face, so we'll take a look at that, because again, all this cannot just be coincidence, and it's not. It's as simple to say pareidolia, or that it is Rorschach, or that it is just wishful thinking, or that it could just be anything. No, not really. When you see it, that's already there to begin with, that there's a purpose to it, and that seems like the most logical, to where a monkey can figure out you got to split each side of it. Now, does it go across the planetary hemispheres? I know it's hard enough for you it's a stretch for you to accept it about the face of Cydonia being a split iconographic, compressed message as it was, let alone a planetary hemisphere. But you can't rule it out either, especially when Mars is artistically sculpted on an entire planetary scale, and there's evidence that Earth has been at least somewhat modified in that regard as well in the past. Crazy. Am I? I don't think so. So let's go to a break for about 5 or 6 minutes. I want to gather a couple images and something to tidy up the night with. And I just still feel like yakking. Give me a break, but it'll be worth it. At least you'll be entertained. It won't be crazy. So that being said, again, you know the motto. Pack 'em and smoke 'em, because you're definitely going to need 'em on the Martian Revelation. Please hit that big red, white, and blue American donate button.
Princess of the dawn. In the world of dragons, young blood when it comes, faithful to his blade, the night iron horse, a forgotten priest, disappearing in the haze, a chamber of festal virgins, twilight is her slave. The wizard of Oz, moon applause, life forsaken dust to dust, princess of a dawn. Princess of a dawn. Once upon a time, forevermore. Look the story of the main
Welcome back, everyone. This is Gary Leggiere, your host of the Martian Villa, known also as the Mad Martian. Feeling a little bit mad and crazy, but I'm not going to let that overtake this. Again, Mad World, I think it's got to come into effect soon. But that being said, welcome back. You're listening, of course, to the Martian Revelation. That's upon you all again now. And it's got to keep being upon us. We got to make our fate. But I'd like to share my screen. I want to get into some imagery before everyone scoots out of here for the night. Because, again, it's very important to start looking at the concepts of what people see on Mars and why claims are made of Mars, because there's things there that should not be there, and it's worthy of attention and demands study and definitely questions and answers. But again, the data that is there, it shows us a whole nother world. It's a whole nother thing. And if I could only show you a few things of a couple of my finds that I found so fascinating of reasons why I'm so obsessed. I don't know, I can't even explain why that's there. But the fact of the obsession, but it is there that attracts me. And it's there because there's stuff to see and to be shown. It was meant to be seen. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done this shit up if it wasn't meant to be seen. Something wants us to see it. Again, crazy. Mars is an artistically sculpted entire planetary surface. And nothing that I see that says otherwise. Well, that shows otherwise because it's in their imagery of where this goes to where many people don't see it to begin with. Why the majority of shows aren't even looking or don't have the time to, or it's just too much for them to conceive of. But anyway, right now, what I'm showing here is a Mars Express image of the face of Cydonia. I don't see it on the screen, stream screen yet, depending on the lag, or what is that? Not lag. Yeah, what the fuck? The delay. I don't know how long it is. So I don't want to be talking. You're seeing something that I'm seeing that you're not seeing at the moment. So maybe when I see that image come across on the stream screen, and I don't know, I see the world turning, in the picture there. I don't see my, the image on the screen. That's what I'm saying. So who knows how long that delay is of what I'm saying now gets heard on that, and that image will show. But so you people out there, do you see it? Do you see this? All right, there it goes. Boom. You see? How long was that? So I don't know. There's obviously a delay. All right, so that's okay. So now what you're seeing there is a Mars Express image, higher resolution than Viking, lower than Global Surveyor. Fine. And definitely better, higher than Mars Odyssey. So what you're seeing there is the face of Cydonia, the face of Mars. I mean, what do you see? Do you see rock and dirt? Look at all those little relief. Look at all the nooks and crannies. Look at all the art. This whole thing is artistically sculpted. Everything is sculpted. Nothing is coincidence. Nothing. Even what it sits on. you know, the artscape that it sits on and the nearby features, which also are ornate and carved and very much filled with, even here, it looks like a split face of some sort, you know. But again, everything's carved and purposed. It's all metal, golden, who knows what metal materials. I say gold a lot. Who knows, maybe silver. But these features, I processed it from the raw images myself. And ESA don't even release it of this clear of the revealing all the fine relief that I'm able to bring out, processing their imagery to show this. NASA does the same thing, but it's quite fascinating. Remember, 1.5 miles long, okay, 1 mile wide. You can tell there's a hominid, apish looking sided aspect of the face, all right, like William was showing us about the Mesoamerican art. And this side is more the lion, the feline. But how do you know? Well, you got to split and mirror it, right? But let's take a look at this face, because I want to show you a couple other finds too. But let me click on this, see if you guys can see this. I'm trying to get used to my Skype more, so give me a break. All right, boom. Open up. Hopefully you guys see that. Okay. All right, that's the face of Cydonia also. So, boom. Notice these features. Follow the relief. Follow every turn, every bend, every scale-like, snake-like pattern that all fits in to the bigger picture of what sculpts all of this artscape, this face pyramid, as it was. Look at all the fine detailings. NASA does not release this image like this. In fact, you want to see how they release it to us? I mean, many people already know. They've seen, or if you've never seen my work or of these subjects much before, let me show you. I'm sure I got it here somewhere. Let me go up one folder, but just check out that mug while I'm doing it. It's all worth it. Don't worry. It's got to be down here in one of these images. You don't see the files I'm going through. At least you shouldn't. Boom. All right, that's it. That's how NASA releases it to you. Do you feel proud of the People's Camera? Do you feel like you got your money worth? Where's all the data quality acts? I mean, holy shit. Look at that. Compared to that. As a matter of fact, let me zoom out a little. Let's try to make this thing look a little more sense. Now, remind you, that's the same image. Wow.
Oh, they must have seen there. Yeah, everyone's right. That's right. That ain't a face. No, it's a trickle-light shadow. Look, you can't see nothing. It's a mountain. It's a massive.
It's a molehill. It's all bullshit. It's a damn face. Here's what it is. Totally changes perspective. Brings it down to earth, pun intended. Right? Okay. Let me close that out. Again, that's the face of Cydonia. Now, let me show you where what a split point can do and why it looks the way it does. And then when you do the split point, that's when you can appreciate what William and the work he's trying to describe and trying to show there is based on factual reality, like of the Mayan iconography here on Earth. Oh, I should have stayed in that folder. Just give me a minute, people. I didn't plan on doing this tonight, but I think it's worthy to. All right. So remember the face you just seen. Okay. Here is it split and mirrored. Damn, it looks like King Kong, hominid, saurian.
Reptilian.
Saurian type aspect. The eyes, the brows of the ape as it was, the sideline. Here's the maw of the ape, the front, the front muzzle maw of the ape, right? His head, potential also helmet for a caricature, but it's still of the head, all right? Here is the other side. A lion. Here's its mane, here's its eye, big nose, its nostrils, its big nostrils, the whiskers, right? Its chinny chin, the mane. Now, mind you, that's just two main characters. But yet, here's another kitty cat. Ear, top of the forehead, ear, comes down, has the whiskers, an eye. So you got a lion, and you got this kitty cat here with its furry thing, kind of looks tigerish, right? I know people could say turn it upside down too, and I'll show, yeah, but it's its main dominant feature, like the dominant side of King Kong, hominid saurian aspect side of the face as its main theme, though it has again other things in it, like here, for instance, like I swear I see some type of like a cat, meow, its head, little cat ears or something, little dude's head with, wings or something. But either way, it's the aspects of the geometry and the art I follow. Its teeth, depending what's seen on the teeth, depending what light is hitting it and when, because these features, you can see how ornate and carved it all is, and when compared again to what we've seen over here, where you see what is those other teeth. Well, the light is shining more from this angle, where this part, the other parts could be seen where in other lighting angles it couldn't, but they still, that doesn't cancel out or not show its position in the higher res imagery of the different features that are showing. It doesn't cancel out these, let's put it that way. All right, like I just showed you, let me show you an example. Okay, I think that's the best way to do it, because of the face of Cydonia, we've actually had multiple SWAS, at least 12 to 13 image SWAS by the MRO CTX. And the one I showed you is the best one from MRO context camera that they all give out, and that shows the detail, that the way it does. And then there's a different sun angle and time of the face. I'm trying to find it now, so forgive me here, to where it shows other type of features that you don't readily see in the different time image of that one. Come on, I had it here. Where the fuck is it, man? Come on. It ain't that one. It ain't that one. Let me move this. Because it's imperative to understand that tricks of light and shadow is a half truth. It's a partial truth. All right, it's because the sun and lighting has been used as a mastery of the knowledge in knowing what to carve, how to carve this surface, and what is to be seen and when it's to be seen and how it's to be seen. I'm still looking for that damn image, man. It should be right here. Because it shows a different aspect of the face. I do have this on my damn radio show page, I think. If I don't find it in this folder, then that might be the best trick. All right, wait, this one might be it. Let me see. Different time, different position, different lighting angles, but features that stay the same, but yet notice how it changes and what lighting conditions there is, how it changes from the other one. Let me make sure. Boom. Okay. Look at all these various other lines and stuff, but it doesn't discount and take away as disproving the features we see in the other images, just what shows at different times, tricks of light and shadow at different times and points of the day and time. And notice this fusion of these two faces is not chaotic. It's merged. It's all purposed. And the art flows in from one side to the other, though the two sides are different representative, iconic glyphs, as it was, representations. The art and the geometry does not fail, and it does not lie. And it does not take away from the other. In fact, it fuses them together to where you can see the literal purposefulness of it. There's no collapse. There's no erosion. This whole thing is sculpted fucking heavy metal. Heavy metal, man. Now, compare that to what we had seen of, which I think I still have over here too, I think. F, G, G. See the differences? This one's looking straight up at you. This one's Nader. Boom, smack on top. This one's slightly off Nader. But that's okay, because it gives us a good glimpse of this side of the face. But notice the features. Wow, amazing things on detail I brought out. But yet, look again, look at a different image, different time of day, different light position, different time of year in orbit, I'm sure. I made a fusion of these two. Believe me, I'm moving along. Just want to show the best examples of this description. That's the fusion of both of those images that we've seen. And notice how each other's details was able to complement and bring out even more the features, especially of this elusive area that they always wanted to make look like erosion over the years. But it's art carved. You can see the art in it, just like on the Mars Express imagery. All in here. That's not image artifacts. That's relief detail. The Mars Express is able to see the tattoo. This is comparative analysis data done in a way to where we're trying to get to see the most of the face rather than at any one time, particular day, an image that we may have. And if they're close enough or fairly fit, you could fuse them, and then the details, well, it speaks for themselves. This damn thing's a pyramid. The faces of Mars also appear to be pyramids as well. Mr. Charles E. Selye, God rest his soul, said on my show. What was he trying to tell us? The faces of Mars are pyramids as well. Look at this mouth detailing of the area. This is exquisite. Exquisite. In fact, that MRO image I did, Dr. Moore Carlotto had processed it. Okay, well, maybe I should just go to the webpage there and drag that up. That might be easier, right? Because it's the best renderings that I've ever seen of the faces. And I'm not just saying that to my own horn, because I processed the image that he used to reveal that detail from his shape from shading algorithm program. Side perspective view. Would it look like a face on the ground? Yes. And even the art, all of the renditions, that it's softened, it's lighted, because that none of the relief that I was able to bring out was pretty much ever brought out in the images to get a real good rendering of the face of Mars. It's incredible. It's purposed. You can follow the lines right up. This thing is pyramidal, both sides. Comes up here to a point. It does its own thing. Look how flat the area is on here, but not just flat. It's all, again, artistically carved. It's all purposed. There's no collapse. There's no ruin. Look at this very interesting feature right here. Let me click on this image because this thing's artificial. And when you start looking at it as it truly is, and look at the way the mouth is, it's also going so nice like an artist. You know, it's all purposed and designed. But notice here, bing, these three triangular risen structure things, which it makes up the famous corner of the face. Many people always like, some people would say it's like an earring or something, you know, give it a little cute term, but it's actually a structure. Notice. Remember, it's a mile wide. Right? Hey, since we packed them and smoked them, yeah, we're running a little longer. We're checking out some images. You know, why not? I mean, you got to start thinking. Look at this. Again, you can see the geometry triangular of this pyramid. Notice its sharp points. Look at it. Its dip, its purposed, its slope. Even the slope, everything is purposed, on purpose, and fitting in a design to which continues on the artscape that it sits on. The face is not sculpted alone. The entire damn hemisphere is carved artistically. Crazy. Look at its eye, its pupil here. You know, it's got that risen brow here, goes straight across nicely, right? Onto the feline lion side. Look how they join together in their purpose. There's no chaotic disarray to where it's just a coincidence because you can follow the relief. Like a tattoo artist gone mad. Someone said I sound like I'm on shrooms. Fuck you, dude. Whoever did this, they're the ones that's on magic shrooms. Be higher than human shrooms, you know, to be able to do this shit. Let's look at it from this perspective. I think it's fun to look at. I'm, you know, packing and smoking them. Hopefully, you know, it was a good show with William. Why ain't this showing? There it is. Remember that famous feature above the face? It's actually like a risen castle point or something. It's all purposed. The eye is positioned just right. Look at all these artistical features and the way it sculpts in. Everything is co-insync deliberately into what it is. Remember, I showed evidence of that already by the fusion of the two different MRO images. Again, you know, this all ain't coincidence. And you can even also see here what those features I reveal in that other images, you can see here in the renderings. So these are solid features. This is not tricks of light and shadow per se as tricks of light and shadow, it's all natural. You know, it's caved in. It's been destroyed. It's eroded. Bullshit. Look at all this. Look at all the art. Look how it's all sculpted and purposed with fine precision. Coming to a point even. Precision. Look at here. Precision. Everywhere else that these lines go to, this ain't nooks and crannies and randomness. There's circles. There's features that go away and make up the face. They go away and they make other parts a bigger picture. That's all over the place. The whole region. It's an artscape. And the face was for me that led me on to prove my theory of that worldwide claim. Crazy. Even Hoagland once said to me, Gary, it's good science, just not yet. And that was, as he was bringing me as an honorary member, in the Enterprise mission. Basically, like, hush on that. It's good science. We're not ready to talk about that yet. Maybe it was never meant to be at all, considering how history and things unfolded regarding the faces of Mars, right? Hoagland! Crazy! I'm the one that's crazy. Anyway. Here, but since we're looking at it, check it out. There's from the top side, the forehead, the top of the head, you know what I'm saying? From a flat surface view, we've seen the side perspective. We've seen those chin-up perspectives. Look at this one. This one definitely looks also pyramidal as well. It looks, really cool. You can see the groove. You can see the purpose. Kind of looks soulless-y from this angle. But, you can see the purpose and the art all over it and follow the lines. This is not coincidence, and how it continues on the surface. That's the top. Remember, it's a mile long. A mile wide, a mile and a half long. 1,500 feet high. These are taller than the antennas, 300 foot taller than the antennas in South Florida. And those that live down there can appreciate what I'm saying there. Look at the purpose of design, the last through the eons. Carved rock or all sculpted metal? We'll be getting on to some other images. A couple other ones I wanted to show before we go. But but since you packed them and smoked them, and me too, I want you to appreciate what it is that we're trying to say and talk about. We may not know it all, but we're seeing it all. There's a lot to see. Look at the deliberateness. Nothing disproves this as being a genuine work of art. No need to click on that now. All right. I want to show you something. What do you see? What do you see there? Let me get to it. This video is a half hour long. We ain't gonna watch that. But I wanted you to show you that there's more than one face of Mars. Oh crap, I pressed the wrong button. It's just there. Does it zoom in on the face here? I think so. Get the hell out of here. Anyway, notice the eye. The brow comes down to a point. The eye here. The nose, the mouth, the chin. Top of its head or helmet, depending on what you want to see. But look how tricks of light and shadow apply. You reap the color. Color. MRO-CTX. Amazing. There's that eye. Comes down to the point, like we've seen in the Mars Express image. See details that we didn't see like this in the Mars Express image. It was that Mars Express image that helped me find this many years ago on my search for the faces of Mars. You know, the ones I always ask Hoagland about and would like you to ask Hoagland about. You know, the ones that he doesn't want to talk about or give to us about. Two sides. Two different aspects, facial aspects. Come on. Boom. I'm trying to show because this thing also sits on a triangular mound that comes up here and comes down like this, of which this thing sits upon. Now this thing is like, what is it? I think 3 miles in length from here to here. Or here to, if I could get the top of that damn triangular mound in. See, the triangular mound, artistically sculpted triangular mound into the top crown of this forehead of this face, the most human-like, the most intriguing human-like face found on Mars. Look over here, it looks like an eye as it was. It's subtle in the shadow, but this looks like an eye too, or a cheekbone, or a part of a crown here. Here's the ear, the cheekbone, and it comes down for the jaw and the chin, the mouth. But yet looking different from this side. This one kind of looks like an alien gray eye with the weird mouth. It's cut exquisitely. Amazing. Not a coincidence. I want to show you one more of this. Oh, wait, let's see which one. Look at that. See? It's shaped as it looks, where it makes sense, sitting on that pyramid mound. This comes up, each side unto itself, being fashioned and sculpted and everything around it. Come on, maybe right here. Take a journey over Mars, man. Let's see. Well, pretty cool, huh? Again, 3 miles in length, a couple of miles wide, 2.5 miles wide. Depending on your position, but definitely, you know, this is not a coincidence, and it's not limited to Cydonia. So on my hunt, I found other faces, okay, which only validates and vindicates my claims and my righteousness in trying to get answers for those UFO diaries faces, that they in fact exist. Because there's other faces of Mars of various sizes. So I'm on the hunt. Let me get rid of this. Okay. We'll get it out now. Now this one, again, man, this thing has me pulling at it emotionally in so many ways, almost as if subliminal even. 3 miles in length. exactly double the size of the face of Cydonia. The face of Cydonia is 1.5 miles long by 1 mile wide. So this is exactly double the size, 3 miles in length by 2 miles wide. And it kind of looks like a skull, like a skull. Looking at you with its, even though we're looking down at it, it was designed and carved as if it's like looking, its head is turned sideways a little or something. I don't know, but it's got a great peak. But this is how NASA gives it out, of course. I mean, I did a little more processing on it to help bring out more of the relief features. It was like at the face of Cydonia it was looking like, you know what I mean? And here is my processed version of the same image from the raw. I can click on it. I call it the Phantom Lord face of Mars. You got to keep, coming up with names for this crazy shit. But you can see the consistencies of a likeness, like being a relative to the face of Cydonia, in the shaping and in the general mindsets of the split art aspects. That doesn't have to look the same. It shares similar intelligent signature of designer or the artist that's shared upon the others. That the mounting, the size, the shaping. It don't have to look the same. It'll have similar aspects of how it's carved and into the surface that it's carved in, which is also an artscape. And look at this. Notice these little dots. They're so perfect, and they seem to be placed in places where they were meant to be seen, as if like being like stars or something. Just I don't know how to explain it. It's a boulder, bullshit. Look at the perfectness of and they all look the same, and they just seem to be fitting the position and with the patterning of what we see carved here. All of this is art carved. I can still process this image more to bring out the harder to see relief, but I bring it out enough so you can see through the grays or whatnot. You can still see the relief. That's the importance, is seeing the tattoo. Now, color imagery, true color imagery, in my opinion, would bring out the tattoo all the more. It would bring out all the scaled relief. It would bring out all the circles, all the triangles, everything that's embedded within this art that crisscrosses everything. People have got to study this shit. Look at this. This is all purposed and designed artistically. It's like, boom, who did it? It looked like it was done from above. Someone drawing down, carving the living hell out of the place. That's what it looks like to me. But it also looks like gold and metals and other amazing materials. So-called craters are not craters at all. Notice the structure that it has, and it does not really appear to be sunken, but either leveled or risen above the edge border. Or even here. Look at this. From far out, that's a crater. Yeah, bullshit. That's the structure. And how it's all carved into everything. Everything is carved into everything. Everywhere, going every which way. And if you follow those lines, it's all geometrical. It's all geometrical and precision. It would just take forever to do it. And you could clearly see that it continues on away from it. Like this so-called crater. Look at the ornate work going on it and around it. And being part of the bigger part of the artscape picture, where all of these fit within the scaled relief of the picture, of the gilded, carved region. Again, those damn mountains. I wonder what they are. They help bring out the picture from various distances too. Everything is purposed. Because remember, it's not just up close to where this matters. This is all done, especially all over the place for the bigger picture you would see from far away. The patterns change as you get further away. The patterns change and expand as the closer you come in. Exposing a much bigger picture. That's been worked, and not by nature. Look at that. You call that a crater? Look at the shaping. Look at all the structural work. This is geometry. Where do you get geometrical crater edges that happen to, not by chaos, but by design, continue on with features that fit on the other features? You could draw it all out. You could draw it all out. It'll take you forever. And it doesn't break the precision of the art. The art is the dominant factor. George Haas is fascinated by this area right here. And I can see why. Look where it comes in. Look how ornate it is. Look how carved it is. Look how, like a picture within a picture. Everything has purpose. I got to bring this out a little more. Shit, I did right here. You can see I was able to bring it. It was harder to see than this. So that's a goof of mine. But I did as an example. I thought I took that one out of this, so no worry. Either way, it shows the data's there. I'm trying to bring out the relief that you cannot really see, where you can see the art more. This is not nature. This is intelligently created and designed and sculpted art. Again, look at how these mountains fit precisionally away, in line with each other. Again, this reminds me of Dr. Horace Grader's work, as well as Ananda Sarasina's work. And I also told him, he sent me his book, we got to get him back on the show again. All this, look at that. Again, those mountains are fascinating. Because look how clear and perfect they are, so when you consider them to all the features that you see, you know what you see is what you see. It's not, there's no artifacts. It's not image artifacts. This comes from high-res, imagery. I want a high-rise view of this. This is the CTX image. Think about what the high-rise would offer us. That's when it's like, you're walking along Nazca. You don't see nothing because we're much closer. We're on it. Remember, this is fucking 3 miles in length, dude. 3 miles from here to here. 2 miles from here to here. So you're going to get to see all the more features better and how it correlates with what we see from further out. But it will not disprove what we're seeing and theorizing and coming up with here. That's the thing. Anyway. Boom. I call this one the Imperial Guardian Face of Mars. Again, it's like, I forget the exact specs. It's on my Facebook page, but I think it's like, 2.5 miles long by 1.5 miles wide, something like that. Again, consistent sizes like the face of Cydonia, either doubled or somehow mathematically ratioed, what has similar characteristics like of its shaping, of its bifurcatedness, its split art aspects, characteristics of eyes or various other features. Though not looking the same, we see the signatures of the artistical intelligence of the designer, even of the face in this, or of the beings that do this, of what this represents. Let me click on this a little. So I got 2 MRO context images of the Imperial Guardian Face of Mars. Again, you call that a crater? Look at it. exactly almost the same thing on each side. It's like a structure. It's weird, but it fits in part of the pattern that's supposed to be seen from further away, as well as being a part of the artscape designing and layout of how they carved the surface. Some people say they see a cone head, and it reminds them. And people put up the pictures of the Paracas skulls, elongated skulls. But this thing too is very ornate. Notice those triangular, pyramid type, mounds that rise up and still doesn't destroy the picture of what's carved on the surface. It fuses right in with it. It's purposed. What the hell is this thing? This thing's pretty cool here, huh? This here reminds me a lot of the face of Cydonia, just this right here alone. The feline side and the bottom chin kind of. Even the eye a little bit. So they're like cousins rather than brothers, you know what I mean? I like this one better. But again, both have their value. Comparative analysis is what it's about, and the more data we have, the better it is. See? Yeah, look at that. Tell me that's a fucking crater. Look at all these nooks and crannies. Follow the lines and follow all the lines. It's like crisscrosses each other everywhere, like thatch, like what is that? Mosaics. Everything goes on, and what we see is a part of what we see and makes it what it to be, but it continues on as a part of the bigger artscape that it sits on. That's also art carved like this all over the place. How long did this shit take? Did they have 1,000 ships carving down on this, one on top of the other? Look again. This is not a crater. And look again. Follow the lines. Follow the lines. Ooh, happens to be right on the edge of this pentagonal-shaped crater that happens to go this way and also go this way. And continue on here and come down here. And you got to follow all the relief to see how these make sense. This is just the carved ridges of all these lines going out this way, that everything crisscrosses each other, that has so much to see. Once you see it, you will see this is not rock and dirt. This is sculpted metal. Look at this little crater here. Huh, crater? It's risen like a pyramid top, has another little triangular shaped feature there. I butted it up to it. Ain't that pretty cool? Again, follow all the lines. See how everything fits into each other, and it even fits up to these features of the face. Nothing detracts from it. This ain't eroded. This ain't collapsed. It's not destroyed. This is purposed, and it is eons old. It was meant to last. That's how you have this shit doing, especially if you have a metal surface, that's a medium upon which was carved, or however, I say carved for a lack of a better term, because there's not a bunch of motherfuckers walking around with bricks setting all this shit up on a planetary wide scale. It makes more sense that it was carved, somehow used as a medium that's moldable, or maybe both. Intelligence walking around doing things on it after the fact. I don't know. This is all bizarre stuff. I mean, you got to really look closely at this. Do not underestimate the features of Mars. Please. Because it takes away the reality when it hits you in the face of what you're seeing is not natural, and it's intelligent. In fact, it's higher than human intelligence. It's incredible. Oh, why not? Sorry if you people are getting bored or sick of this, but believe it or not, I'm having fun. It's the end of the show. It was a success with William. Please click on the link to buy his book. Call that The Screamer of Mars. A weird Picasso crazy face. But look at all the geometry. Look, again, when you follow the lines, like I tried to follow all the lines, you'll see how it runs in and makes the feature. Nature does not do that. And look how the shapes and the features that we see, where it runs, and the nearby structures and everything, that also look are very artistically carved and geometrically shaped in a bizarre world type of way. And everything covers everything. Everything has been patterned. Everything's been sculpted. Nothing has been left untouched. The eye, weird eye, a brow. But notice the brow is also the top of what looks like a pyramid structure. Just like the face of Cydonia and others, given shares similar characteristics, though not looking the same, but has the same imprint of its signature of intelligence, and that's of its art and it's of its geometry as well, because the geometry is everywhere. In this art, you just got to start printing these out, doing the draw, get a computer, start drawing over these features. Tell me that ain't a fucking pyramid. Look at this ugly mug. Right next to it. Like a goofy face structure. That's pretty cool looking, though, huh? Weird. This weird pyramid-shaped geometrical. But notice all the ornate art. Everything's carved. Follow the features. Look how it falls within making a bigger picture of a bigger scale image, like a mosaic, a tiled mosaic. This does fascinate me. Even here, if you can see this, looks like a shield. It has all this artwork on it. You know, people say, oh, it's a rim of a faded crater. Yeah, well, then how do you explain the art? And it continues on just as strong everywhere else. If you follow all the art everywhere else, and then it all runs into it, you could trace it all out. This is so precise. This is incredible, and it matches up with these structures. You can see that this is not erosion. This is not dirt. This is not sand. This is fucking carved metal, purpose-designed artscape. You do it yourself. I'm moving the mouse around just as an example of showing you some areas of where to follow the lines and how they run, and follow lines that crisscross them, see where they run, and you'll see that everything is precise. You don't get that with erosion. You don't get that with chaos. You get that with precision and high intelligence and capability. Look, he looks like the dude's ear. Look, it looks like there's a chain going through his ear. Ha! The side of the head. I don't know. This is a weird Picasso retard-looking thing. But for, again, we see all the detail. What maybe other positions of the sun angle and different times of the day or orbits, we will see what was really also meant to be seen here, how it should be seen at that particular time. We need more data, more input. But at least we get to see the relief of this all. This is not a coincidence. Of course, UFO Diaries, Faces of Mars. That's our friend and guest of the show, Greg Molinar. He's cool. Many of you can appreciate this scene, especially from what we just did, a week or so ago, with when I was on Robert Stanley's Unicus report. And believe me, that started getting good. And he's spot on. He's seen what the fuck's going on here. It's going to be great. I'm so mad. He fired up a storm under my ass, a fire under my ass, because he was getting it. And he could see that I'm not crazy. And, well, at least in the form of what I'm able to show. Okay? Let's just put it that way. And he seemed to come up with terms knowing what that is. and what is trying to be done to show us and lead us to this fourth world, our own image. Being asked a question of him smiling, walking around a room, standing in front of this image. Surely no intelligent life can survive there, blocking the image. Where? The image he's blocking. We get to see it later on. He points to the damn thing. It's close up. Here's the face of Cydonia. Recognize that? Do you recognize this? Is it the same thing? I don't think so. It's a brother. And I'm on the hunt. And I have yielded results. As just as a few examples as I've shown you. I found even more than this. But it's not far-fetched. It's only a matter of time. Rami's images, that's cool. Pretty neat. But there's one more image I want to focus on. And sorry, Mean Green and everyone else, but Mean Green also made a model of this, and everyone loved this one too. Let me go to it. Can I go to it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm very close. I want to show this first because it's important. Because this only adds more credibility and validity to what William Saunders is basing those theories and his finds off of. All right. Crap. Triangular base. Damn, how big did I say that this thing is? Come on. All right, it's almost 2 miles in size. Okay, corner to corner. This is more like a mile or a little over a mile. George Haas loved this one. All right, Gary, where is it? On Mars, homie. The oval, pyramidal type oval structure that happens to run along this line, but we'll just call for a better term, run the main line of the top of this pyramidal triangular shaped object, what kind of also looks like, believe it or not, kind of like a face too. An eye, nose, I mean, a mouth, chin. In fact, it kind of looks like this type of shape. To a face find, Mean Green, if you don't mind, I would like to show your finding of. I won't show the 3D renditions. We'll put that up, or we'll link it to the show page, archive page. Then maybe we'll say goodnight. But I'm having fun. Come on, man. What the fuck? God, I hate this internet speed here. It sucks ass. Actually, you're probably already seeing it. All right. Let me, how do I extend this out? Mean Green put this together for me. Dr. Carlotto, Shade from Shading. Look at that. Like a nose, a little mouth ridge pointing up even where a mouth and nose would be. Still looks triangular. It's artistic in a bizarre world type way. It's got artificiality written all over it, pun intended. Again, follow away from the feature itself on the artscape of which it sits on, where you see a lot of those triangular, pyramidal type knobs shining out. Again, it reminds me of the work of Dr. Horace Crater and Ananda Saracena. It's all over the place. So it's not sunken, it's not a crater, it's not a volcano. It has purpose, has geometry to it, to where how to fucking answer for how we're what we're seeing and what we're seeing without an intelligent hand behind it. There's nothing there to create this, especially if it's another weird face of Mars. They come in all shapes and sizes. But I'm seeing the artistical imprint of its intelligent designer embedded within it. I see it. I'm crazy, am I? We'll see. Remember, this thing's like 2 miles in size. You know, that view is great. Check it out. Look at that. Where the eye would be, the nose, the mouth, the chin, the side of the cheek. See how it, even where a nose would be, it actually sticks up like a nose. The lip comes up like a lip. And the way that it's just chiseled, it comes down as if it's a profile of a type of a face. See those ridges? Follow the art, man. This thing is, what did Carl Sagan say? How do you look for intelligent civilizations on other planets? Intelligent life on other planets. People would say roads, cities, basic things of what they're used to. But he says, well, yeah, but really you look for their geometry. We're seeing geometry and a shitload of it beyond our wildest dreams. So I hope you all got to see that one. Come on, but that's not the one I wanted to show. And I don't really, or I could just show it next time. I'm not going to go up because I don't want everyone seeing everything that's being written, Anyway, so that being said, I don't know who we're going to have on next week. I got to start acquiring some guests. My computer, I don't know. Then again, check out Larrabee's Homemade Enchiladas. Thanks, Larrabee. And be sure to like his, go to his YouTube channel, like his channel, and keep checking back for those tasty treats for this show. Believe me, I've replicated some, and they're really good. And it definitely hits the spot during this show. Or maybe I got an idea. Nah, it's not. Yeah, I guess that's about it for tonight. Mean Green's getting sleepy, and so are you all. I just can't shut up. I just feel like staying up. But you know what? It is what it is. Maybe next time we'll do more. But we definitely got to get George and William on together with more material from their books to show and entice you to get in, because they don't just show pictures. They also have writing in it. So you could get their line of thought as well as check it out where it's all going. But other than that, there was something else I wanted to bring up. I don't remember what it was at the moment. Well, I'm going to say all these things that we have to contemplate. Look at the reality of what we're looking at. And what the reality is, what they keep trying to show us and tell us Mars is as. Look at the areas that they're not going. Now, at least, regardless of what you see or believe, would you at least agree these would have been better spots of the areas that we were showing tonight in these images to go with their rovers to check shit out? And they're not even looking for life. They're ripping us off. While the places that need to be had and gone to is well within our reach and ability to go to and precisionally land somewhere. It would be nice right here. It'd be nice right here. We saw the images. This thing could just go down its relief, come out the furrow, go down, work its way under the surface, go over all the artistically carved artscapes, which will be hard and impossible to hide. Because you don't have foo-foo dust covering it all like it does in the other areas where it's at, like in, or what's been more demolished, like where Curiosity is. We got pristine areas here that could have been roved upon. Think about the world's attention then. And the fury of all the images people would be seeing compared to all the stuff like they're finding of all the bits and pieces of debris of intelligent artifacts strewn all about, broken apart everywhere else. There's many things to think about on this Martian revelation and where we have to go. We're worried about commie shots, worried about our lives, worried about the whole systems that are breaking up and being taken away from us. While that shit up there, they are having it. I want to be there and have access to it too. What do you think? All I know is that we're at a time now, based on Brookings, where we must be told. And I'm going to keep doing my job as best as I can while this commie war unfolds and everything that happens. There will come a day we must turn, we must make our fate, take this nation back, make it America first, and gain a foothold on what is righted to us to begin with. Take back our heritage and our rightful place in space, not to usurp it from everyone else in the world and to hide it away, but to build the infrastructure to where the rest of the world can follow. Until kingdom come. So if we have access to all this, think about how amazing it's going to be when kingdom does come and is king. It's just something to think about. That's all I'm saying. The future is here. Good night.
I start my day on a tiny screen. Try to connect the ones that are right in front of me. I walk to work out on the city streets.
Martian.
Most of you people are beneath me. You're not part of the club. Some goddamn advertisement on this shit. And I want a tight show. I don't want Odin falling asleep in the booth. All right? If you don't have questions, I want them made up. I'm gonna, if I have to, I'll invent fucking callers. This fucking show, then you need to fucking bring it. You understand? I don't know how many booth boys you need, but we can't have them falling asleep. So get on your boys' asses and let's make this happen, okay? You need to fucking work with me or I'm going to take this shit fucking elsewhere. Do you get me? If you fuck me on this, you know what? I don't know what to tell you, man. Yeah, well, what really pissed me off is I heard that audio of Mean Green.
How that sound to you?
Hey, man.
No stems, no seeds that you don't need. Acapulco Gold is
badass weed.
cut.
Ah.
How'd that sound to you?
Hey, man, that was far out, man. We got a cut, man.
Yeah,
That's
that
a take.
sounded pretty good to me. I think we can wrap it up.
Oh, I know, man. No, I want to do it again, man.
Again?
Yeah, man, like I had a thing to do, you know, where you talk, man, where the cat talks. I got a thing to say, man. I was going to say it, but I forgot it, man.
You want to do it again?
Yeah, man, let's do it again.
Okay, all right.
Hold it, give me a joint, man. Give me another joint.
Here you are.
Okay, far out, man. Okay, we'll get it right this time, man.
All right, let's try it again. Huh?
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
Acapulco Gold filters, take 403.
Now, this some bad weed.
Hi there, folks. Smoking more now, but getting high less? Try new Acapulco Gold filters, regular and menthol. Acapulco Gold, just a stony 3 hits longer. And be sure to save the groovy coupons on the back. How do you think I got this? Out-of-sight hash pipe. But don't just take my word for it. Listen to what Ashley Roachcliffe of the Jefferson Hair Pie has to say.
Hey, hey, that's right, man. You know, I really, man, like, the cat's really down you where it's at, man. Now, man, I want to tell you, every time I lay some of this gold on my friends, man, they light it up, man, and they just take one toke, man, and they look at me and say, Roach, this weed's a motherfucker, man.
Oh, now you can't say that in there. You know that's not you. That's not right.
Hey, man, what you want now? Good grammar or good taste?
All right, listen, we'll keep going. Remember, folks, it's Acapulco Gold, the herb superb. Long in the leaf and short in the can. No stems, no seeds that you don't need. Acapulco Gold is
badass weed.
cut. Listen, we can bleep out that other part. I think it'll be okay.
Hey, that was all right, man. Did you like that bit?
Yeah,
man?
I loved it. It was good.
Hey, that was far out, man.
That's
The following program is intended for mature audiences.
You're listening to the Martian Revelation. Strap inside.
Look, I love Gary. He's fantastic.
Good job you're doing. Boy, what a good reputation. Thank you very much, Gary.
Go to www.facesofmars.com. That's www.facesofmars.com.
According to a new report in the New York Times, the U.S. government may have physical evidence of, and we're quoting, off-world vehicles not made on this earth.
And as I say, in the words of the world's greatest detective, how often have I said to you that when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth.
Surely the days of the great Martian revelation are upon us, which nobody has ever seen before. When China looks at woke and they see the biggest problem we have is Dr. Seuss. In the meantime, they're building factories and trying to kill us in so many different ways. They laugh at us. They think we're so... Frankly, they think our country is stupid. I want to do what's right, and they are destroying our country.
Those motherfuckers!
I'm American made, baby. You don't like it? Fuck off. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all you ETs out there in the bite waves of the internet, and wherever you're at down through time monitoring this show. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian, and of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation that is upon you all again now. And today is November 13th of 2021, or the 14th, depending upon your time zone, as this airs through time. And you're listening to this, well, I don't think you're listening to this through Global Enlightenment Radio Network tonight. Daryl seems to be MIA. Hopefully something's good going on, but that's all right, because he didn't know I was even going to be here tonight. All right, and that's the thing. I have no news to get into tonight. I could, but I'm not. I don't feel like it. There's a lot of things, but I just felt like I had to come on the air. It's been a minute now since I've been on, and, some listeners, I don't want to, people get scared away or whatnot, but there's a lot of things going on. If listeners to the show, may or may not appreciate has been going on and trying to trudge along with this show to keep it going. And from computer issues to life's problems and whatnot, and the past couple of weeks has been devoted to basically harvest time, trimming, as you all know. I'm a partaker and a connoisseur, so pack them and smoke them, because you're definitely going to need them on tonight's Martian Revelation. But aside from that, I just felt like I owed it to you all to show up, every now and then, and I need to. And I felt, the itch, I need to, but yet there's a part of me that's like, I don't know, I've just been down lately, man. It's besides the few weeks of not doing the show, again, the trimming, the nightmare, it's fun growing and everything. The real shitty part is fucking when it comes down to trimming. That's a lot of work. And believe me, it was a lot of work. And plus, I help out a friend too. I gotta give that respect and help back when help is given, and he had a lot to do too. So that's what it is. It comes one time a year, but hey, listen to this, mofos. Reap the rewards. And I'm going to tell you, that space monkey is that funky, junky monkey. All right? And I'm telling you, man, that shit's fire. Everyone loves that. Everyone. And a lot of people say, man, that shit knocked me out and everything. Well, it's good shit, But hey, I'm a medical partaker. And again, you can't ride with it. I don't know what to tell you. But you need to pack them and smoke them, especially where we're going to go down tonight with the Martian Revelation, down the Martian rabbit hole, with the Martian madness of this mad Martian. Hopefully. We'll see. But again, like I say, I had to come back because it's been a minute since I've been on. And I don't know the status. What's the status of the show? Well, I don't know. That's the thing, my system at the moment is still allowing me. It's still having its quirks and issues, but, hopefully soon that things are going to change and whatnot with that. But again, I don't know. Without your help, that's why, it's a little slow in going, or it may have some trip and falls, but that is not going to stop me. I'm American made. My mom didn't raise a pussy. Okay, so I'm not giving up in the light of all the negativity and the things in life. That's another thing. What the hell's going on in this country? We must secure space. We must have America first, and America lead the way, built on American infrastructure, but not these commie fucking traitors that are destroying this country. And they're trying to kill us all and sell us out to the commie chinks and who knows who else that doesn't like us and what freedom is and what it represents. Even with our so-called fucking collaborators and international cooperationists, they're doing the same shit to their people, and even worse in some cases. Yet they're our allies? They're not our fucking allies. Wake up. We must must take this nation back. We must secure space because the commie chicks are well on their way doing that. Again, I'm not going to get into any news. I'm just going to lay out some fucking realities for you. If I'm too vulgar for you, go somewhere else. There's no guest tonight. There's no face to shame or blame or nothing. This is just what it is. Raw and real. Because that's all I fucking feel like being. And if you can't appreciate that, go somewhere else where you can fucking open your wallets and your pocketbooks to pay those special clubs and special subscriptions of subjects and things of which they would not even tell you about. But yet, you people think you're seeking the truth and getting the truth from such people, right? But yet, all I ask is for donations on thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com. Just under the top of the page, under the show logo pic, check it out with yours truly right there, looking down at a side profile view of the face of Cydonia, okay, and Martian Madness overcoming the eye, looking at Mars. You'll see a big red, white, and blue American donate button. This show's American-made. The Martian Revelation is American-made. Not the commie chinks, not anybody else, not Europe, not anybody else. It must be us, America and America first. So I've been feeling down a lot about that. Because we're at that time now, like when we started, when I was phased back through time in this show as well, coming back on in April of 2018, I said there were things that we were going to face and that we're going to have to come together and overcome. What? I don't know, but it still fits. It's still, the prediction came true. And it's not about money. When money fails and falls, who are you going to turn to? Those who have tickled your ears, those who have reamed your ass and robbed you blind? Or are you going to support the underdog who is there bringing you the truth of where it was meant to come from? Born in America, American-made. That's where this lies. And that's where the need is so important, that we must unite and overcome and take back our freedoms, take back this nation from these commie American traitors that are out there doing this to us, and now they're all trying to fucking starve us. Do you know that? How many supermarkets are becoming less and less filled of what we normally get? I was at a damn come and go today in Colorado Springs, according to the gods, and lo and behold, oh yeah, sorry, we don't have this, we don't have ham, we don't have this. I was like, what's the problem? Oh, there's no trucks coming in, you know, we need, they've been commieized and commie-sized. But yet there's fucking hundreds of vehicles around this nation in the waters that are not docking and loosening up their cargoes to be shipped across America. Why? Because of these traitors that have usurped our freedoms, our governments, our votes? Yeah, I'm saying it. What are you going to do about it? I'm not going to conform to the commie chinks. I'm not going to conform to the commie American treasonous so-called leaders who stole our votes to steer us to a globalist plan to where it is to destroy America, to wipe out America's place in space. There will be no Martian revelation, no America to do anything to usher in the future of the world of where it needs to go, because America is the only place that could lead the world to the Martian revelation, not the commie chinks, not anybody else. And if you think the commie chinks are going to allow you or these other nations to have a secure spot up in space, get your head out of your asses. Everyone's wooing and cooing the commie chinks in their progress in their missions in space and their missions to Mars. It's an existential threat, and they're racing ahead to destroy us, to knock us out of space. And it's been done with the willingness and the complicity and the briberies and the payoffs and even the outright willingness to sell this country out to them with our technologies, to dumb our nations down, to dumb our nation down, to dumb our children down, to destroy our schools, to destroy our humanity. There'll be a point that it won't matter about the Trump and the fucking Patriots to make their move. We must make our move ourselves. No to the commie shots. No to the mask. Now, no to banning our food, to preventing us. They want to do it to destroy our civilization, our monetary systems, businesses, everything else in order to try to strive us into fighting not just each other, but helping the commie shots and helping them create the events to wipe out our population enough to where the commie chinks could come in based under the UN Charter. And then what? But yet, look where space is. Look who's gaining the ground in space. So I'm kind of conflicted. And it's pretty depressing because I'm here as a man on a mission down through time. Yeah, I'm crazy. But down through time, the words will ring more and more true, just as I said when the show was phased back in 2018. We are facing those challenges now, and even myself am having to come to deal with that issue. But I cannot just stay silent. Just tuck my head down and depress. I got to speak forth because there are those that want to shut us up at all costs. And they're working on that. That's not far-fetched. We have to secure our position in this nation and secure space. Space is more important to secure now, even in some points, than our own nation on the ground at the moment. That's how severe this is. When everything's going to crap in America, that high ground is what we need to secure, because he who secures that secures, well, at least their nation, let alone the earth. What do you think the commie chinks are reaching out there for? It ain't to be your friend. It ain't to be to share knowledge and to explore for all humanity, to reveal the knowledge thereof and inspire. It's to dominate and to control and to suppress all the truths that there is out there. Many of which are what we're getting to see from the data from Mars, but not being spoken about by those sending them there about what's being found there. They're painting a different picture to you of what Mars really is. Wake up and think about it. So listeners to this show could appreciate, time and time we show some images and stuff. This looks nothing like at the rover sites, does it? Even though many are finding, cool things at these sites. But in the orbital imagery, it shows the most and the most controversial or most explicitive. They are not landing. We're focusing on. Hell, they're not even looking for fucking life. And that's what everyone thinks that this is for. They will not look for life. They will not discover life. That's not what it's about. Our space program was nearly destroyed by these traitors. President Trump reinvigorated it, kept NASA alive, but NASA has been complicit in this as well. No, not all those working for NASA, but those who run them as an organization and who are their controllers, their budget defenders, those who give them the monies or not, and they're in bed with those who have been doing what they've been doing to this nation, which was selling us out, dumbing us down, destroying our place in space to bring us to a time to where our existential enemies will be doing this shit what's been doing to us now in order to kill us all and take everything that we have our hopes and dreams, our knowledges, our prestige, our rights, and our inheritance to what is rightfully ours as Americans. And again, built on our infrastructure, therefore the rest of the world, but not based on the commie chinks infrastructure. Because again, it's not for you. They don't care about you. The Martian revelation is something so real. It surpasses even the things going on this planet, because if we all got a real good glimpse at what Mars really is and what Mars really offers, many of us would drop our differences, kind of like Ronald Reagan, and unite if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. Well, maybe we are. We are already facing a threat from outside this world. These UFOs, they could be from Earth, they could be alien, they could be both. Why do I say that? Because of what's on Mars. It's close by. It's not a billion light years away. But Mars is dead. Mars is... Shut up! That's all you've been fucking taught. That's why you think that. Right? Mars is a dead planet. Boy, they can teach you anything. Ingrained in your skull, and that's a fact, and how history and truth and what is really is? I don't think so. Because when you consider the data, when you have access to data and multiple data, or from multiple sources even, using your mind and your own analytical prowess, you could come to your own conclusions that things aren't matching up to what we have been told and what we have been taught about what Mars really is. You know, I don't know where this show's going to go. I know the show needs to continue. Again, I'm phased back through time as a man on a mission, down through time to usher in the Martian revelation and with secure a new timeline. But I'm frustrated. Why is this weight put on me? What do I do? What can I do if I don't have the right tools or the funds? You want to be led around like like mice to the Pied Piper, open your wallets, and then not get the truth? Again, go right ahead, but you're only helping me complicit like the rest of these Nazis and zombies, Nazis, those who not see the truth. So when someone calls you a Nazi, say, no, I see clearly, motherfucker. Act just as crazy as them. They come at you. You defend yourself. You do what you had to do to protect yourself. The enemy is here. We are at war, and not just with nations, but powers and principalities and powers of the air. And this is something that we must overcome. We must fight, and there are those down through time that have fought and that are still fighting, but the enemy's still out there as well doing their things. But we have to secure this timeline. We're in a much different, better position than we were then, but it's still, how do I describe this? It's something we must face, pun intended, together. We have to adapt and overcome the infiltration here within our own people. We have to weed out the evil. We're infiltrated by intelligent forces of and not of this earth. Are they Martian? That brings some possibilities and subjects that this show has periodically covered on various subjects, but needs to more deeply to deal with. How do we know it's not the Martians? Especially when I'm living proof that the Martians exist. But it's not them that's working to prevent us from knowing about them on and under the surface of Mars, according to their message they wanted me to bring forth to the Earth. But it is forces here on Earth working to prevent us from knowing about them. That's their words, not mine. And as more and more of these bizarre truths unfold to me in my life, validated and vindicated, but I'm just a madman, right? I'm crazy. Am I? Everything that's going on in this world now, especially in this nation, we need to close our borders. We don't need other nations to do what America needs to do, to secure itself, to sustain itself. Great, it's great to have allies and such, but now we must worry about this country first. America first. Sound familiar? And it starts to ring true for a different meaning and understanding of why. We have to face the Martian revelation. Again, Mars is a dead planet. No, it's not. And Meeting Green, if you want, you can share my screen. Show them why. Here's a glimpse of why. That it's not. Mars is so very important that many nations have been given the access and the go-ahead to race to Mars, to have a flotilla of missions above and on the surface of Mars. If it was just a dead heat, why would so much international pressures and be being put on the science and on the political spins being told to us on how reality is or what it's really about would really be going there? Because there's shit to see. Shit they don't want you to see. Shit that they don't want you to know. At least not now, but later. But whose benefit does that serve? Those working to prevent us knowing about them? Or the potential threat of them telling us that it's forces here on Earth that are working that prevent us to know about them on and under the surface of Mars? I'm crazy, am I? Welcome to the 21st fucking century. Welcome to the Martian revelation. And I am its alkali. I am its ambassador. And that's what they called me. I don't have to explain that all now, but those down through time hearing my words know what I'm talking about and appreciate and understand. That's why I must not give up. It's beating me down, the things. That's why I need everyone to please hit that big red, white, and blue American donate button, because down through time, that's where you're going to wish that you had. Because this ain't about money in order to bring it forth when all that's good and gone and all these fucking frauds are gone. They're not getting no money. They're not bringing you anything because they're not true to themselves and they're not true to you. They don't care about the truth. They just want to build up the world based on their truth and their knowledge to spin on you, whether their intentions are good, malevolent, or benevolent, but usually it has to do with ego and pride and agendas. At least with me, you help make our fate. Because I cannot fight this alone, and I said that from day one. I don't get much donations. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I haven't for a while because I really hate asking for money. But, you know, I'm going to come up with ways. You know, I'm telling myself, you know, like commercial ads, that helps sometimes. You know, once I do my own book, that'll help because then I can put back into this show and get the things that I need and other things going on in my life that hopefully get secured. Then in order to put that in to make it happen, because that's, from my point of view, I got to keep doing it to prove that I'm not crazy, that I am fulfilling what I'm here to fulfill down through time. Like a scientist, I have to keep going and have faith and believe. Faith really matters, Gary. Mind faith, you gotta believe, Yes. But when you sound like the lone nut in the wilderness, it's like, eek. So you can understand, baby, why it gets so frustrating. But I swear to God, in the least you'll be entertained, and you'll get real data. You'll get to see images, not just people's bullshit and their claims on what you think is real, and then enrich them to continue to lie to you without showing any fucking proofs, any pictures, anything to put to, not knocking them all. Not saying they're not all worthy, but, you know, you got to listen to or to try to put pieces of the truth together that may exist. But when none of them are matching up to the things that you're fucking finding and seeing on the very planet that they themselves like to talk so much shit about as if they're speaking truth, not mention a one. What's wrong with that picture? Tell me. I'm tired of fucking frauds. I'm tired of the fucking liars. I'm tired of those who only care about the money and act like their opinion is so knowledgeable that they are the ones who should be leading everything while they're steering you away from what they don't want you to see, which is what? Which is what's really in the image data. How many of them are even focusing on the image data itself? Again, even those you think that should be and would be because of how you know them are not doing that anymore, but yet pretend to have a say and as if a position of authority that they're more important than you, that they're worth your money, while they continue to bullshit you and not even bring you the data. Right? At least you'll say that no other motherfucker brought you data like I bring you. But the data's there. It's not to make me special. I mean, I'm the one doing my fucking homework. Wake up. It's hard to calm down Distorted. Because, you know, again, I wasn't even going to do the show tonight. It's been a few weeks again. I'm tired from all the harvesting and the trimming and, I'm kind of really at odds of where this fucking country's going. Because there's no Martian revelation for we the people if we don't secure this nation back to secure space. That's why we need to get behind Elon Musk while he's still willing and able to be doing what he's doing here as our glimpse of the hope of the future to usher in that Martian revelation. Because he's the only one that's got the big effing vision for the big effing rockets, and he's the only one with the big effing balls to lead the way. And to open up such an industrialization of space this nation can only dream of. But it needs to be ours, because that would open and unleash millions of jobs to make Elon Musk big effing vision, to support his big effing balls, and to make his 1,000 big effing rockets come to fruition in a matter like that. It'll enrich our nation in itself. Create millions of jobs, and it's guiding us and pushing us to the demand that the only way this nation will survive is to bring in the age of space. Am I crazy? Am I saying anything out of line there? These treasonous leaders are not doing that. They know what's out there. They know what they want to keep from us. Because they'll never be able to accomplish what they do once we secure space and open up space. Not just for our nation to build the infrastructure, but for, like President Trump said, which I'm convinced it's on the same line, for the rest of the world, for the homeland, where homeland will not just be just a nation, it'll become a whole new meaning of the earth. You're not going to have that with the fucking commie chinks. You're not going to have that with 80% of the world's population being wiped out. There's more of us than they are of them. must hold the line, and we must brace the line, and we must get such force behind the line that where we go, they have no say. They have nowhere to run. They will not be safe to walk down the fucking street. Take this nation back. Impale them on pikes. And rush to create the new age of space and the industrialization of America to make that happen, because we must usher in the Martian revelation. Until the revelation of King Holy Be Jesus, kingdom come, we must do this. That won't prevent kingdom coming. It might buy us more time. Things may get more adventurous. Things, you know, and who would want to stop that kingdom coming? Because that's when all truths will be revealed anyway. But until then, I think it's in our spirit, it's in our right to take back what is ours and build it up 1,000 times better. Why do you think they hate Elon Musk so much? That wimpy little pussy, you know, Bezos, that whiny little bitch. He is not good for America or America First or to help usher in the Martian revelation. He supports these, well, globalists, these New World Orderists, the Antichrist, whatever you want to say about what that represents, and it may all be true or not. But it certainly fits the shoe. Someone wants that shoe to be worn. But they think we're stupid. That's why they tried to dumb us down over the years. While everyone else is worrying about masculinity and STEM sciences and researches and education, they want to bring woke here. Well, you know, a bunch of racists, a bunch of trans testicles, pussifying us down, having limp-wristed bottom surgery motherfuckers walking around, acting like they're big old Americans themselves, that their voice counts. Which it does, but their voice ain't dominant to where we must follow and adhere to their stupidity of the levels of what they've been taught and brought down to fight against us to destroy this nation. And, again, it may be also interbreeding by off-worlders. We are at war, and not just with nations of this earth. But that goes down another road for another day. I mean, but we've had enough guests on this show to do those glimpses. But I want to glimpse at what's Mars, on how and why it's so important. You all see that there on the screen? That's the face of Cydonia. They call that the face of Mars. Look at that. Do you see dirt? Do you see rock? I see metal. I see artscapes. I see such artistical gilding that is so advanced. All over the place. Why don't they really want to go to Cydonia? Because this is when it'll be rolling over and it'll